the city, the infrastructure, he followed the steps. And this still happened to him in this gruesome of a way. These monsters, these animals, these demons, just like the ones in Chicago, just happen to be white, did this to him. And the police department is complicit with it, which is the piece of context that I always have to keep bringing back up, is that when racism happens, no one gets charged. Not only is no one getting charged, the police went out there and was like, find all these parts spread out over 100 miles of forest. It was an animal. Ain't no animal on this damn planet dragging body parts hundreds of miles, bro.
Bro, that's because racism doesn't matter unless you can capitalize off of it.
100%. And I'm like,
well, not unless a dragon killed him. And then
I'm talking about in our spaces, and that's the reason I wore the shirt that I wore tonight, the 1312 ACAB motherfucker. Because when I say fuck the police as a conservative, these are the police I'm talking about. Oh, I can get you a link. I can get you a link. I'm just saying. This is the what's going on, B-Rad?
What up, B-Rad?
What up?
So this is the shit that I'm talking about. Like when I say that, like, hey, when we're talking about actual racism, it's like no one's getting charged. Like we can talk about the black community forever, but we know that they'll get locked up. Like there's going to be a consequence. These people have apparently been offing random black folks at their behest that they don't want to be around and dumping bodies over this stretch of forest. Multiple times. They're a pack of serial killers. And the sheriff is defending this. The sheriff is going, oh, well, oops. And then they just keep finding bodies out there. So I guess it's one animal that has a specific pattern of where he's dumping shit.
It's a dragon. It has to be.
Facts.
The dragon is the only one that can eat in the air and then drop a piece of a body here and then 100 miles away. It's bullshit.
Leprechauns can do that too.
Yeah.
So, hold on. So you're attributing a whole lot of things to this that now, first of all, I've never heard anything about this at all. So,
yeah, no.
How many victims are we talking?
They found 4 more bodies along with his body. He went missing in October of 2022. They found his head in one spot, his torso in another spot, his arms was somewhere else, and his legs was somewhere else, bro.
Now, the other 4, were they black?
They're just now, so they just now have started taking this seriously because when they found his head, they were just like, oh, it's an animal. And then they started looking to find the rest of him, and they found 4 more bodies out there.
So we don't know for sure if this is like
this man walked in on these rednecks talking about how they didn't want him around because he was black, Jeremy, and called his mom. They have the logs. Called the sheriff. They have the logs as they were pursuing him. It's a bunch of fucking racists, dude.
Get over it. People are going to be racist.
Yeah, I mean
seriously.
Well, no. But what I'm saying, and look, I have a different fucking take on this. So, like, first off, slow your roll. I'm not going to get over it. So this is the first thing, and this is the part where I will give you the piece of get over it. I'm like, it's his fault for not killing at least 2 of them, because that needs to be the new standard, because that's the only thing that those specific types of animals understand is if you fuck with one of us, 2 of you are going to die in the process. That's the only thing that they get, because they're sitting out there. Also, why are you in such a small pissant town around a bunch of poor white people? Like, that also doesn't make sense to me. Like, me personally, I know better. You ain't stationing me in Taylorsville, Mississippi.
B-Rad says white men are so evil. That's why I only like white women. Let it snow.
Bruh. No, I don't think it's all white people. I'm not going to be that person. I don't think it's all white people. I think it's those white people and they're fucking animals. And they need to be put down like animals, just like the black animals that are tearing up Chicago.
Well, see, the only issue that I see here, man, is we live in a day and age where people are trying to legislate human nature. And unfortunately, everybody on the planet has a little bit of internal racism and bias. Everybody.
And I'm fine with that as long as the consequences across the board are
the
there.
same.
The issue is this man was brutally murdered. Like this man was murdered in such a fashion. Like, I mean, I understand spraying a person's house up, that's some knucklehead shit, and people die. But like they ripped a human apart. That's
Game of Thrones type shit.
That's a separate level. Like these ain't we're not talking cartel, which we know are animals. These people are functioning like animals, bro. That we got to get them up out of here.
Now hold on. Do we know for sure that the tearing apart was before his death?
Does it? If you dismember a body, period, bro, like you on some other shit.
Right, but that ain't necessarily the way he died. You know what I mean?
No, 100%. They think, well, I'm assuming, I mean, my assumption is since it's them boys, they hung him, then took the body apart to like spread it all over the place. Cause then you can go, the sheriff could come in and go, well, animals, we can't control the animals. But the animals are the people. Like that's what I'm getting at. And so, no, I'm not saying that like it's a black versus white thing. I'm saying that these men made a specific racist action. And like, if these are the remnants that are left, raise the fucking city to the ground, let God sort it out.
You mean burn the city to the ground?
Or build a wall around it like we need to do Chicago and Detroit. Like, I don't know. Like, what do we need to do? Get them all up out of here. Put them on an island together.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that.
100%, that's what I'm saying. Now the next story, because the thing is, this is so terrible, and the issue that I have, it's not with the white conservatives, it's with the black conservatives that are not speaking on this, because like you said, it doesn't go with their narrative. It also doesn't resonate with their fan base. So like if your whole platform is shitting on black people, then you're going to have a certain echelon of white people that are around there, but they don't want to have this conversation about the fucked up shit that they do. Like this is fucked up specifically because he was black, bro. Like, hello. Oh, but that doesn't exist. We don't see color. Like that's fine. But those men do. And they've seen it a few times, apparently.
I see a shit
and no
ton
one's
of color.
doing anything, and there's no consequence. I don't care if you're biased. I understand everyone inherently does have a bias, except for people that are mixed because no one looks like us.
Except for me.
But right. But you can have those thoughts, but when you have those thoughts to the point that you're like, yeah, we got to get this dude up out of here because like he's working. Like it's not like he was a thug out on the corner slanging drugs. Like this guy went to work, did the same work that they did. They all work hard. They all blue collar. Like I don't experience this here in Kansas City. With the blue, I've made some really good friends in the blue collar job that I have. Like I love my tradespeople. We resonate on a very visceral level. The only difference I see between me and them is how we flip money. I'm better at it. But from the work standpoint, like I've never looked at somebody working with me and been like, "You're the fucking problem for existing." Like. We're all working. I look outside. I see the dude holding a sign. I'm like, that's the fucking problem. The dude selling drugs. That's the problem. These kids jumping on cars. That's the problem. These men who feel that they can chase down with 3 truckloads of men to attack one man and end his life and then spread his body parts across the land as though they're in freaking Braveheart.
Bro, you want to hear a crazy story? It was like 10 years ago over in Lima, man, they found a dude's hands and feet. Or no, they found his body, a dude's body with no head, no hands, or no feet in a cornfield. All right, in Lima, Ohio.
Hey, hold up. Edit again, media. Okay, we go save you. But like, I'm telling you, we gotta divest from the things that are cancerous to us. And white people already do that. But like, this is just calling out what happened. There's no defense for this. Like, it's not. That's the cancer of your community. Own your shit.
Well,
Call
let me finish this shit real quick, dude.
Okay.
They found a body with no head, no hands, and no feet in a cornfield in Ohio. Right outside of Lima, Ohio, right?
Oh, Jesus.
Later, they found the head, the hands, and the feet to this body down in Texas in a dumpster.
Snowman, are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
You didn't hear what I said?
So they found so no hands, no feet, no head.
Yep, and 6 months later, they found his head, his hands, and his feet in a dumpster in Texas.
Oh, somebody took him for the trip. Oh, no. What are people doing
you want to talk
country?
about spreading body parts across the country?
That is wild. Yeah,
that is wild. And this is This is the first I'm hearing about that or the story that you're bringing up, Ray. So my question is it possible? I mean, are these national news stories? I've not heard either of these stories.
No,
I heard about it last night, and I know for a fact that they're reporting on it in Chicago. It's being reported on in specific places. Like I know that like this one I pulled up, it's from Chicago. Chicago's reporting on it. I haven't seen anything on it here, but I don't watch the news. This was brought to my attention from some of the other panels that I float around in a back chat. Like it's not even a public, like they're not, like they hadn't even started talking about it yet.
Hey Ray, I think I know what's going on here.
What's up?
So I think they're doing this, they're hiding this on purpose. Let me tell you why. After this George Floyd shit, like some weird things happened. This is a true story, right? With my mom. There's only 3 people on earth that know this.
Oh, shit.
So
oh snap, Bomb Cherry's in the building. What's up, Bomb?
What's up, Bomb?
My mom has one of my mom's neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Her son was found. She found her son in her yard, hung from a tree. Real shit.
Damn, that's harsh.
Real shit, right? She didn't call the police. She called my mom. My mom went over there and looked at the shit. She wanted to confirm it with her eyes, right? And that's why she didn't call the police or touch him or anything, right? They went down to the police station and they begged the police, this lady and my mom, not to tell anybody about this story. Because at the time that this happened, there were riots going on over the George Floyd shit. And something just happened in Philly with some guy with a machete and the cops had just killed him. And they were tearing the city up for that. And it just happened like 2 days before this. And they I think there were certain things happening around the nations because I actually heard another story like this that they were hiding because they didn't want to, make things worse. That's what this could be, or it could just be straight out racism. I don't know. I know my mom was in a situation like this where they found someone dead and wanted to hide it.
Is everything always racism, though, or is it just somebody, being victim of, circumstance? And that's how the perpetrator decided he wanted.
That's why I wanted to ask Ray, like, were those other people found? Were they black?
I'm pretty sure. I'm not confirmed. I can't confirm that. They're
they
just
were black,
now reporting
that's a problem. That's a problem.
But the men who did this to him specifically, he walked in and heard them. That was the reason he left work that day. These are all confirmed things.
Yeah, that's nuts.
The conversation with his mother, I walked in on them plotting. My manager doesn't like the fact that a black person's working for him, and he's convinced the rest of the crew to kill me. That's his words. When he called the sheriffs, he left the work early. They followed him in 3 trucks. 3 truckloads of white boys. There's no defending this. He called the sheriff. He did what he was supposed to do. The sheriffs didn't come. And the thing that I'm telling you, the reason that this strike is an issue with me, and the reason I'm like, fuck the police, is because the deal is this. Small towns like that, where there's this many people that can get corralled to do some racist shit, there's probably a Klan element there or some sort of white supremacist element. The police are also involved. That's the thing that everybody's skipping over. Like, why would you just show up, see a dismembered body that's spread over 100 miles and go, animals? Like, what are you... That's the piece that I'm trying to string together for everyone, because, like, people are trying to, like, make this a thing. And I'm like, well, racism does exist. And, like, if you're in a small town where you don't see people that don't look like you, there's a whole big possibility that you have some opinions. Like, people do experience these things.
That sounded like a good old boy pillowcase party you were describing.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, my buddy Lex, Colonel Neal, he was a colonel in the United States military. Black man. Whoa. Special forces, did active duty.
Damn.
Colonel. And he said that when he was down in Alabama and had an experience where he was in a sundown town and his car broke down, and he had to have one of his other soldiers that was with him when they were going through training come pick him up, and that dude was racist, legitimately racist. And he was like, hey, my car broke down, and the people at the restaurant were like, you better not be here when the sun goes down, boy. Like,
oh yeah, Sage, that is true. Sage brought up that a black female officer, and she was young too, young and beautiful as hell, dude, just got murdered by 4 black dudes in Chicago.
You not letting me get to my stories, bro. We talking about that too, because her name isn't being talked about either by
right.
Her name's not being talked about by the liberal blacks. So like that's my flip side. I keep it balanced. We're gonna keep it fair and balanced over here. Y'all already know. So and this is the flip side of this.
Everybody gets the smoke over here.
Oh hell yeah. No, you don't think I was gonna come up here and just yell at the white people and not clean up my own house.
Oh, I already knew better, dude. I already knew better.
But yes, this woman here. And you know, this one, Arena Preston. Remember that name too, because BLM's not saying this name. The wokety woke pro-blacks aren't saying this name because 4 demons rolled up on this woman and shot her to death. They pulled up on her. GTA 5 style.
They sure did too, man. Opened up fire on her. She fired back, and they killed her dead, and then took all of her shit and left her there.
Well, no. And so the thing that they're not talking about on the conservative side, because Anton Daniels did talk about this. Shout out Anton Daniels, AntonDaniels.com. Shout out the Back Chasers. He did talk about this morning, and the angle that he took on it, he just doesn't know because he didn't live this life. Like this could have been my mother. This actually almost happened to my mother, and the issue is this is actually the problem. And this is about to be the problem for most police officers because our gang enforcement has gotten lax. They don't have gang enforcement units. My mom was the first officer assigned to that unit after something very similar to this happened to her. And the thing that was fucked up was I saw her on that call before what happened. Because we all lived in the same area. We actually lived in the community she was policing. Not in that exact location where this happened, but it was like we were on the way back from the store and saw her getting out of her squad car to walk into this house where she almost died. Waved and everything. And the thing that they're leaving out is this wasn't just a random shooting, and that's the way that they're framing it. What's going on here is that was a gang initiation, which was why you had to take her stuff. Nobody's talking about that. Back in the 90s, when gangs were real gangs, you had to kill a cop and take their badge to get in, to get put down.
What the fuck?
And so what they would do, this is what they used to do here in Kansas City. Now, in Kansas City, you couldn't just roll up on them like they was the ops and shoot them. Granted, we didn't have as many guns floating around then. It's the 90s. So what they would do is they would make a false call of a domestic abuse charge, because if you do that during that time period, the procedure was the police had to go in and clear the house to make sure that they're not lying. So like, because you could stop somebody at the door and they're like, hey, are you beating your wife? No. And like, if you don't go check to verify that somebody's not in there that's been beaten, you know what I'm saying? Like, so their procedure was you had to enter the house. So what they would do is they would go to vacant houses and the whole gang would be in there and they would make the call and the officer would show up and be like, well, I got to check the house. You walk in. Now it's you and like 10 niggas.
Damn. And
they would just beat you to death and take your badge. And that's how you got put down. So my mom and her partner were in a scenario like that. And fortunately for them, she called for backup because she identified that the house seemed like it could have been vacant. Like their only mess up was they picked a house that you could tell hadn't been lived in a while. And she noticed that walking in and called for backup. And they fought her and her partner, who was another female white lady, fucking badass white lady also. My mom's badass too. But they fought them dudes off until their backup showed up.
Hey, what did I tell you, Ray? Did I not say that once it started getting warm out and people that normally get those big income tax returns this time of year don't see those returns? What I tell you was going to start happening?
Well, I mean, I think this is actually worse than that. What's happening when you start seeing shit like this, Snowman, they're militarizing. They're going back to old school. This isn't going to be a bunch of soft motherfuckers. You're going to be dealing with people that function like MS-13 gang members that are Americans. They're going to be functioning like animals. And if there's nothing in place to separate us from them, to have that actual barrier, to allow these cops to do what they need to do to dismantle that shit, a bunch of officers are going to die. And not only that, These officers are weaker than the officers when my mom was a cop. These people are growing up. She was 24 years old. You know how many 24-year-olds have been in an actual fight? Have been in an actual situation? 100%. So now you've got them dealing with a gang element that's going, oh, we're going back to old school ways. Like, I don't know what set those 4 dudes are from, but they need to go wipe all of them off the planet immediately. Like, they shouldn't have arrested those men.
Nope.
They should have put them down. They're animals. We do not need people of that nature. If they're not trying to go over and tear stuff up overseas or shoot some enemies or go down to the border and stop the cartel from bringing fentanyl up in this bitch, they have no use in this society at this point. Like, we can't keep people like that around. Like, we can't do it. Like, there's no, and I mean, I understand it sounds harsh.
Like lame animals, dude.
100%. Like, they're a toxic element, and at this point, with what's going on in this country, we got to start carving out the cancer. We have to carve it out. This woman was serving her community. They said that they wanted officers that look like them. What'd they do? They rolled up and put bullets in her.
And she was real pretty too.
She was pretty as hell, dude. Gorgeous.
And if this is how these dudes are functioning, and like the issue is they need to figure out where they came from and trace that whole thing back, because that's going to be an issue. Because if all the gangs in Chicago start doing that's going to turn into Gotham real quick.
Yep.
If they start rolling up on cops,
Gotham's already here, sir. So I'm afraid to tell you.
Well, I mean, this is as Gotham as I understand Gotham's already there, but like, if you're rolling up on the element that's supposed to be instilling justice, like, now you've got scared officers who can't defend themselves appropriately. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're sending these people into gunfights. I mean, in the 90s, they could at least get these motherfuckers up out of here.
Yeah, now you can't do anything because 100%. You got to worry about the PR that comes behind it.
And what's it 100? Oh, hold on. I'm gonna add it again. Media said talk, no results. 100%. And y'all keep electing people out there that go in that want to let these guys out. They want these dudes on the street. T96. The border is a mess. It is a mess. 100%. But this is the issue. Like, we have this dichotomy where just because we're going to call out these monsters, that people think I'm not going to talk about the racist monsters as well. Like, no, those are monsters too. We need to get them all up out of here. Personally, I think we should put them on one of those failed Tesla rockets and send them up and use them for fuel, or see how long it takes for them to fall back down, bro.
Sorry, like, man. I didn't mean to make you feel like I was putting you on blast or anything. Like
no.
Not after that great conversation we had earlier today, man.
I'm 100% fine with you guys putting me on blast or checking me, but like, the issue is we need to have proper context. Like, you can't just be a black conservative and not call out all the bullshit. You can't just sit here and talk about the messed up stuff that black people are doing and then not want to talk about Rasheem Carter and be afraid to say his name and be afraid to talk about what happened to that man, because that was equally messed up.
Ray, if I may, because
yes.
you and I have talked about this ad nauseum now.
Yeah.
About black conservatives. All right. And have I not addressed this and said that, in my opinion, and this is my opinion from an outsider looking in, all right, that black conservatives are no different really than black liberals, because with black liberals, it's all or nothing with the liberal party. And if you look at black conservatives, they carry that same mantra over to the conservative party. It's all or nothing. Yeah. You know, the conservative party can do no wrong. You know, that there needs to be a little bit more open-sightedness about what's going on here with these parties. If you're going to switch from one party to the other, and realize that it doesn't have to be all or nothing, you know.
Yeah.
Hold
on. Add it again, media. Oh, okay. I got you. No, that's fair. That's fair. But the thing is this. Me personally, as a person, I do have the results. I'm not trying to save every black person, because I know all of you ain't gonna make it. So that, like, let's get that straight first. I mean, I understand that you're new to me, but like, I ain't trying to save y'all. That's the first.
I stopped trying to save people years ago, dude. It's a futile. It's a futile.
Now, if you want to talk about results, I own a business. I'm part owner of a business. I own my house. I own my car. I don't have debt. I don't have a bunch of baby mamas running around. I've been in a successful relationship for 2 years. Like, I don't know what you want me to do as a person besides be the example of not that fuck shit. That's what I'm focused on. I meet with politicians. I'm politically active where I live. 100%.
Add it again, media.
I'm doing what I need to do as a citizen. Like, I'm not going to clean your house up for you, and I'm not going to expose myself to these knuckleheads so that they can kill me, just like they did this fine woman who was trying to help them.
Well, if I may, real quick, she made the comment, "No parties included take care of the problem," and see, that's where the biggest issue.
Okay, I feel you.
Well,
I feel you.
Okay. Well, hold on. I'm gonna push back on that because that's where the issue lies.
What do you mean?
Entirely too many people in America expecting the government or a party to fix problems.
No. What you're reading that wrong, Snowman. You're reading that wrong. She's saying no parties included. She's saying that community should have never got to the cops.
Oh my!
And I agree with that.
My bad.
I'm 100% with that.
My reading comprehension failed me on that one.
I was like, don't worry. Add it again. I got you. I see you in there typing. I got you. I felt that. Like I see her. So no. Now that I do respect. Like that community should have handled that problem. But like but this is the thing. That community has been watching that problem. That community has been sitting, like, that's the thing. It's like we will have these young lions running around. They'll go join a gang and they'll go shoot the block up, kill their neighbors, destroy their neighborhood, kill the property values, and make nothing out of it. Talk about they're getting to the bag and nothing comes of it. And then the people that are around them just watch this. They watch it happen. Now, back in the day, most of those gangs, specifically if it was their territory, took care of their area. They only mess with you if you weren't from within that area. We're not even doing that anymore. Normally, there was some kind of understanding between those gangs and the police force, specifically after they had the task enforcement unit created, where they were like, we know where the line is because they'll bust all of our houses in and arrest the house. I ain't trying to get my moms beat up and locked up. And the reality of it is, we might need to go back to some very Kurdish world star hip hop arrests where they just whip the whole house's ass and take you all to jail so that you start telling on these motherfuckers instead of letting them run around till they get so brazen that they think they can roll up on the police like they're in GTA 5. This is crazy. Like, I hate to say it, but like, this is the reason that I can't live in the hood no more, because I would end up being a serial killer or something, because I'm not going to sit and watch this. But the problem is within these areas, everyone's hand to mouth. It's dog eat dog. Like, people are just trying to get through their day. Where does the extra energy come from? Because poor people work just as hard, if not harder, than rich people. Y'all are just tired.
You said that this morning on your drop.
100%. They work y'all work just as hard. These knuckleheads are working just as hard as any rich person to do illegal stuff and just can't focus that creativity or that energy towards something productive so that they can get out of that situation. Or if collectively they were focused and walking in alignment and we had some sort of semblance of a standard of a culture for them to align themselves with, they could fix their areas. And that's something that we're not talking about either. These people are working. That woman was working hard when she got killed. The idiots that killed her, them demons that killed her, were working hard when they was doing what they was doing too. Because that was intentional. They thought that up. Them some little soldiers. Y'all don't want them back out on the streets. And what did they do? They locked these idiots up so that they can get strong. They just gonna be eating peanut butter and working out in jail. You gonna have them super predators that Hillary Clinton was talking about come right back out on these streets, stronger than they was before and just as fucking stupid.
The thing is, the super predators that Hillary Clinton was actually talking about was her and her crew.
That's a fact.
Right.
She was
like
in-house.
It's crazy to me, and like when I see stuff like this, like that's somebody's that her mother spoke on this, like that's somebody's daughter, that's somebody's sister. But again, we've had this conversation ad nauseum too, Snowman. The reason they was able to do that so brazenly was because she looked like them. They don't value black people, so technically speaking, they're in the same camp as them white boys because they don't value black people either.
Right.
Like if they had.
Well, how can you value, like you said before, you can't value human life if you refer to him as a ninja.
Facts. And if we're gonna really kick the bricks, I think they would have done the same shit that got done to Rasheem Carter to her if them motherfuckers knew where the woods were.
Probably.
Like if they could have navigated their way to some forest, they would have done the same shit to her. We would have been reading this story. It would have been woman parts all over the woods, except for them motherfuckers is too dumb to know where the forest is.
Or they're too scared to go in the woods.
Like,
you know, weird shit happens in the woods after dark, dude.
Hold on. Bomb Cherry, how can they fix their areas? It's against the law for us to police our own community.
No, it's not. Citizens arrest is always and has been and always will be a legal thing for a private citizen to do. We have the right to police and arrest citizens when they break crimes.
Well, my deal is this. My deal is this. If your life's in danger, just kill them. Look, I'm sorry. I ain't trying to police the neighborhood, bro. If you got a problem like these little demons running around, Cherry, you need to just get them on up out of there and be like, I thought my life was in danger.
Well, look,
that's what needs to happen.
The thing is I was saying earlier when they were trying to defund the police movement, you don't want people like me out policing my neighborhood, because people like me out policing my neighborhood, I'm not going to ask questions. I'm going to shoot first and ask questions later. That's how that's going to go down. There's not going to be no diplomacy about it.
I actually have a couple homies that have killed people legally, and I'm talking about literally like killed them and wait for the police to come there, and we're home for dinner. For dinner. I'm dead serious. That's only in places where they have self-defense, right? They don't have no self-defense where I'm at now. That's why I got jammed over here.
Yep.
But my boy, man, we used to drop him off at the bus stop because he worked at third shift late at night, and I'm talking about Ground Zero in North Philly. We dropped him off. We always sit in the car and wait till the bus comes to see him off and shit, right?
Right.
We're sitting in the car. Some nigga rolls up on us with a chopper. My boy, waiting to go to work, hits him up. Sat right there, waited for the police. All of us. We were out of the police station in about 4 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours we were gone and on with our lives.
Well, one thing that people don't seem to really understand is that the only reason police have the authority to carry a gun, arrest anybody, any of that shit, is because that's actually your duty as a citizen.
Yep.
Citizen does not mean somebody to be ruled. Citizen actually means co-ruler. And as a co-ruler, it's your responsibility to police shit. The reason that we have now police departments is because once the bankers took over our country, they made it to where you had to work 40 hours a week and you didn't have time to take care of your duties. So what they did is they said, hey, why don't you be a citizen for all of us? Take care of those duties. We'll pay you for that so that you don't have to go out and work while we're out working. Mm-hmm. But other than that, I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong on this, right? In certain places, in some situations, you can be charged with a crime if someone you're with commits a crime and you don't stop them.
Yes, that's called an accessory or complicit.
Bro, hold on. So Cherry, of course, like the criminals you're speaking about. So, I mean, this is just me personally. Like, I'm not on papers of any kind.
Neither am I.
And I got people walking around with whole scars down their faces from slamming their heads in doors. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, all I know is this. There is a certain level of a person that you have to be to secure yourself. And the reality of it is, this is the reason that people who are successful move away from the hood. Because if you're not going to be in a position to where we can protect ourselves, then the next level of protection is putting a pay barrier. Now, if your broke ass shows up at my townhome to come mess with me, I'm just going to kill you here. like it's just what it is. And you're going to be so out of place that they're going to know. I'm just going to be like, I fear for my life. This idiot came over here trying to do something. And I'm like, I might not be in the hood, but I ain't that far removed.
Well, I'll tell you this. When I had that home invasion, Ray, I had the sheriffs tell me that if that ever happened again, that it would actually save them paperwork if I shot and killed them.
That depends on where you are, because lately, people that have been defending themselves been going to jail.
Yeah, but if you're in your home and they are in through the threshold of that door, basically anywhere, there's no place where they're like, you got to just die inside your house.
Well, you can't. No, because you can't shoot them in the back, dude. If you shoot them in the back, then you're shooting a fleeing individual that's trying to get away, and that they will put you in prison for that.
Those rules are different in every state.
Yeah.
Well, they are different in every state. Like in Indiana has the castle law. It doesn't matter what you do. You step on my property outside. As soon as you cross the threshold of my property line, if you do something that I think is going to be detrimental to my life or my safety, I have the right to kill you.
That's the same in Missouri.
Yeah.
They got to be on your property.
So the way that my mom always told me was threshold of the door. She was like, if you get into it with somebody at the door and something happens and you do what you got to do, she's like, pull them through the threshold. Do not leave them on the porch.
Hey, that sheriff did tell me that if they fell outside, to make sure I drug their asses right back in the house.
Yep. She said, pull them through the threshold. And she was like, whatever you do to them, they need to be on this side of the door.
And it doesn't matter if they have a toothpick in their hand. A toothpick can be considered a deadly weapon.
You could have a fucking sponge in your hand. I'm done.
Dude, you could have a butter knife.
Bruh. Like, my thing is
flowers.
My deal is this, and this is the way it's going to circle back for me at all times. We have to divest ourselves and cut out the cancer. And I'm on some Malcolm X about it by any means necessary, bro. Whatever we got to do is what we got to do. Because at this point, it's out of hand. People are crazy. And Snowman, you're 100% right. Once it got warm and them stimmy checks didn't come, it's getting worse.
It is, dude.
But the thing that I'll tell you is you do not want militarized, because see, this is what's going to happen. If they get back like how they were in the 90s with the information that we have now, because it ain't the same people. And like the people in the 90s weren't. Yes, Bomb Cherry. Yes.
If somebody comes in my house and they weren't invited, just kill them. Absolutely.
Yeah. 100%.
I'm done playing games with people.
100% in that camp.
You don't come in and invade my home and my privacy without my permission and think that you're going to leave any other way than in a body bag.
Facts. Yeah. No, we're not. This is the thing, Cherry. Because I've heard you on panels and like I kind of get it, but I don't. And I don't get it in the sense that like if you care about these people and the cancer is what's killing our people, then we need it gone by any means necessary.
And no,
I'm gonna bring this woman back up here.
I won't.
Cherry, this could be your daughter. Like, hold on, whoa. This could be your daughter. This could be your sister. This could be your aunt. This woman had a trajectory. She had a future. She was not a piece of shit. And 4 pieces of shit that will never add up to the worth of this woman ever. In their lives killed her for nothing. They shouldn't exist. They shouldn't be here. If you have that mindset, you are useless to us as a people. You are a threat. You are a liability. You are actually worse than the racist white dudes because there's less of them. There are less of them than those 4 idiot demons that killed this woman. You want to sit here and act like the white man's our problem? That's not our problem. Them 4 demons and the demons that spawn those demons are our problem.
And people that are making excuses for why this shit should be allowed are the problem.
And then this woman who died at the hands of these monsters, her mother had to go on national TV and talk about how she felt sorry for them and their families. Them and their families shouldn't exist.
Hey, real
and
quick,
I'm gonna say it again. Hold on. Those bloodlines need to be removed.
The free zone. Step on my property. It's 808s and heartbreaks.
Facts. Go ahead, Jay.
I just looked it up for Delaware. Delaware, you can defend your house, but outside the house, you do have to try to flee.
So I know in some states they have an equal force law too, where you can't go any, you can't
go any more than what
they give you, right?
No, 100%. So see, Bomb Cherry, we are on the same page. I'm just saying, like, we're like at this point, man. If I came home and there was a random homeless person in my house, bro, I'm gonna have to get them up out of here. I'm sorry. Like I don't have enough time to assess the situation. I'm going to do what I was trained to do to them. All over this house.
Well, look, like Sage said, you give up the right to life once you cross the threshold of someone's home.
Right. Hold on. Sage Highway. Black women cuddle the worst of black people. Give them a chance to do what? Kill still and fuck out of here. I'm with you, Sage. I'm not gonna necessarily it's not all black women, but the ones that are fostering this shit, the ones that are contributing to creating these demons, we got to get them up out of here too. I'm pretty sure I could have sworn it was Farrakhan who said that, like, if black people are going to move forward, not everybody going to get to come, and we're going to have to cut the heads off of some people. And I'm pretty sure he was talking about the people who didn't agree with him. But like, now that I think about it,
well, like Umar said,
think these demons might be the ones he was talking about.
Well, like Umar said, you can't get through all these young kids, man. And some of these motherfuckers are going to have to get put to sleep for good.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we can't continue down this road as a society. Like, we can't continue to dishevel and blame everything on the white boogeyman. You've got people like me that exist that will talk to you, that's giving you game every week, 2 videos a week, and
good
alive.
Game, good game. I'm telling you, good game.
I'm out here rocking out with everybody. And I'm telling you that the game that y'all are trying to play with this race shit is not what it is. Like, it's not what it is.
We're over it at this point.
Yeah.
You know what, Ray? Listen.
What's up, Reese?
We've covered what the white man did extensively. I'll account for the half of a century that I've been here. I've covered it myself. We've covered it extensively. Everybody knows,
dude.
Remember those knowledge DVDs? I sold thousands of them to everyone in my neighborhood. Everybody knows what happened. Everybody knows. But now, right, there's nothing you can do about it. You got to do something. You got to do something for yourselves. There has to be a change, dog. What happened to us, you can't reverse it. We don't have a time machine. Can't go back and undo it.
Well, I mean, based on Jay Prince's logic, since it didn't happen to us, we can't even believe it happened. Like, that's the reason I don't understand how you can be in the Victim Olympics and simultaneously not believe anything but what you say. Like,
yo, this mentality will make people not work.
Yeah,
it'll make people not work.
That's what they're wanting to do. That's what they're wanting to do. They're wanting people to be. It's a state of learned helplessness. They want you to be helpless. They want you to need them. The issue is when you go through and you destabilize men, and I'm not blaming this on single mothers, but what I'm saying is there was a specific attack on men right now. The fact that there was a woman, hold on, wait a second, not a woman, Arena Preston, the fact that Arena Preston had to get gunned down by these 4 demons, that should have been a man out there. Why is it that we got to have the black women come catch the bullets? They got to go hug the criminal. They got to go fix the community. But that should have been a man. That's a man's job. What's going on, Georgia? How you doing? Salutes to Georgia.
Salute to Miss Georgia Swan and Miss Kelly Ray for coming.
But that's a man's job. Why does she have to go out there and die a horrible death like that was meant for one of us? Why? This is the issue. We have destabilized the men. Now the men are running around like demons, and black women got to go clean that up now too.
If there was anything there should have been a march for, it's this here.
Facts.
Look at that chick,
man. I mean, and she's not ugly. Like, what the hell are we doing, bro?
No, for real, she is absolutely gorgeous.
Why you not trying to bag her instead of killing her? You know what I mean?
Right. And so like, this is the issue, though. As a society collapses, if this is the last line of defense, it's over because they ain't built to win that battle. So, like, if everybody goes roguish, this is done. Like,
well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, at some point,
Lou says, if your life doesn't matter to you, then it doesn't matter to me.
Facts.
I know some pretty foul niggas, man, that probably would have backed out of this one here. Well, they probably would have looked at her and be like, "No, we can't, nah."
And I'm gonna have to check the restream because I know Bumpkin's talking shit on Andrew Tate right now. But I mean, if we don't get some more Tates in this world, or some people who at least believe that shit,
what's his problem with Tate?
Hold on, let me see what he's saying. Like, I don't know exactly, but like, I know that he had a thing on it that was talking about that. So hold on, let me pull the page up and let's see what
just real quick while you're doing that, I just want to address everybody that's on my channel that's been asking about, you know, where I've been and asking if the mosh pit's going to be going up. Like I was discussing with Ray today. Yes, the mosh pit will be back soon. Yes, I'm planning on streaming again. It's just last month at the end of the month was me and my wife's anniversary. Then it was my daughter's birthday the beginning of this week. Then it's my wife's birthday at the end of this week. Then it's Mother's Day at the end of this week. So this 3 weeks is actually a really busy week in the old snowman household. You know, trying to get all these things taken care of, you know, on top of trying to finish up the homestead, you know, and get my garden and stuff going. So, but yes, we will be back, and the mosh pit will be firing up here soon. Probably this weekend. We'll do a mosh pit stream.
Yes, sir. Okay, so it's not until the 13th, which is Saturday. At apparent 7 p.m., which they always schedule the stuff where I would come and destroy them on days that I can't make it, but whatever. I digress. But the name of it is The Warpath: The Narcissism and Stupidity of Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate's a freaking man's man. He's a hero. We need, like you said, we need more Andrew Tates out there that aren't afraid to stand in their square and speak truth the way it needs to be spoken.
Bruh. Dude, and so like I like Bumpkin. I do like him.
I do too.
He's a hard sell. He's young, so I give him grace because he's young. But when we were over on CT's channel, CT tried to bait me into. He specifically, I knew what he was doing, but he was specifically over there trying to. What's going on? He was specifically over there trying to bait me into like being horribly insulting to Bumpkin. And I was like, I'm not gonna, because like he was talking about how. I guess Bumpkin was on Fight Club and there was some stuff said about black people and monkeys and white people and monkeys. And I was like, I'm not going to get into that conversation. And I told him straight up, I was like, if you want me to hurt his feelings, I'll hurt his feelings on some real shit. I was like, he's not in as good a shape as me. He couldn't beat me up. And he was like, you know, and so Bumpkin like slipped in. He was like, oh, I got a 9. I don't get into fights. And I was like, bitch, I grew up with SWAT, nigga. Like, you're not going to outshoot me either. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. I'm actually trained to shoot people. Like, part of my upbringing, I spent all my time at the firing range. I used to have collections as a child of like big old. You remember those big Jif jars when you could get like the industrial sized Jif jars?
Oh Jesus, yeah.
So I used to sit out at the firing range because like I used to have to go there with my
shells.
mom. Yeah, yes, the spit shells. I would. Yep, and I'd keep them, and like I had them all over my room, and like people would come over, and they'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "What?" And like I would just sit down there, and it's like you're around firearms training and explosives because like they would let me blow up all the confiscated fireworks. And so it's like I'm like, dude, like
I love blowing up fireworks.
The issue is you should be an able-bodied man. You should be as productive in society as possible. You should be able to navigate society. And like, while I agree with him on a lot of his points about things that we could do better as a society, 100% agree with him. That doesn't mean you have an excuse to suck at this society. Like in the game that you're playing. Like if you want to play Monopoly, but like you're getting your ass waxed at chess and like they're like, hey, we got to finish this game before we can go to that game. You don't just get to stop in the middle of getting your ass handed to you and be like, cool, we're just going to play Monopoly now because like I feel better about that. Like that's just not how that works.
Man, you went from Monopoly to chess and you skipped checkers, Chinese checkers.
Bro, like no, that's
stuff.
Because that's his line of thought. And like I'm not saying that he's wrong, and I'm not saying that that's not possible, but like you have to be able to A, survive to get there to the promised land. B, you got to be able to navigate where you're at. Like if you're homeless talking about how socialism's so great, you're losing at the current game though. Like that your life is just miserable. And hey, bro, if you, I'm dropping the link, dude. Like this isn't a closed conversation.
This is over on my channel.
You drop it on your page.
I'm dropping your StreamYard link on my.
Drop the StreamYard. Like I don't think it's a bad take at all. I don't, because he talks condescendingly to everyone that he talks to, which is a thing of 23. Like when I was 23, I talked condescendingly too, and we used to always get into fights. Jeremy was there for some of them. Like, I mean, I understand that like a lot of people talk shit on the internet, but like Jeremy's known me since I was probably about 16, 17.
God,
he knows how shit
sorry for you having to deal with that ugly motherfucker that long.
No, Jeremy's not bad. He's solid, bro. I mean, if I was going to get into a fight, there's nobody else that I want to be around, honestly.
I agree with that, dude, but how do you look at that dog meat face every day of your life for the last 30 years?
What? Put my picture big.
Hold on, I got you, bro. He said, put my picture big.
Come
bro.
on. Side by side me with Snowman.
Oh
my God. Dude, my beard is glorious. You don't want to do that.
Hold up. Hold up. I'm moving Snowman up.
Come on now.
No, man, you see sophistication in that.
No, but that's the thing. And I'm like, okay, so like we're going to attack the men that are telling men to do push-ups, make as much money as they can so that they can navigate how they want. I don't think you should have money for the fuck of having money. The system that we live in, we use money. What's going on, Murda?
What's up,
Murda's in the building. It's officially a show. It's not about specifically having money. Oh, Dr. Nakumbe. Hey, bro. I already liked your stream, Doctor. What's going on? The good doctor's in the building. I always appreciate him. So, funny story. So, I was on a panel with Dr. Nakumbe earlier this week, and he is hilarious. Like the only other panel experience that I'd had with him was on a Sunday panel, but he came in on the tail end of the conversation. It was very serious. Dr. Nakumbe is freaking hilarious. And he actually reminds me of a clinician that I used to work with when I was working in mental health. That I was like, he was like my favorite person at the office because he was also very hilarious, but it wasn't over the top funny. It was like, it's a subtle slide in and he waits for you to get it. And I really do like it. Like he had me cracking up yesterday. So Dr. Nakumbe, you're my peoples, like officially. So definitely thank you for swinging through, man. I hope you guys had a good show. Cause like you guys were going, cause unfortunately I can't ever come over to his show cause he's also on Thursdays. It kind of sucks. But there's good shows every day, and obviously, if I'm going to stream, I'm going to just miss one of them, and unfortunately, it's his. But what I'm saying is, I don't think you should have money just to have money. Like, I think that's stupid. I don't think you should have money and flex supercars unless you're actually into supercars. If you're into cars, that's dope. But like, you should have money because money is the ability to navigate. It's a tool. You can't do what you want if you're broke. If stuff gets bad here, I can go book a flight to somewhere where it's not bad and I ain't got to deal with it. You can't do that. So now you out here fighting people with blue hairs and pink hairs and the they them rebellion and the day of reckoning and whatever the hell's happening. I'm going to be on a beach because I have the ability to do that. And like, I don't have a supercar. Like, I'm not sitting here flexing. Like, I rock my homies' clothing companies, like Chibazoid, shout out 1312. Everybody should get one. But I'm not sitting here wearing Gucci belts and shit. I don't care about that. I'm saying you shouldn't be broke because unfortunately the game that we're in revolves around money. Money is your ability to move and navigate. You should be able to do what you need to do when you want to do it and how you want to do it. And actually, hold up a second. We going into monologue time since we rolling in here. Hold on. So anyways, the show title. That comes from when I first got into crypto 10 years ago, when a bunch of broke, dumb, non-perspicacious people, shout out to Andrew Tate, perspicacious. That's where I got that word from. A bunch of broke, non-perspicacious people when I was getting into crypto and telling everybody how great Bitcoin was. And like, hey, like maybe you should check this out. Oh, that's stupid. It's never going to be anything. You're wasting your money. You're dumb. In the crypto space, we had a saying that we came up with because all of us who were very getting into it, we wanted to talk to people about it, have the conversation, be like, hey, something you might want to do with your money. We all got shut down immediately. All of us. And so we came up with a slogan. It's called "Have fun staying poor." And that's the way I feel about it. Like, it's like, cool. You got people who are trying to give you the game, who are trying to show you what's going on the way up. Like, I'm not talking to you from the mountaintop. I'm talking to you as somebody who's making financial moves and testing stuff with my money. I am not sitting here berating you guys. Like, I'm going to work. I work 60 hours a week, sometimes 70. Like, I'm working hard. And then people are going to sit here and have pushback for me when you don't have any results, not a single one. Have fun staying poor, bro. Like, I hope you like it. But the deal is this: regardless of what system we end up in, if you're a loser, you're going to be a loser. There's always been a peasant class, regardless of what systems were implemented. There's no system on this planet where people who suck just suddenly didn't suck anymore. You're still going to suck. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, you're at the bottom of this system for a reason. No one put you there. Bumpkin specifically, he's white. This is the game he's supposed to win at. How am I beating you? It doesn't make sense. Like, that shit does not make sense to me. But we are in competition, and people do not want to acknowledge that. They do not want to compete. They do not want to be the best versions of themselves. And the reason I say that I like Bumpkin is because while he's not the best version of himself, I can see it. I can see where he could be. And I'm going to continually push and prod and poke his ass until he gets there or gets close to it. And I'll be the one person he doesn't fucking like that's constantly pushing him forward. And hopefully one day when he's successful, he'll be like, well, fuck, Ray was on my neck and fucking actually gave a fuck about me as a man and wanted me to be the best version of myself so that he could compete with me. Because I don't want to beat you while you're crying. I will, but I don't want to. I want you at your best, and I want to beat you there. And I want to be at my best. That's what I think. And whatever system we go to, it's not like you're just going to remove people that are just harder workers, that are doing more work than you, that are putting in more work than you, that take care of themselves better than you. We're not going away. We're going to win at that too. And then you're just going to be pissed in that system. Like, we've got to get to a point to where these men start acting like men again. And people just start acknowledging the reality of what we're in. What's going on, Feminine Melanin University? Shout outs to Jada in the building. And yes, I am cussing up a storm. I'm just now doing my intro monologue.
You ain't never getting monetized.
Bro, I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a shit. And look, as long as I'm not cussing all the time, I think I'll be good. I'll be good to get monetized eventually. But
Casey, if you send me a Cash App, I'll send you one.
Bruh. like also get your shit set up and start your own show then. Put in the work, bruh. Put in the work.
Yo, hold on a second, man. I paid for you to get on CT's panel today.
Yeah, you did. You did, man. And you know what? To be honest with you, if I could have found your Cash App address in my Cash App, I was going to send you that $10 back. But since I can't, sorry about your luck.
Oh, well, lucky for you, Natasha's been posting it on this stream.
Oh my God. Hold up. Georgia Swan hit me with the 5 ball. Oh, Dr. Nakume hit me with the 20 ball. Oh Lord. Everybody hold up. Wait a second. So this one I'm gonna do a combo here. And this is what I think Dr. Nakume be saying to people on some of his shows, bro. I can imagine it now, even though I don't get to watch it. This is what happens. You say something outlandish to Dr. Nakume, and this is what happens.
Stop it. Get some help.
And he's there to help you. And then hold on. So thank you, Dr. Nakume.
Here we go.
Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money.
Dollar. Cheating, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money.
And for Georgia Swan, as always, thank you for the support.
You smart. You very smart. We the best. You a genius.
You know, Ray, you got to admit, we got some really loyal subscribers.
Oh, 100%. Well, dude, like, I mean, the thing is, though, and the thing that I love about this is, like, I literally do not use any of my cash apps for myself. Like, it all goes towards this stuff, like this desk, this microphone.
Same here.
My lights. Like, you guys are literally watching this grow into something more than what it is because of your support. And, like, you know, I appreciate the hell out of that.
For a new mixer, dude.
Dr. Nakumbe actually just sent me a cash app, so thank you very much. I really do.
Fucking Jeremy's a resident pauper on my fucking show, dog.
Damn it, I didn't even get one, man. Hey, Natasha, you ain't been posting my cash app. I put it out there. What the heck?
Bruh, like, I hate all of you. Like, this is so...
Hold on a
fucking
second.
up the YouTube game.
Let's
You ain't supposed to be begging on other people's panels.
Hey,
man.
I let you beg on my panel, dude.
I don't ever. No, I've literally never asked for cash app on anyone's
because
panel.
you don't doesn't mean I wouldn't let you.
I know, but that's not the issue. Is that's your panel, so I'm there to help you. That's
Hey, yo.
like
Time out. Did I or did I not put money in on this?
You put money in on the channel. I've been trying to get you to set your shit up so that we could get the show started. Like, you put in on the StreamYard, dude. Like, that's not the same as putting in on the show. I've been doing this shit for almost a year. Like,
That's true.
Fuck you.
Hey, shout out to Jay Rillo for hitting me with that $5 cash app too. Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, Ray, I made a new song too.
Hey, Andre's in the back.
Hey, I got him.
Hey, and
what's
Casey,
good, brother?
Casey,
how you doing? Welcome, Andre, to the panel.
Hey, Ray, make sure you go check out the Khaleesi joint. I made a song about the Dragon Queen.
Oh, okay. You did? You got a new track up? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out.
Hear me.
Muslim
Yes,
guys
we
back
can
there
hear you,
also.
Andre. Who else?
Hey,
Is back here?
did you hear me, Casey?
Oh,
No.
those are both.
I
him,
hit your
aren't they?
cash app. Check it.
Hey, hell yeah, you did. Thank you.
I sure did, brother. Hey, man, I got love and respect for my fellow homies, man.
Hold up. Shout out to Murda. He said this channel is helping white and black folks realize that we all go through the same shit. It's all
Hello?
about
You guys hear me
content
loud
and
and clear?
character. I
Hey,
love
dude,
that.
that's what all of our channels are doing. We're like a conglomeration, all on the same page.
Facts. And there we go. What's up, Andre? How you doing, bro?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
So actually, I'm glad that Andre's here because doesn't Andre run the what's that called? The new what?
New Frontier. Yeah, I went over there
Frontier.
and rocked out with him. It was a good conversation. I didn't think we were going to agree, and then we ended up all being friends. That actually is normally what happens.
What's up, Andre?
Hold on.
Oh, so Andre ain't talking to the white people today. That's cool. I get it.
No, oh my god, is that a thing for him? Like, his whole channel's full of white people of all different shapes and sizes.
Andre's an angry black
The
man.
thing, I can't hear you guys.
Are you
we can
serious?
hear
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Something on
That's
my
super
end.
weird.
Have him bounce out and bounce back in.
I can hear every other tab. I just can't hear this one. I'm gonna exit out and come back in. Hold on.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, dude, like it. I don't know. I think this whole, like, I'm not. I don't want to be one of those people who doesn't actually talk about. Oh, hold on, let me pull him back up. Oh wait,
I got him.
There he goes.
How you doing?
There we go. What's up? What's
Every
up,
time
Andre?
I
How are
get
you,
pulled
bro?
in, I can't hear any of you.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us?
I heard, like, put me back in the back chat. Put me back in the back chat.
Yo. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us now?
Hold up a finger if you can hear any of us.
And also, Bumpkin, you're always welcome on my panels, bro.
Yeah, even if you are a bastard.
I don't think he's a bastard. He just doesn't believe in race mixing. That's fine.
All right, you can hear us now?
There's a lot of people believe
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that
What's wrong with the freedom of association?
Yeah, what's wrong?
There's nothing wrong with it. I don't think there is anything wrong with it as long as you're not gonna. Well, no, I'll tell you the exact same thing I told Bumpkin. I was like, well, I don't care what you do in your house as long as you're not gonna come take my wonderful white woman from me. Because I got one. What's up?
I don't think anyone from New Frontier advocates for that. We're not going to sit there and
No, and that was the thing. Like, he gave the context, and that's the reason I was like, I told him then live on the air. I was like, I respect that opinion. I didn't like it when I first heard it.
I'm a white nationalist, and I don't give a fuck.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, she's just not a member of our tribe anymore. She chose you. Like, that's just how that works.
Well, I mean, that's totally that. Like,
well, that's how it works. That's if you love someone, you go and join them and become one. You get married. And shit.
Yeah,
that's how that works.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, it's not no skin off my back. I don't give a shit. I don't know.
I mean, my question is, what is your, by definition, what is a white nationalist? Because white people don't exist. It's a construct that was made.
What do you mean? Because if you're
where's white? If he leaves from America as a white nationalist and shows up to Britain, they're gonna say, "Get the fuck out! You're not part of our tribe."
Yeah,
you're not. We're not white. We're British.
It's a uniquely a New World thing in America, and I believe it's the Western Hemisphere. Over here, white people are a unified group, or are supposed to be, just like black people are, just like Asians are. Over here in the New World, that's how that works. If I go to Europe, I'd be going, well, I don't sound like I would go to Germany, but I have paperwork saying that I would belong in Germany.
Right. Yeah. Just like my chicks. Okay. I feel you.
I mean, if you're going to make that argument for whites, wouldn't you say the same thing for blacks here in the United States?
100%. I don't ascribe to that either.
Well, the vast majority of people that would don't. It's just an attack on white people for the sake of attacking white people.
Well, no, I mean, I don't have any attacks for white people.
Well, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm not accusing you.
I have all kinds of attacks for white people, man.
Well, no.
Well, you're not a white leftist, as far as I know.
No, I just think there's a lot of stupid white people doing a lot of stupid shit.
Well, there's a lot of stupid motherfuckers of every race.
Exactly.
Also true.
Stupid motherfuckers are responsible for the world decaying.
Right, and I agree with that. I guess what I'm getting at is my smoke isn't just solely designated for one group. It's for everybody. If you're a jackass, I'm going to point out you're a jackass.
Well, the thing about it is, like, I catch the most flack for being a white nationalist, not from black people.
Well, that's because you're
a Muslim, dude. Well, my deal is this. My question is this: as a white nationalist, like, what does that mean to you?
I mean, it just means making sure that my people are taken care of and that my tribe is not being abused. That's essentially all it is.
Okay, that's fair. But okay, so my next question is, and this is kind of like where I sit with this because I'm mixed, also. So,
what was your father?
I don't know. I've never met my biological father, but like I did my DNA to like kind of try and do my genealogy, and I am 30% mixture of like what would be considered white folks.
He got cracker in him. He got lots of cracker.
Yeah. So I mean, as an American, most of us, if you actually run your DNA, like you can't, because like I've had this argument with like somebody who's not as well spoken as you are on the black side of this, named Jay Prince, who's a fucking idiot. Yeah. And he says that he's the arbiter of who's black because of the pigmentation of his skin. Well, even though he doesn't know his genetic makeup, and I'm like, you're probably got some white in you. You're an American. Like we're all white.
They're not white no more. We're calling them crack Asians.
I have a saying that kind of sounds like an oxymoron, right? Skin color is the most important unimportant aspect of race. It is a quick indicator of what your race is. Other than that, it's all environmental.
So Muslim guy, I think that the reason people immediately go on your neck, and it's kind of, and like, it's one of those things that I've had to train myself out of because like after a certain point, you have to come out of the emotional reaction to hearing things. Because like when you initially said white nationalist, I cringed. And like I had a moment where
you should because it's been co-opted by a bunch of spurgy freaking
right.
And so like I'm not trying to use negative language.
He was basically cringing like he would if this white guy dropped the N-bomb on his channel. Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's about respect. You have to respect everyone as much as possible.
Well, and so like when you hear the word white national, when you hear the phrase "I'm a white nationalist," I am the immediate place where my brain wants to go without, because like I've talked to you before. No, exactly. I'm like, oh, you're racist, but you're not. I don't believe that you are from anything that you've said. Like nothing has come across.
I get told.
Muslim guy wears a turban and he's down with Uncle H.
I get told by another mixed guy. Right in my area, a local friend of mine, he's like, "You're the worst white nationalist I've ever met. You've only ever been violent towards white people. But we got to clean your own fucking gene pool first.
You got to clean your own gene pool, right? Exactly.
You know,
police your own first.
Hey, carry your own backyard before you start judging someone else's.
No, that's my thing. That the only reason I talk shit to you, Reckless, when I'm in chat, and I'm like, well, that's a bad take, is because I genuinely live and breathe what I preach. I try my best to anyway.
I do as well.
I don't believe in being a hypocrite, but every man. I don't believe in being a hypocrite, but every man is a hypocrite because nobody's perfect. Nobody's gonna live
facts.
Like nobody's gonna live up to the ubermensch of their. So everybody's automatically a hypocrite. The point is the journey, not the destination.
And you're putting forth the effort to expound your principles and like live those principles, which is totally fair. I respect the crap out of that. Like, I mean, all you can do is try. You're, like you said, no one's going to be perfect. So like, I respect the effort, and I respect the fact that like I said, like, it's not like I don't like you. I mean, like, we have like our back and forth or whatever. And I respect it because I'm like, okay, well, like if you're actually about it and like we're moving forward and we're moving the needle forward, because even you as a white nationalist, like you being on your square and progressing and moving forward and pushing for the changes that you guys want, right? That's progress. Like you're supposed to, that's what we're supposed to do as men. That's what we're supposed to do as citizens of this country, is to want to make things better. And I've never heard anything that you guys have said in that, because like I'll dial into your stuff. Sometimes I have to rewatch it, but like whenever you guys are live and I have an opportunity, I'll tap in and at least listen and give you guys a shout out, because I don't believe, even though I might not 100% agree with you, like we have to have some other options. Like there has to be some other options out there for how this shit can work, because at this point we're not evolving anymore. And once you stop evolving, you start dying. So we are currently as a civilization dying.
What I'm about to say, I mean absolutely no disrespect to you or anyone who believes like you, but the way that you guys, and I consider y'all libertarians or libertarian-esque, the way that you guys believe will not defeat communism. It will not defeat the left. You will you will be consumed by it. The only thing that will defeat the left is the thing they fear the most, and that is Mussolini and Uncle A.
Wow.
That is it.
Wow.
Hey, you know, they had a point.
That's why they had to manipulate the capitalists in the West to join their side.
Exactly.
Because they knew that they were going to be destroyed.
Unfortunately, he really isn't that far from the truth.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. My deal is.
Well, let me put this caveat. There was someone in the Telegram chat I was in. We're third positionist. I don't know if it's a Telegram or a YouTube. It's a third. They're like, we're third positionist. We understand giving up our rights, but we're not going to do it to this regime. Talking about the Biden administration and taking guns. First off, this fasci boy right here ain't going to fucking give his guns to anybody.
Never happened.
Like,
well, you wouldn't do a fascist lead.
No, that's where you're wrong, Casey Mill. I just said I wouldn't give them to anybody. Now, would I? Okay, fine. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, you die. So what? What do you mean?
I've said this multiple times.
I actually agree with
fear-
that.
yeah,
It
I
is
don't
better.
fear
It is better to fight and fall than to live with no.
Better
hope.
to live on your
Right.
fucking better than
Die on your feet
die
and live on your
than live
knees a slave.
Facts.
The best thing that ever could happen to me is becoming a martyr. Are you serious? I
Exactly.
wish they would drag my ass to a dirty basement. And
Look,
execute me.
Bumpkin, I don't want you.
Are you serious?
Bumpkin, you're too young. You have your whole life ahead of you. You can't go to a dirty basement.
There's not a single bad thing to me that being killed by the state does, because I'm a Christian. I know where I'm gonna go when I die. I'm not afraid. First and foremost, and if you kill me over my political beliefs, it just strengthens my brother's resolve more, and it breeds more of us. So
It does. It breeds more of us.
I don't want to die. I want to have a family and contribute to society like every normal fucking man should. But if you make it untenable, and you make it impossible, or very difficult to do so, I am perfectly okay with dying. Now, I get if you have children and you have reasons to live. I understand that. I completely get it. But eventually, they're going to come for your kids. What are you going to do if they come for your kids?
100%. Well, they're already coming for the kids.
Well, that's why
they're already doing it. It's already happening.
So, like, and the only way to beat them is black shirts in the streets. You want to beat Antifa with the black bloc? Brown shirts.
Okay. So my question is actually having fought Antifa here in Kansas City.
I've done it in Atlanta, base.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. But like, I mean, when they came here and tried to tear stuff up, we definitely stopped them at tearing our shit up.
You did that with direct action, not talking to them, right?
100%.
Yep. So brown shirts in the street. That's how you do it. That's how you have to beat them, because your politicians, those Antifa are your politicians' kids. Doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican. Those are your elite's children. They're not gonna fucking say bad. They don't discipline them anyway. They're not gonna smack them on the wrist. Like, don't you go out there terrorizing the poor people, man.
No, right.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, yeah, you can do what you want because you're the future leaders of this country. That's your right as the future leaders. So no, you have to go out there and you have to break noses.
Do you know how Mussolini sort of counteracted communism in Italy?
How?
So during his rise, the black shirts would go out, and when they found a advocate, just ferocious communist, they would make them consume castor oil until they shit themselves.
Damn.
Bruh.
Yes. He was hardcore in the
show. So that stuff really does work for constipation.
Yep.
He's like, you drink enough of it.
Yep. And keep in mind, Mussolini at one time was in with the communists. Don't get that wrong. But sorry, my camera is acting up. But
no, you're good, Bunkin. You're straight. You're fine. You don't have to come up.
But he realized very fast that that communism is not the way. That this ideology is not the way. So that's where he sort of formed. Giovanni Gentile did the philosophy behind it, and then Mussolini was kind of his mentor.
So my question for Muslim guy is like, where do you think that me specifically, because you lumped me in with everybody else? Where are you saying that my beliefs diverge outside of not implicitly agreeing with you guys on everything?
I think he's muted. He's muted.
Oh, here, I got you.
I had to step
no
away.
way he's muted.
I had to step away to get some water, so I was muted.
Oh, no. You're good, bro. You're good. I was just wondering. I wanted clarification on that because, like, I'm trying to understand because, like, basically everybody agreed with you, kind of.
Oh, okay.
I just more or less, and I'm like, okay, so we got lumped into this camp where it's like, okay.
Well, see, based on previous talks between you and Snowman, and what I know about libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism, and that is why I lump you into that. If you agree with everything I'm saying, then we can work together.
No. I mean, I kind of laid down my beliefs. I believe that as a man, period, like you should be winning at the system that we find ourselves in, which is the one that we're in. Like I'm not gonna sit here and be restrained within any system. Period.
I'm winning.
I also okay. Well, good, but that's arbitrary. I'm just gonna throw that out.
Yeah. No,
I don't believe
so.
Like,
I mean, like that's fine.
Everything the guy puts
but what
out
I'm
there,
saying is,
wait. If it's arbitrary, why should you be winning at it? If it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't function on happiness. I do what I need to do.
Yeah, well, that's what makes me happy, doing what I.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. Okay,
right.
that I can respect.
Because I own my own home. I bought my own home at 18.
Wow,
nice.
That's impressive.
Winning, dude. Yeah. That is awesome.
Yeah, and I can prove it. I have tax records and everything.
I believe you, and I'm happy for you that you made those moves, because I wish I would have done that also.
I don't like talking on the internet. I don't like that. In any capacity, but I have made many failures and many I have done many great things, and I have made many. Everything that I applied myself to, I have succeeded in. It just may have been set back, or it may have been something fucked up happened. Mm-hmm. The problem is, in this society, keeping that drive going when you fuck up, because it gets hard. It gets hard. The older you get, it gets harder.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
I'm with psychologically you. Too.
Yeah. So and like I'm happy, right? When I say I'm happy, it means my needs are met.
Yeah.
And I have everything that I strive for, except for a family, which I'm working on.
That's fucking dope. Okay, I rock with that. So, because like I was about to say, I was like, I don't think that there's that much disagreement once you fill in the context. I mean, like me personally, I like to be able to navigate how I need to navigate, but like I grew up in a police household. Like my mom ran gang squad for KCPD. I spent my time with gang squad. Their office was right next to SWAT. That's what I grew up with. My mentorship circle right now consists of a retired colonel that was Army Special Forces.
Oh, fucking A.
U.S. Army. Like, I'm just saying. I'm like, when you're talking about getting that action, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, what's your circle? Because like my circle's tight.
You want to know my circle? You want to know my circle? The exact same, but opposite. Like ex-military, but not definitely.
So I don't think we disagree on much. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't think we disagree on much. I think that there's multiple ways to go about things.
What I'm getting at is my circle's a bunch of criminals and ex-military. So,
dude, mine are criminal, cops, or military. Like,
okay.
Because I love. Okay, so we're basically in alignment on the same page.
Yeah,
similar. I'd say slight off because you have a different upbringing and a different culture.
I'm poor white trash. I grew up in an open air guerrilla training facility.
Shit.
That's just the fucking South for you, though. Like we like me and the neighborhood kids would go in the woods and build like punji traps and fucking booby traps. Like we wouldn't spike them. We wouldn't spike them. We wouldn't spike them, but we would dig the little tiger falls, and then we had bamboo patches. We'd go play airsoft with each other, and just like when we ran out of fucking BBs, like we would shoot metal BBs at each other with fucking Red Riders. We ran out of the plastic.
What the fuck?
And
those were crimes.
Hey, we did that. Hey, bro, where I grew up, we did the same thing, man. BB gun wars in the summer were something else.
No, dude, like fucking, I ran out of fucking BBs one time, and I ran up.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Murda had a question for me. He said, "What kept me from pursuing a law enforcement career? I wasn't allowed. I wasn't allowed to do that, and I wasn't allowed to be in the military. So, I'm an only child." And my mom specifically didn't want me to do that job because when she was coming out of that job, she was like, they've made it too restrictive for me to do the job. And she was like, you aren't going to be able to survive that. Like, you'll end up harming someone you work with. So, and then it was basically the same for the military. I'm very hard-headed. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, in my family, we don't get angry. We get, I'll kill you. So, like, it doesn't.
Ray, you would make it in the military.
Well.
You would
make it in the military, yeah.
The military is not what you think. That there's only one day of weird feelings and anger, and after that, you turn it into fun. Trust me.
I mean, I don't know about now, honestly. If you come in the military now, you're gonna fucking hate this shit.
If you come in the military now, you might end up at war somewhere.
I wanted to go in the military.
Listen, no, you want to go to war because you're not doing a fucking thing.
I didn't want to go to war, dog.
Bro,
not me.
My dad told me if I joined the military, he would tell him that I lied and said about having asthma. And back when I wanted to join, you couldn't have asthma and join the military.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. Well, my mom just didn't. My mom literally didn't want to risk the bloodline. She was like, "I've trained you to do everything you need to do to take care of yourself. Like, you're good here." She's like, "You're not going to learn anything new."
Here's a fun fact for you, Ray.
Go for it. Shoot.
I'm a soldier.
Nice. I know. You told me about that.
I was
you told me about that march.
Infantry soldier, dog. Ranger school, sniper school, 92 push-ups in a minute. I'm telling you, dog, a beast. I didn't want to be in a huh?
Where you stationed at?
I was stationed in Schofield Barracks in Hawaii in '88, and I stayed there till '90, and I went all over the world in just 2 years.
Shit, I'm at Bragg now, 82nd, 3rd Brigade.
I was born.
I think I trained. I think I did. No, I did airborne.
You said Ranger, then yeah, you've either been.
Yeah, but I did. I did jump somewhere else.
Okay.
Hey, I was born at Fort Campbell.
You do jumps either here, Benning, Airborne School.
Benning.
Bragg, you know.
I went to Benning for basic.
Okay.
I got to see them blow some shit up at Benning.
Yeah, I blew up some shit overseas in Thailand and the Philippines, Australia.
Mm-hmm.
I was qualified with about 12 different weapons, man. I was a monster. I never wanted to be in the service, but I knew when I got there, it doesn't matter where you put me. I'm going to try to be the best, whatever I am, there while I'm there. It doesn't matter what. I don't give a fuck if it's thumb wrestling, boxing, spelling bee. Listen, dog, I didn't want nobody to spell better than me when I was in school. I was hell bent on that.
That's because that's what strong real men do.
I don't like losing, man. I'm an athlete. I don't like losing.
But I mean,
you a mathlete. You a mathlete.
Right.
my question, like the thing that I see happening culturally here as our society is decaying is there are less men that I meet that are like us that are capable.
Yeah.
That's the issue. like that's the issue that I see, because I'm like, the world isn't changed by complacent men, and the world isn't really changed by civil men. It's like literally the uncivil men that are like, I'm not going to accept this, that actually find that line.
Exactly.
And like, we're finding lines now, but like the issue is the men aren't in existence. I pulled up.
The reason that's happening is the men who are uncivil, right, in society. The men who are uncivil, a lot of them are unintelligent. Those who are unintelligent,
or actually, Muslim home. Let me retract that. It's not uncivil. It's disagreeable. It's disagreeable men that change things. I'm sorry.
Disagreeable men, whatever you want to call it. About 50% of all people are stupid, right?
No, man.
Right. I'll agree with you. I can agree with you.
I'll give you that too. I'll give you that.
So when you take 50% of the disagreeable men, right? They're stupid.
Right.
Then you have all the cowards and all the complacency, right? You're outnumbered. And then you have in America, in the West, you have this belief in individuality. If I can stand the tide alone, no, you wind up getting eroded like the cliffs. Then, because you're already outnumbered and you're not working together, disagreeable men, one by one, start to fall and be destroyed. And that creates a feedback loop where there's less and less and less and less. See, the thing is, I don't care about being number one as long as my team wins. I'm fine with history not knowing who I am, as long as the people I roll with, the group name, is echoed throughout history. That's the thing. The thing is sacrifice and duty. That's the thing. And that's what a lot of men in these day and ages don't understand. I would die for anybody I call my friend, because I'm very selective on who I call my friend.
Exactly. And I think a lot of these men are, let's face it, not that intelligent, but a lot of them also lack a purpose and lack a greater society, or lack a brotherhood or a fraternity or literally anything that they can link themselves to and drive and have purpose to. It's like they're just fumbling through life with no actual purpose. So when you grant these men like a greater purpose above themselves, you will see a lot of these men that will absolutely be 120% foot soldiers just to be a part of something. And this is where a lot of the left has prospered, is because these mentally ill kids, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of these people are mentally ill. They'll groom them from a young age in high school and stuff like that, and they'll give them a greater purpose, a greater cause, and then they'll push them out there, the Antifa types. I'm not saying we should groom kids, but I'm saying there's a lot of young men that will have not adapted to that at all, and they're just swimming in a sea of just degeneracy. And if you give them a better purpose and a greater purpose, they will follow you. There's no doubt about that.
That was actually very well said. I like that thought. The thing that the problem that we'll run into though is when that time comes, getting ready versus being ready are two totally different things. So you can throw a guy who's just been out there floundering, been raised as a defective girl, has a defective girl's body, and then you go, we're going to war, and he's like, hey, I'm up for the cause, but it's just like, now you are just not built for this shit.
Like, baptism by fire. You never know someone's true metal till they're thrown in the forge.
I can give you that. I'm just, oh man, I don't know.
The thing is, how do you get ready? How do you earn experience? By doing.
True.
The thing is, you take.
But you're telling. Wait a second. So for those of you who have been in the military, you're telling me that like you could just show up if you're already not in shape and just go straight to war. No training, your body's built like shit, like you're weak, you're physically weak, and you're saying that you can go from that to war ready in a matter of days. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, we're not like I see articles that say like going to the gym is white supremacy if you're white. Like, I'm seeing it. Like shit's wild. Like there's people who are running around. You're 100% right. They're running around aimless. They're running around aimless and weak. Like that's kind of where my angle on that is. I'm like, cool. We can get these guys brought back around, and like when the time comes, like obviously it's going to be pick a side. Like it's like, hey, shit's hitting the fan. Stuff's bad. But
the thing is, since we use military as an analogy, you don't deploy every available man to the front line at once. You rotate out, and then you continuously train more and more men to go with them. You send about 2/3, let 1/3 train who needs to be ready, then you rotate those men out. Because even people who are good fighters and who are extremely healthy and extremely fit need a rest and relaxation.
Yep. Yes.
So So the survivors of the conflict, you rotate them out. The men who've been in the military, if I'm wrong, let me know.
Hold on, we watch YouTube. I agree with you. Hold on, she had a good time. The time has come. I mean, you have channels like New Frontier where they're doing their thing over there, and like I rock with it. Like I definitely think that those voices need to be heard. There's a lot of different angles at this, but like there has to be some solutions and there has to be some men of action. And I'm appreciative that these guys exist, even though I argue with them. Like I can argue with somebody and disagree with you, and I can still respect you as men. I can still respect your opinion. You guys are young. You have a lot of energy. Like I respect the hell out of it. And it's like a bunch of different flavors of things going on over there. Like it's a good group where you're getting a lot of different contexts, and you guys don't all have the exact same opinions either. So, I mean, I can argue with somebody and think that they totally need to be a voice. Like me and Daryl Long stopped in a little bit ago. I rock with that dude, and me and him argue about everything.
That's my favorite thing.
We set our egos aside to form a collective.
You have to.
We have a goal that we want to pursue, and we're going to pursue it dogmatically until we like exactly. we have different beliefs, different
Bro, B-Rad's a dick.
I mean, he can
dude,
try.
I rock with B-Rad though. B-Rad is the shit.
He can try.
That's hilarious.
Listen, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, this entire YouTube sphere, it's not going to matter at the end of the day. Sadly, it's awesome 100%. It's awesome to be up here talking.
That's not necessarily true though, Bumpkin. You don't know what's going to happen or what the future of this is going to be.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying that it's going to be. I'm saying that it's
history.
Yeah, we've seen it right, exactly. So yeah, you can gauge a prediction. You can make a prediction on what's going to happen based on the historical facts.
The media and propaganda and libraries and newspapers. When shit hits the fan and when comes time to change and people are hungry, that shit's not going to matter. The entertainment, the bread and circuses are eventually going to run out.
Look, the reason why I say that is because I firmly, in my heart of hearts, I really honestly believe that the last thing anybody expected when they did the 2020 lockdowns and whatnot was for people like us to get on YouTube and actually start having discussions like we have. I think that was something that took them. It was unexpected and it took them by storm.
I think you're wrong by that, because in 2016 people were doing that. They had a better censorship apparatus, and they had all herded everybody into their own little fucking micro groups, and it really didn't do anything because
that was a small choice group of people. I mean, if you think of the amount of people that were on YouTube pre-2020 and the amount of people on YouTube post-2020, that's a massive influx of people that have actually started engaging with other people.
Yeah, but they've also ever since, and this started in 2016, so you're already 4 years behind. They've started taking down opposing views to the system. Like the people, there may be 10, 20, 30 million on that view, right, on YouTube now, because but they're not allowed to see, because the algorithm, they're not allowed to see the things that you're seeing.
Exactly.
You've been on YouTube longer than that. You have a pre-algorithm. You have a pre-current algorithm set.
Actually, I wasn't on YouTube until after 2020. All my engagement was always on Facebook. Now, what you're talking about that you saw in 2016, that's what I was seeing on Facebook in 2016.
Well, my point still stands regardless of the social media, right? Because when you have new people coming in, unless you meet somebody on Facebook and you're able to come over from Facebook or another social media, when you have new people come in, they get this new algorithm that's pushing degeneracy, pushing fucking regular old politics, Democrats and Republicans. It's not pushing. It's not even pushing. It's not even allowing them to see alternative viewpoints. Right? They're being showed sports ball, twerking, fucking whatever the popular song of the day is, whatever TV show is popular.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Well, yeah, they're that's what they're engaged. That's what the vast majority of people in America.
But the thing is most people, you're capable of changing whatever algorithm you have. I've done it. I mean, I literally have 2 separate algorithms on multiple platforms. You know, I got one that's left leaning, one that's right leaning. Why do you think I'm the way I am now? Because I realize both sides are doing the same damn thing to people.
Well, it's because the algorithms at the end of the day push you to the same shit.
Exactly.
No, he's saying that he has 2 different algorithms where he's seeing 2 different sets of information and things.
All leading to
and it leads you to the same thing. That's what I just said.
Oh,
okay. Because the reason, and this, I caught a lot of shit before I met New Frontier, like a day before, because I called a conservative veteran woman a liberal, and her group of friends got really mad at me. And I'm like, okay, well, for one, all women typically vote on emotion, like go by emotion. If you don't, you're an outlier and not mentally ill, but like mentally broken. That's how nature works. You typically go towards feelings, emotion. If you're a woman,
hold on,
it's a fact.
Snowman, you better give Nunya her wrench or she's going to kill you.
Dude, she's had a wrench since the first time she came to my channel. You know what? She's fucking delusional.
I don't know what she's talking about. I'm just saying, like, I just caught up on the chat.
Dude, she's mad because I made her give me $3 million in order for her to get her wrench.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on. Murda has another question. Reese, was the neighborhood cops more like able back in your teenage years than they are now in days?
Yeah, they were more involved. There wasn't that rivalry between hood niggas and cops back in the day where we were cussing each other. That didn't start until the late 80s. The late 80s. Back in the day, the cops would be on the corner. You go play with them, go jump on their arms, and they hold you in the air, that kind of shit. You know, there were, as a matter of fact, the whole community was more. There was more unity and less fear. Like, we didn't even lock our doors, dog. You could walk right into your neighbor's house and, hey, come on in. None of that.
Green Lord must have looked at that nugget porn.
Oh, shit.
Bruh. No, don't look at
it. He said, what the hell? You got the option to pay for your wrench? He made me look at some pics. I had to bleach my eyes when I got my wrench.
that was the one night that
we was all on together.
Porn. That shouldn't be legal, man. Nugget porn should be a crime.
No porn should be legal, but you know what?
Right.
It's all haram. It's all haram. Matter of fact, I'm starting my new website, haram.com. It's going to be great.
It is haram.
Hey, don't go look up nugget porn, though. I mean, go look up nugget porn.
Don't do it.
Do that.
I'm gonna say
there go your subscribers.
like, bro, be like next week, no people are watching this shit.
Everybody who Snowman tricks into watching nugget porn should have a class action lawsuit and sue him.
Be like, are your eyes okay?
Hey, you know what? You might as well
on
get
May
in line
11th at 10:14 p.m. You may be entitled to some fun.
Mesothelioma of the eyes.
You're going to have to get in line with everyone else I owe money to, man, and that's a long line.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Georgia Swan said she agrees with New Frontier on so many issues, and you know what? There's definitely some crossovers. I definitely think that from a party perspective, if you guys get a party started, I would be interested to see who you guys are putting forth as politicians. You guys do have some good ideas. You guys have a lot of energy. You're young, and this is the thing, you can't discredit the youth because even though I don't necessarily agree with your ideas allow me to move faster amongst my peer group. And I think that the thing that I would say to you is don't necessarily discredit the stuff that the old heads are talking either, because knowledge will make you move faster amongst your peer group.
It's more so the
there's a
denialism with that. What was the one guy we had come on all the time? Be brave. It's the corporations, man. Do nothing. That's what we go against. And then with the kids, with nothing really matters, bro. Don't care. That's what we're trying to get.
The sophistry with the boomers and the nihilism with the Gen Z.
Exactly. Yeah. That's
and I'm Gen Z. I'm not a nihilist at all. Some people call me too optimistic, but the way New Frontier is going right now is boots on the ground activity.
Thank you, B-Rad. We appreciate
working in the communities, working with the people, direct conversations with the everyday average people, because no one cares about this, esoteric bullshit about the right, left, and the Democrats said that today. No one cares about. They care about
all-white Hyperborean ethno state.
They care about what's in your wallet. How much you're going to pay for health care.
Yep.
What are they going to get when they go to the grocery store? That's what matters.
Absolutely.
Not this bullshit you see on Fox News. Or, here's what this politician said. Who fucking cares?
The people demand action, and it's time they get what they demand.
Exactly.
I always put it like this: where the state fails, if you're able-bodied and you can collectivize, you should make up as much as possible where the state fails, right?
Wherever the state does not exist, you must exist.
You must be. That's how you carve out your own demographics. That's how the left has won all these years. That's how they do it.
Hold on. Take it as this. This is the thing that the right, that people on the right and all these other people, they don't understand. They think, we put one guy in, it's going to change. Everything's going to. It doesn't work that way anymore. You got to have a strong collective.
I was going to say,
it was never supposed
to that way.
You got to have. The thing is, you're right. The thing is that they've made it seem that way. That it's one person. That's how you change. No. You've got to have a strong, good, solid group of people that are willing and committed, no matter the consequences, no matter the struggle, to win. And this male monkey said, but they're literally fascists. See, this is always, you always got to put labels and this dumb, these small labels. I don't know if this is one of your usual viewers. No disrespect to you. No.
Well, no, I want you to elaborate. That's the reason I put the comment up, because I knew he was going to see it. So go ahead.
And say that, they're fascists. It's always trying to shut down the conversation. Well, they're fascists, so don't listen to them. I could sit here and talk about how I want to cure cancer and I have a cure for cancer and I'm going to, get rid of cancer. And then someone will say, well, but they're fascists. So does that now should we stop talking about the cure because his politics is wrong? I don't agree. Get out of that. If you have people, listen, I talk to communists. I've spent a lot of time talking to white nationalists. I spent a lot of time talking to a lot of people. There's some things I may disagree on. There's some things I agree on. If someone's got something good for you, and this is even in the world of business, somebody's got some. Someone comes to you and says, "Hey, I know a great way of making money, and let me show you." Are you going to ignore it? You're going to take it. Even if you may disagree with him, even if you look at him and say, I don't really like this guy, but if he's got a good way and he proves it and shows that, hey, this is a proper way of making more money and getting you something, you're going to take it either way. So when it comes to these people, it's like, but they're fascists. Oh my God, get out of here.
Hold on, Andre's got a question for you, Andre.
They're fascists.
Andre, he said, what's your ultimate goal socially within the next few years?
Socially. So like, are you? When you ask that question, because really my main focus is anything political. And that's where I'm going to be. New Frontiers where I'm at. This is what I'm working with. And I'm glad Bumpkin has brought me on. I love doing this. I'm always going to be in the realm of politics, talking to people, action. That's my life's purpose. But, in the next few years, I wouldn't say expect anything too big, nothing like the Senate or anything. That's the ultimate plan. Mm-hmm. But, pushing New Frontier forward, getting us where we need to be. That's where I see myself.
Does anyone know Tier, who's in the back?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Hey, Tier, can you cam up and give me a peace sign real quick? Make sure you're a real person. So I know the New Frontier guys, they be bringing the dick people with.
No, that is not.
People
us.
do not like y'all.
No, they can hate all they bitch ass motherfuckers just hating this shit. Fuck.
If they want to come up here and hate, they can come up here.
Because look, I've been doing this almost a year. Ain't nobody trying to put their dick on here until y'all showed up. I'm just saying. Don't you put that on me, Ray.
Don't you put that on us. It's not our fault. It's not
now the name changed to Pax Romano.
Up till now, this has been a clean show.
Pax Romano.
Shit, that's Marcel.
Yeah,
that's Marcel. Marcel, you better not act up, Marcel. I swear, Marcel.
Okay, Marcel, you keep.
I've talked to him before. I've talked to him before over on your guys' channel with Andre.
Yes.
Marcel, I just checked my Telegram. You spam me with all these music links. But go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt.
What's going on?
All right, what's up, bro? Are go for. No, I'm just kidding.
You are goddamn.
You are go for a dick bomb. Go.
I would say, like, what happened? Be like, bro, like they all drop off except for him. He whips his dick out, and they're like, "Don't fuck with us." Like, leave. Like, bro, I really hate y'all.
Literally hovering while I look after.
Where's Snowman go?
So, real quick,
I want it all for the ride.
Go ahead.
I have zero familiarity with New Frontier, so somebody tell me what the stated goal of New Frontier is.
The stated goal of New Frontier is to be a political and social revolution in the United States. That is the far absolute goal, right?
That was super nebulous. I mean, like clear specifics.
You asked, and that was very specific.
It was not.
I'll put it in this way: operating in local communities, food drives, helping out the homeless, trying to build. If you ever heard of the group Casa Pound in Italy, you call them what they are, call them what you want. I don't care. But what they've done over the past 20, 30 years, they've done an extensive amount of work of helping people out in their country in need, people who are out of work, doing as much as they possibly can to help out their fellow citizens. That's exactly what we want to do here in the United States. We may have certain programs and certain institutions and certain, organizations that may do that, but their entire aim, and given the system we live in, is of course going to be for profit. We're not looking for profit. Mm-hmm. We're looking for the betterment of our people, the continuation of our way of life, the existence and the future for our children. That's what we're looking for. That's what we need. Not, another dime a dollar. I would like to make another dime a dollar, but my main goal and our main goal and New Frontier's main goal is the betterment of our nation, our people first and foremost.
Now, given what you just said and what you said a little bit earlier, how does that differ from like OG Federalists?
How does it
doesn't at all? It doesn't at all. You can call us. I mean, listen.
Inspired by Federalists.
We're inspired by Federalists just as much as we're inspired by other people. It's like the thing that I would add into this, that I'm just saying as an outsider looking in, is I don't see that as a bad thing. That's a net positive for society. So you got my support. I don't see that as a net negative. You guys aren't. And this is the thing that we're not looking at. Like, there's so many movements where they're just blatantly evil. If all you're doing is tearing stuff down, it is evil. When we look at what they're doing with pushing the agendas that they're pushing in our schools and on children, it is evil. They want to destroy the nuclear family. Why? That is a net negative for everyone. It is evil.
I know benefit.
There's no benefit for anybody. They're like, we just want to create carnage and anarchy.
There is no benefit. They want to destroy the fabric of society so that they can rebuild it in their image. That's the benefit.
Exactly. Yeah,
they get the chaos to build
ruthless.
That's how communistic and nihilistic revolutions work. They destroy society Have you ever looked up the definition of nihilism? Google it real quick. Just
How
do
you
it
spell
for
it? How do you spell it?
The Russian nihilism.
me.
Never heard of it.
NIAHLISM, I think.
And I got it. The definition of nihilism is the rejection of all religious and moral principles and the belief that life is meaningless.
Keep going. Keep going. There's a second definition.
Hold on. Let me see more. Hold up a second.
It has to do with a certain nation. In
Mayo
Europe.
says ask them their policies to get there.
Well, see, the thing is with New Frontier is that when you ask about policies, right, you're looking at it as, well, we're a political party and we're going to be running for candidate. No, that's not how it starts. Like I said, you have to work within these communities, operating and trying to, better the people.
You're talking about grassroots.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I got more for nihilism.
Now, if you want to talk about, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead and finish, Andre. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
If you want to sit here and talk policies, we can get into our views, because we do have we all do have views on foreign policy, on immigration. It's a bunch of stuff. You can go down that list and we can give it to you. But it's not we have a set amount of policies that we're running on, and this year we're going to win on it. Like that's not how it works. It works with a grassroots collective that has a strong relationship with the people. That's how you win in today's politics.
Let me interject something real quick. I know Mayo's just doing this to obfuscate. What are your policies? Like, how would you fix the problems? Because I love how when people talk about wanting change, the first thing is, well, why would you do that? They're fascist, and it's a bunch of obfuscation. So what would you do to fix the problem, or would you just want more of the fucking same?
Yeah, I guess he doesn't like the word collective.
well, my thing is this: if we already have, because like Mayo's a Midwestern gentleman, like I am, so
I'm also in the Midwest.
Oh, nice! Hey, what's up, buddy? But if you promise not, dude, see, so you got Bumpkin, you should make a trip down and come meet my mom.
Where at?
Hey, Sugar Bum got a break from a street corner.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
I'm all the way from North Dakota.
Shit, I have a friend that believes the same as Bumpkin and I and Andre, who lives like in. Which side of the river are you on?
Missouri. I'm literally on the Kansas side, but I'm right outside of downtown.
Because my friend is from Missouri. Like I've met a lot of people. I'm supposed to go visit and hang out with him soon.
Quick question, y'all. Has anybody heard the latest out of Philly? So
no.
Listen, y'all. A sister helped 2 convicted killers escape from prison. They haven't found these cats yet. One of them has murdered 4 people already.
Ooh.
Oh Jesus! What's good, Sugar Bum? Sugar Bum's in the house.
Yeah, her pimp let her take a break from the corner.
Hey, you be nice to my troll. She came in on good behavior tonight.
That is a almost a 13-hour drive for me.
Oh Jesus!
From Sugar Bum's corner.
Well, like I'm in North Dakota.
Sugar Bum.
Oh, okay. God, I keep forgetting how far north you could possibly be. Like it's cold there still.
I did a job in North Dakota last year.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm in
part.
Fucking Detroit Lakes.
Oh, yeah. That's a while away from me. I'm in like the Grand Forks area. I'm like right on the border of Minnesota and North Dakota.
So what I was going to say to Mayo's point is, regardless of how you guys want to frame yourselves, if Muslim guy came in and was like, I'm a white nationalist, I want to do programs to help Americans, and we're going to help as many citizens as we can, I would not care that a white nationalist was helping American citizens. I would not care that whatever label you want to put on them, and like, God dang it, I hate having to get on soapboxes and defend every fucking body, but people want to say stuff without context. I'm like, they're not trying to do anything bad. Like
they're a bunch of snitches up here on this panel,
dude.
That's why I hate with these people. They're like, well, you have these labels. It's like,
hold on,
kill anyone. Go ahead.
Hold on, Mayo. He said notice they won't talk policies. Mayo, this is
Don't you have to be able to get elected before you can even talk policy?
Yes. We're not even talking about running for politics yet. We're talking about creating a grassroots movement.
If you want to know, yeah, go ahead.
Political revolution, but cultural comes first, and carving out your own demographics across the United States is not an easy task, Mayo. It's not going to happen in a year. It's not going to happen in 5 years, probably. It's a long, tedious process.
It's not like you go to sleep and wake up.
I wouldn't fuck you with Ray's dick. I'm sorry.
but I would fuck you with Snowman's dick and Ray pushing.
That's fucked up, dude.
Bro, you getting them powers?
Why do I gotta be the one that catches the herpes?
What the fuck just happened?
Bro, they're
I'm trying to figure out.
Snowman
what happened to the show?
Snowman and Sugar Bum, bro. Like she done took it all. See, this is the energy, man. I got
what,
the
trailer
best
park
role.
I own? Dude, I own a trailer park, Sugar Bum.
I need a trailer.
If you ain't careful, you may end up in that trailer park someday, and I'm going to tell you no because we don't like hoes there.
Oh, gee. What are you talking about? They love hoes in trailer parks.
You are motherfucking lie.
Yo, trying to
hoes in a trailer park and on a city block.
Hey, well, I'm trying to start a respectable trailer park community, please.
Shit.
Oh my.
I know that's hard to believe, but
that's
you know
like
what?
trying to start a black clan.
Hey, dude, I know it's hard to believe, but we're doing it grassroots. You got to start somewhere.
Oh my god.
You don't have to start anywhere because Be Brave lives in the safest trailer park in the United States.
Fuck Be Brave.
We just need to go find him. We just need to go find him.
Be Brave is probably Sugar Bum's pimp.
You have a better chance of riding a pig through a mosque
than finding Be Brave's trailer.
Just hear him screaming somewhere. Just gotta listen to the sounds of him talking about
Facts.
the corporations. The corporations, it's a psyop, and you'll find them easy,
bro. And the blacks, they're all criminals. Every last one of them. You're like, I've never seen a white person commit a crime ever.
And I got on over about that.
I can't get over how Mayo just listens to he just listens to what's the term?
The buzzwords.
Buzzwords, yeah. He just listens to buzzwords.
We're talking about Mayo. Are y'all giving
I mean, I listen to REC.
Well,
I'm gonna be honest with you. You know why I call it a cultural revolution? You wanna know why? I could use a different frame, right? It'd be better to use a frame. But the United States culture right now is liberalism.
No. This is not. I have to interrupt. I have to interrupt here. This is bullshit boomerism that's going on. Oh no, the communists said something, so that's forever what it is. But I hate communists, but I'm gonna hang on every fucking word they say. If they say cultural revolution bad. Oh, never mind that we're trying to have a cultural revolution against communism.
I just want to point out that my nails and my hair are real. They're mine. They didn't belong to anyone else before me.
Answer the first. He's making demands. Answer the first question. The fuck are you, Keanu Reeves now? Like,
you can't handle the truth.
I'd rather ask. Where was it? Murder.
I think.
Oh yeah, here.
I think I've answered the questions pretty well here.
Do you think the next president should be built on popularity for influential purposes, or more solution based in hopes that society matures?
Oh, you already know I got an answer for that.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
So I think we talked about that. The presidency, honestly, when we look at it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. What I advocate for, and this isn't the view of New Frontier. This is on my own personal view, how I view it. Just looking at the Constitution and how I feel would be best for the nation. I truly believe we should go back to pre-FDR rules of if the people feel a leader is strong enough to lead the nation, especially in times of crisis or in times when there is no crisis. If the people feel that this is a strong leader, he's bringing good policies, he's bringing good results for the nation and for our people, then he should continue to be the leader throughout the duration of his tenure. And I would say he should not be reelected no more than twice, but he can stay in the power as long as he needs to. With having the House and the Senate doing its job with checks and balances, making sure this administration is properly, and then you have the Supreme Court making sure that the Constitution is interpreted is the way it should, making sure that nothing's illegal going on, making sure there's a constant flow back and forth. And you really, this is a kind of a view where we don't want the two parties that we have now, because it's a game back and forth. The two parties, they have this this disguise as they're two, but really they're one system. Giving you this illusion of choice when you really don't have a choice at all. But the president, whoever the president is, I think it should be young. I think it should be someone with experience. I don't mind someone that's old. I don't want them to be old and frail, and we got to, carry them up the damn stairs, or give them, make sure they got a handler nearby, and they're gonna fall over like we have now. But someone strong, someone competent, someone that is, who can stand against any damn thing. No man's invincible, but we don't have leaders like we used to anymore. We don't have strong men of action anymore in these positions of power. That goes from the presidency all the way down to your goddamn local level. Your damn garbage man
the local level is more important than the federal level because that's what affects you directly.
Exactly.
But people care more about federal elections for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Because that's the big show. It's the big show makes the most money. Local, no one gives a damn about local because there's no show there. You turn on at 4 o'clock and there's, oh my God, so such and such one, and you turn it off. But you'll sit here and talk about the president for 10 years straight. And then as they've been doing, talking about Donald Trump for, forever. And this man's not even the damn president anymore.
The problem, when they do care about their local election, when they drive their car into an entire pothole, that's when they care about their local election. Like even then they just grumble.
Even then they just grumble about it. They don't actually do anything. They don't actually go out there and bitch at their fucking their local their local. I don't know. It's different from each fucking.
I don't know about y'all, but I want Trump back. I want $2 gas again. I want to have another car.
I don't. I think Trump was a grifter. I
don't think he was a grifter, but I still want $2 gas back.
I want chaos back too. Trump brings chaos. I love chaos.
I agree with that, and that would be the only reason why I want him back now. No, for anything else.
What about Bobby Kennedy?
Bobby Kennedy is I mean, the thing
Bobby
is
they have a run of bad luck. I don't think Kennedy would.
I mean, hold on.
I'm voting for Andre.
Thank you. That right there, we get Kennedy in office, we got some shit. Cause I mean, someone's getting shot. Like, I would expect in the modern world, I would think in the modern, this century, I would expect a lot more shootings and assassinations, but I'm calm the shit down.
Andre, you know who I'm voting for? I'm voting for Ketcher Freeman.
Ketcher Freeman.
I'm voting for Kanye West.
Uncle Ruckus.
Bruh.
I would about 3 months ago, I would have voted for Kanye West, but now, no.
No, I'm not. I always thought Kanye West.
I want chaos.
I will not vote for post 21 Jump Street Kanye.
From Philly, he likes and being from Armor, he likes chaos. He likes
yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Chaos is like oxygen to me.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm voting for whoever's going to set the most
like
stuff
a
on
true
fire.
star major right there.
Yeah,
let me give a disclaimer though, yo. Let me explain why I like chaos, right? Mm-hmm. So if everyone in the world will listen to me, everything will be just fine. And you're not going to. So fuck you. I want to see as much calamity and carnage as possible. And that's the only way to clean things up. That's what people are afraid to say. The real truth is
you're an accelerationist.
Something really drastic has to happen in order to clean things up. Because everybody has a program that will work. I've listened to 100 people describe something that would work for society, and it would. The only thing is, it would take too fucking long. I'm 53. I want perfection tomorrow. And the only way that's going to happen is complete carnage and lawlessness for like a year.
Yes.
So hold on, I want to.
Yeah, I
want to address his comment that he just made. He said, "Beware of those telling you what they want for you without telling you how they will do it." Good day. So Mayo, this is the thing. First of all, they don't have any political power right now. That's the first thing. The second thing is it's a grassroots movement. The third thing is these young men have time. I don't believe that every one of them is going to exist in a complete vacuum from point A of their lives to the end of their lives. They are still growing. They are still experiencing things. They are still formulating what they're doing. No party just spun up and went, yep, we're exactly this. And then we're exactly that when it ended, bro. Like, people's opinions, their beliefs, and their ideals grow with them. And I think that the fact that they want to do something at their age is something that we should be commending and not trying to strike down. Like, let these kids, they're inheriting the mess that your generation spilled onto my generation, that spilled onto their generation. Now, how they choose to fix it is on them because we're not going to be here for it, most of us.
Yep.
So they need to start figuring out how to come up with solutions. And like my only pushback for you, Mayo, is I don't think that we should be cutting the legs under the next generation from our viewpoint.
Why don't he get up here? And
we
talk
should
to
give
us?
them a chance. Like they're going to bump their heads, they're going to fail on their own, and they're going to change their opinions.
Exactly.
But they should get to try. They should get to try.
Why don't he get up here and talk to us?
Yeah,
he normally does.
He usually does when it's snowmans, but I haven't talked to him in forever.
He's jumped on my panels before, but like, I mean, I just don't like, I don't believe in cutting the legs out from under people that are trying to do something. I'm like, you guys are talking about setting up some programs and doing some grassroots stuff. Go out there and put some boots on the ground. You know, like Snowman, he's put boots on the ground. When Mike Rage comes up here, he's done a bunch for this country from that standpoint. A bunch. So is Snowman. Like they put boots on the ground, and their experience on what they experience doing that, you guys might want to glean into some of those things, because what you guys are doing does have merit. And I believe that there could be an outcome. The issue is what happened with Mike, and Snowman can attest to this, is like those movements get infiltrated and then they set you up and then they arrest you or kill you.
Every time.
And both of them have direct experience in exactly how that's happened. And that's something that might be of value to you young gentlemen, that you might want to tap in with the right people, which is why I set my platform up the way that it is. I know that me personally, I'm not important. I'm a little bit crazy. I'm kind of entertaining and I spaz out. But what I am good at is making spaces for people to link to people that they might need. And I think that you gentlemen might need some of the game that some of these older cats, specifically Mike Rage, who's not here tonight, but he does frequent this panel, and Snowman have, because they've also been boots on the ground in a very high capacity and have experienced exactly what happens when a movement is infiltrated and then set up from the inside.
It's very noticeable for the most part.
Yeah,
Not always.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was about to say, I was like, you might want to talk to some of these older cats, because Mike Rage is the one who set up the 3%ers. So
he's the one that set them up.
He's responsible for starting a very good majority of the 3% movements across the country.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might want to check your phrasing on that, because it's
check your phrasing, because it sounded like you were telling me that he's the one that infiltrated them. That's what it sounded like.
No. Oh, no. He started a bunch of the chapters.
He started it. Awesome.
Yes.
So here's the problem. Okay, there's no problem with that. I understand that infiltration of groups are a massive thing. We all know it happens. Consecutively happens, right? One thing about that is I'm a complete dictator when it comes to New Frontier. There's no in or out.
You're a dick who likes taters. We get
it. That's why I'm a dictator, not a tyrant, right? I'm fair. Ask anyone in New Frontier. I'm very fair.
I don't
I'm not a dictatorship. I like
he gives me sleeps, he gives me eats, I get a little bit of whoopings every now and again.
As long as
oh my god, damn, you got Toby falling in line.
Master got me working.
Oh
god! Oh my god!
But here's the thing. But
does he give you more than chicken necks and chitlins?
No, chitlins and water only.
Chitlins and water. Yeah, no milk either. They're hot chitlins, dude. No milk.
But go ahead.
Anyways, it would be almost how we got it set up right now. It would be very, 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 very difficult for someone to infiltrate, because they'd have to get into the high ranking members, and that's near impossible. Or even if they got into our main chat, they're gonna, if it's a federal agent, they're not gonna find anything illegal, and they're not gonna be able to guide the group in any illegal direction. The only way I could possibly see it happening is a federal agent somehow getting into our main chat, and then somehow hosting a coup, getting me out of the picture, and then gaining power. That's the only way.
So my question is this. This is what I look at, and from my perspective, because I'm looking at you, decade down the road, you guys been putting boots on the ground. You're doing a good job. You're helping people. A lot of people are picking up on this. You're getting a lot of support. A lot of people are following you. The three of you that are sitting here are all very pivotal parts within this organization that now has 400,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's spread out. Now there are more people. Now they're like, that's what I'm looking at. Like when you get to 50,000 people, that's when you're going to start, at least in my ideal. If you get to the point where they're like, hey, these movements are happening, you guys get a little bit of buzz, and I believe that you're going to do this. And this is the reason that I'm putting it to you in this way. Like I'm not going to be the person who speaks death into people that are trying. So I'm going to speak the life into you that I see for you guys. As soon as you hit about 50,000 people, you're going to start getting a lot more. I mean, on the road to that, you're going to get noticed. You're getting noticed now, right?
Yeah.
Now, once you get to that point, it's not when you've got 10 guys that they're going to worry about you. Because like right now, they don't care what you say. They don't care what you're doing. It's 5 guys, or it's how I'm not trying to, I don't know how many people you guys have in your Telegram or how big your group is. But what I'm saying is like, when you're starting out, that's not when you're a threat. And our government is a reactionary government. They're going to go, oh, this movement's got 50,000 people and they're showing up and they're actually like making some noise. Hey, bro, call them.
Crank them, John.
Yeah, that's what, like, send them in. Like, send them in then. So what I'm saying is like right now, 100%, nobody's infiltrating because you can see everything. My thought, the question that I would have for you, and the thing that I think Mike and probably Snowman could pour into you on, because I don't have the answers, is what happens when there's 5,000 people that you're responsible for? What happens at 10,000 people? What happens every step of the way on the road to be able to keep? Because somebody who's had a group that they started, infiltrated, and disseminated, like Mike has a charge from January 6th and he didn't show up. He wasn't even there.
May I answer this question?
Yes, sir.
The FBI come after me because of the Michigan thing.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, this is where organizations and political beliefs like ours thrive, right? Because instead of being a bunch of spurgy idiots that are chaotic and doing their own thing, we have an organized goal and we speak to each other every day, right? When you have a sturdy hierarchy, you don't allow people to do things that would harm the organization, and that automatically is a deterrent for infiltration. But the federal government infiltrates everything from Sunday schools to militias. So
right.
You guys are 100% right, and I personally wouldn't mind listening to them or speaking to them about it, so we know their methods. But when you have a hierarchical fascistic system like we have, right? Because people say we're fascists, right? So let's just embrace it. If you have a hierarchical system, which honestly isn't fascist, it's traditionalist, it makes it impossible to have infiltrators do anything. Okay? Because they can't do anything without going up through each ranking system. Right? So the way it would work in a hierarchy, right, is whoever's under Bumpkin would have guys under them, who would then have guys under them, who would then have guys under them, all the way to the bottom. Somewhere along that chain, before it got to somewhere where somebody could do something stupid, it would have been found out in a truly hierarchical system. Because this is again goes to my thing about libertarianism. Like, right, when you have this individuality, you give people a certain autonomy to do things in your organization's name. We're not going to do that. That's stupid. That's how you get done. If I'm wrong, Bumpkin and Andre can say, "Hey, he's wrong," but that's how you get infiltrated. That's how you get things done in your name, and fuck shit happens.
No, it's straight top to bottom. If I say, you know, in this area of the United States, let's say Midwest, just use Midwest. If I say all Midwest chapters are going to host food drives across the Midwest on this date, and I'll give a 3-month time, and I'll tell that to my next advisor, and then my next advisor will carry it down the line, organize it, and it will be carried out. And also when the federal government tries to infiltrate your group, the first thing they look for is illegal activity. Right, we are not committing illegal activity in any capacity whatsoever.
So-
we're not even going as far as not paying taxes. Okay, we pay our taxes.
So
But if
pay
they
me
can't
well.
find it, they'll just do it.
So
Yeah,
what I
that's
was gonna
another
say
thing.
was the one thing that I would say, and I'm gonna speak, and then Snowman's probably gonna interrupt me because it's actually his story to tell. But like from what he told me about the group that he was a part of, when they set that group up, the person who was in charge of setting that group up was the feds. He had infiltrated the group and started a chapter. And then all the things that followed that whole
Well, no, the guy that infiltrated the group was a Fed informant.
Okay, gotcha. There we go.
He was hired by the feds. He was a convicted pedophile, is what he was. That's the wild thing about it, is the guy was a convicted child predator. He ended up getting a 15-year-old girl pregnant. And
What the fuck?
Seriously, and had his wife that he lived with now was raising the daughter of the girl he got pregnant. So he's a convicted pedophile. Plus, he had multiple gun spec charges on his record. And this is who the FBI thought was the best person to hire to be an informant. They gave this guy an unlimited supply of money, like had a federal FBI credit card to where he could go and take people out on dinners, on excursions. He was renting hotel rooms for 20, 30, 40 different guys at a time. He was paying for dinners that cost thousands of dollars a pop. All right. And look, this guy, what he was doing is he was going around and he was getting people like myself. He had this group. He was starting a new militia group. It was called the 3% Patriots. All right. And they were supposed to be nationwide. There was supposed to be a chapter in every state. And what he was doing is he was taking people, like myself, who are patriots, and he was making them COs and XOs of these of these militia groups in each state. All right. That way to make it seem as though to the courts and everyone else in the federal government that they were these extreme right wing, they were these big right wing extremist leaders in states trying to cause this big, basically they were trying to bring down the fabric of democracy in America is what they were doing. I'll be honest with you. The only reason why I didn't end up in prison like the rest of the guys that did, because I was an XO to the Indiana chapter of the 3% Patriot group. I ran his militia in Indiana.
Will you elaborate on? Well, you also said that it's because you didn't show up for their firearms training.
The reason why I didn't end up in prison is because I never went to a field training. That was the only.
And will you elaborate on how they set the field training up? Because that was the part that I was saying. Because I was like, when they were talking about people not doing stuff in the name and like them not knowing, this was something that was pretty important. The field training piece of this, because the feds set that up.
The feds actually, they were the ones that set up the trainings. They're the ones that actually planned the trainings. They're the ones that provided all of the equipment and all the most of the material that for the trainings. Dude, they were the ones trying to convince a lot of these guys at the trainings. The feds were trying to sell citizens shit like C4.
Well, yeah, they hate you. They hate you and what you did. So they're going to do anything they can to have that happen. Yep. The simple fact is that goes along with what I was saying. Is your groups had too much autonomy. They had too many. You had too many people able to make too many the same. Like you had too much overlap in decisions.
But my question is this, because we've seen groups that were other groups that were nonviolent. I mean, if you look at, for instance, the Panthers. They were doing food drives. They were protecting their neighborhoods. They were non-aggressive. They were defensive. They were doing what they needed to do to defend.
Well, you can't have. I'm going to go ahead and answer that because I know what you're going to say. You cannot have standing paramilitaries in the United States. That's what they label. That's what they label militias as.
Actually, that's not a law.
But what I'm saying is, when they infiltrated those groups, it's not like they started off at the top. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike set up most of those 3%ers things, and then they infiltrated the group. Like they didn't just show up one day and be like, hey, let us set some groups up too. And he was like, great. Those were people that were already there. A lot of those times when you get set up as a leader, and this is the reason I think it's great that you guys have there's 3 of you, but like when you set a leader up, you ingrain someone with them. And this is a long game. It's not like they just show up one day and you know they're there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's going to be somebody that you smile at every day for years, that you have faith in, that you believe in, that has been trained to kill their puppy because they're going to have a relationship with you.
Someone that said that claims to have your back, because I'm here to tell you that every single patriot group, every militia group, every America First group, every group that is trying to be America First, that's trying to go against this authoritarian government, has been infiltrated by feds. Every single one of them, all of them.
Besides New Frontier.
Well, Uncle.
I mean, I want to take it as this. You know,
yeah,
I'm gonna listen to that. I don't want to be naive and like, oh, it won't happen to us, because I feel it is gonna happen one day. If it's
only bet so much, man.
But the thing is, I'm not gonna sit here and say, well, since it's gonna happen, then do nothing now. No, it's gonna be still go forward. You just have to make sure you keep the right people. And you're right, you never know. It's people you're gonna look at every day and smile and like, yeah, I'm fucking great, man. Yeah, we're great, we're good. You know, I'm your best buddy, pal. And it turns out, you know, he's over here snitching to the feds and shit. You know, he's going every Sunday bringing donuts. You know, yeah,
trying to
that's the
make
reality.
sure the bread's moldy. Like,
I say,
see, the wild thing about the Michigan thing was, I know everybody remembers they talked about the Dublin meeting, right? Dublin, Ohio. All these guys met in Dublin.
Yeah,
I was there, and the only thing that we talked about, we wanted to actually capitalize off of the George Floyd thing while the whole nation was pissed at it. We wanted to capitalize. We wanted to actually use that as a way to heal some of the wounds between black and white America and say, look, we stand here with you. We understand that what we just saw was the most appalling thing that anybody could have ever witnessed on live TV. And you're not alone. And that's what we wanted to do is look, we had 13 different states there trying to put our heads together to come up with a way to use this and capitalize on it on a positive way before the media took it and spun it into what they did.
Exactly.
Well, speaking of that, I think it's interesting that we tore this whole nation apart over George Floyd, but Rasheem Carter got ripped into pieces and spread over 100 miles, and ain't nobody said shit.
We did.
I find it, well, I know we did. And I find it very interesting that Arena Preston got gunned down by 4 demons in Chicago. And I mean, can we, like, our priorities, like, they're telling us to be mad. And like, that goes back to how this populace is so stupid. They get told when to be angry. They get told to. And like, then when the legitimate stuff happens, we're desensitized to it and nobody wants to say nothing. Like,
I don't know. I don't fully understand Murder's question that he had for me.
Serve a first instead of the people. I don't know.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either. I threw it up, but like, hey, Murder, if you could elaborate on that question, because like that, I don't know if I'm not reading it right or if something.
Because I will certainly answer the question. I just got to understand what it is that you're asking first.
Yeah. But that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you guys shouldn't do anything. I'm saying like I'm always a forward thinker. I think contingency and like
yeah.
Well, no, it's appreciated. You know. No, we understand. No, it's appreciated.
There's a risk to be taken getting into this type of shit. You already know the risk. You know, it's
100%.
How determined are you to when this shit happens?
See, the thing is that I would like to share with you though, Andre, is we need more people that aren't right out in the open about it. If you're actually wanting to see some change in America, there's too many people putting their face out there and not enough people that aren't being visual and vocal about things. We need less people visual and vocal and people in the back that are getting things done, because let people like myself and like Mike or a Muslim guy who's already had the feds at their door, Let us continue to deal with that. No, I'm just saying, in all honesty, our name's already on a list, Muslim guy. So why put more people's names on lists?
Is it because I wear a turban?
Muslim guy's like, no, I don't want any of my friends to be able to fly.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with that. I hear what you're saying. But if you're truly about change and you're truly for, doing something in this country, fear only defeat. Don't fear, going to jail, die. Fear defeat. Fear being defeated and we losing this war. The thing is with me is I view it. If somebody guns me down, I'm a Marty. I get shot down. Someone needs to pick up the torch. It just can't be a focus on me.
Sir,
You're
I
right.
understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's necessarily fear that I'm talking about. It's more so about strategy.
Okay.
Look at what happened to Lavoy. You know who Lavoy is, obviously. Lavoy Finicum, he got gunned down. He's the original hands up, don't shoot. Nobody picked up the torch after he got gunned down.
I mean, the whole hands up, don't shoot
that
shit.
was bullshit.
No, he really is the original hands up, don't shoot, because he was gunned down with his hands up in the air with no weapons on him.
Yeah.
You mean he was the actual?
The actual, yeah, that's what I'm
right.
The original, the actual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. If hands up, don't shoot was a person, it was him. So
yeah.
No innocent man should be killed, but unfortunately, we live in a tyrannical society.
Well, my thing is, I'm like,
change.
I don't understand how there are so many people that we can kill. Like, I don't understand why these cops have to be trigger happy with people that are not a threat. What about those four monsters in Chicago? Where was the trigger happy white boy then? Come on, bro. Do your job.
Here's my thing, dude. Like, I absolutely hate cops. Like, I'm anti-police all the way. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm anti most of our police. I think sheriffs are, they're constitutional.
Nah, sheriffs, like, the only difference between them and constables are city police.
I watch First Blood. I know what they did.
Unfortunately, you need law and order to have civilized society.
Well, sheriffs have to have a duty to the Constitution. That's about the only difference between them and police. Police are the political arm of the mayor, and the sheriff is an elected official. You know what I'm saying?
That's a huge difference, though.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. But the thing is,
that's
they
the
wind up doing the
citizens
same
elected.
shit. Yeah, but the sheriff's deputies
why do they wind
shit.
up doing the same shit? Because we have all these unconstitutional policing systems out there that are circumventing the sheriffs, the actual sheriffs.
But that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant at this point.
Look, like a sheriff can't even come into city limits anymore and do anything in city limits.
That's not true.
At
least where I live.
You might say that's not true, but I'm gonna tell you what. I don't know how many times I've tried to call sheriffs about shit that were going on in the city, and they said that they would always say that you have to deal with the city police on that.
Where I live, they come. Both of them come. Whoever's quicker, whoever's there closer.
Come in quick.
Like, You'll have like 2 sheriff's cars.
No,
and a police car.
You're not catching what I'm saying, dude. I'm not talking about for someone getting pulled over or this, that, and the third.
I'm talking about if you dial
say there's some shit going on where you need the sheriff to come and go to your, say for instance, your ex's house. That way he can sit and enforce your court order to allow her to release your children to you. They won't do it, because that's not their jurisdiction. They say go to the police department, when actually that is the sheriff's jurisdiction.
Well, the sheriff's
everything within the county is
it's the whole county. Mm-hmm. The sheriff's jurisdiction is the whole county. The police jurisdiction is only within the municipality.
State highway patrol, the local police, the auxiliary police, the mounted police, all this other shit. Those are all unnecessary, unconstitutional policing agencies, and they've been enacted to do nothing but turn us into slaves. They're nothing but road pirates. They're road pirates that go out and generate revenue.
He said road pirates.
Sovereign citizens get what they.
The highwaymen, Barragan.
Good God, they're brigands.
And you know damn well if you're going to say that, there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You're either sovereign or a citizen. You can't be both.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing. Like the sovereign citizens are also retarded.
Quit saying
everything
sovereign
is a
citizen, because those don't exist.
Sovereign citizen.
The circle squares, all right? Listen. Okay.
I know my rights underneath the Articles of Confederation.
Ironically,
they don't even get the articles.
You better watch out.
Right.
Jeremy navigates his existence as a sovereign citizen. So, like, now that we've
not a sovereign
Circle
citizen.
Square.
Sovereign.
They don't even fucking get the articles of confederation right.
Right.
Bro,
Ironically, all citizens are supposed to be sovereign.
But that's what a citizen is. It's a
Exactly.
mutualistically beneficial member of a nation. The difference between citizens and peasants is citizens are armed and get to make political decisions.
Right. Well, a citizen, it means co-ruler. That's the original meaning of the word citizen from the Greek. So, I mean, like, honestly, I don't know. You guys were talking about policies and shit. I got policies. Any question you got, I got an answer for it on what we should be fucking doing.
All I'm saying is, like, let's not pick and choose.
Hold on, Muslim guy. I actually did a real good interview with Casey about 3 weeks back, where if he was running for president, I asked him what he would do, and it was, dude, this dude's got answers. He's got answers.
I do want to ask Casey a question.
Yes.
When you and I first met on Jay Rillo's stream, and I talked about the original meaning of certain words in Greek, you told me that was irrelevant. Why does it matter now?
What do you mean?
He said he brought it all the way back.
When we were talking, when you asked me about race and why I believe what I believe about race, I told you the original name for nation in Greek meant tribe, meant racial tribe, so that's what tribe means.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's nice. Okay.
No, I mean, I'm dead serious. Like, I don't remember.
No comment?
No, I'll definitely have a comment, but I don't know what you're actually talking about.
Well, I mean, we can go back and watch Jay Rillo's stuff sometime and discuss it in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm generally all about the etymology of words.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if you might not have, like, me mixed up with Mayo.
No. It was you. It was you, because it was about the Confederate. It was around the same time you asked me about the Confederacy or the Confederate battle flag, and
right, I remember that.
And tried to ask me about my political beliefs.
Yeah, and I didn't get very far on that before I had to jump off.
Well, I didn't tell you. I don't. We typically talk politics.
Well, I've got a fantastic memory. I was gonna say, I've got a pretty fantastic memory, and I'm pretty confident that I've got you pegged. I mean, I don't want to say fascist because you guys like blow up every time you say it, but you definitely have said that you are a fascist.
I'm not mad.
Right.
Actually, no. I said something else, but I digress.
Well, yeah, you did. You basically said,
"Is that a bad thing?" Even if we were, is that a bad thing?
It is.
How
Why?
so?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know what your guys' understanding of fascism is, and its differences with communism.
If we're fascists, shouldn't we be able to dictate what fascism means?
Exactly.
Well, no, the word already has a meaning.
All right, so the fascists don't get to dictate what the meaning of the word fascist is, because you like etymology. You like etymology of words.
You can call yourself a fascist, but you are not the fascists.
But you
like
no other fascists exist.
You can call yourself the Avengers, but you'll never be the Avengers. Like,
what I'm saying is the word already has a meaning. There are already groups ascribed to it, and what you're talking about is European fascism. And
but we're not European. Well, we're not
exactly.
European fascism.
Exactly. So what you're doing is you're actually ascribing a name to yourself, even though that's not who you actually are.
You ascribed a name to us.
Hey, we got to play. Define fascism.
Fascism. The name is Italian.
So. Well, my question would be then, if you're not actually so if by definition you're not fascist, then do you just do that to garner attention? Like, if that's what it is, and like let's just say that and be like, hey, it's a shock thing, and like now people are listening, and then you can talk.
They call us fascists, so we don't care for their obfuscations.
That's okay. So here's my question: are you for complete state-run economy?
No. We've answered this many times. No,
I haven't heard any of this. You got to remember, I haven't been on the New Frontier.
Yeah, actually, he covered this on one of my streams that I did. We went in depth on this,
and I didn't get to see it. So I mean,
and honestly, neither were Mussolini or even Hitler, especially Hitler. The National Socialists were damn sure not for the complete privatization of the economy. Mussolini.
That's not what I said. I didn't say privatization. I said state-run, which means the nation runs it.
Basically,
state-run. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So they were actually about that. Like everything.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. No.
Every business was working towards.
Every corporation was nationalized, and even then, not every corporation was national.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the only ones that weren't had to prove their benefit to the state.
Yeah. Well, why the fuck should you be able to be based? Why would you be able to be based in the United States and not benefit American citizens?
Exactly. Yeah.
If it only benefits you, you are an American citizen. So that's why.
What the fuck did you just say to me?
Take your time.
No, you explain it better because that didn't make any goddamn sense.
That didn't
Okay,
make any sense,
I'll make it make sense for you. So I paint houses, right?
Okay.
So I own my own business painting houses. Done that for 26 years.
Congratulations.
The only people who benefit from that are me personally, financially, and my customers.
Okay, you're a private small business. You're not a corporation. What's that got to do with fascism?
There's nothing.
Because private small businesses also had to prove their worth to the state in order to work autonomously.
No, they didn't. They were automatically deemed worthy because they provided a service to citizens.
Except for the ones that were Jewish.
Well, except for the ones that were proven to be subversive, not just Jews.
Yeah.
Proven to be subversive in this context.
In America, if you as a business owner were to fund ISIS, what would happen? What would happen to you?
I'd blow up like crazy, and then I'd be killed.
Yeah. Yeah. So
you'll blow up like crazy, all right. Yeah.
So let's say in that time, it was completely okay in society for the government to say, hey, there's a large percentage of these people, because it didn't just happen to the Jews. In America, it happened to the Japanese. Right?
Okay.
We conveniently forget that.
Yeah.
There's a large percent. Well, America in general does. Maybe this panel not, because we're too smart. But
right.
In the world back then, it was completely okay for a government to say, hey, a large percentage of these people, it may not even be the majority, are traitors. So let's do something about them to safeguard the interests of the nation. I'm not saying we do that. I'm not advocating for that. But I'm saying it's completely understandable if a third of a population demographic is supporting things that are anti your nation, anti your people, for you to go, maybe let me have a big think about this.
Yeah.
So this we did have a conversation about, because the problem is what you're saying is anti the nation. Because there's a difference between anti the nation and just not being completely for it. Those are two different things.
So if I'm directly funding
the enemy,
if I'm directly funding the enemy, right? If I'm writing subversive, because let's be honest, people talk about saying the Nazis burned books, but they damn sure won't tell you what the books were they burned.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the fucking homosexuals and trannies, they fucked up a few years ago, and they started telling people that, oh, the Nazis, they were burning tranny propaganda and homosexual propaganda. They set us back 60 decades. And
ouch. That doesn't help the argument at all.
When you sit here and you make this argument and you say, well, Nazis bad because my enemy and propaganda, you don't understand your enemy. 2, you're just following propaganda. And 3, which the argument you're having against me falls apart when you actually talk to someone who knows about it. Because if a third of a population is supporting subversive things to your society, directly supporting the enemies of your nation, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Let it happen? Let them destroy your nation? No, you fucking do something about it.
Exactly.
Okay, so the Jewish Germans,
the Japanese Americans.
Okay, well, we'll go back to Japanese Americans. There was no proof that any of them were actually subverting the American progress at all.
You mean the Japanese in Hawaii that were directly responsible for the internment? You mean the Japanese naturalized American citizens that when Pearl Harbor happened, there was 2 Japanese pilots that crash landed on a privately owned island with 18 people living on it, and the 5 nationalized Japanese citizens turned against the owners who were Native Hawaiians, killed 2 Native Hawaiians, and then tried to annex that part of the island in the name of the emperor?
Yeah, did we intern just them, or did we intern every Japanese American?
Well, like I told you at the beginning of this rant, when you have a fear of something and you have direct proof that these people are willing to do it, right? And you have an example of it, the nation tends to overact when you're having the biggest fucking war in human history.
Right, so it is an overact.
It's not an overreact. No, it's not.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we to the point where we had to pay them reparations.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, we did honestly, say oops, and gave them money.
You can do the same thing about with slavery.
I don't think we overreacted either, man. You got
99% of them, and it's probably higher than just 99%, but 99% of them weren't involved in any of that.
Actually, a large percentage of them was proven to want to aid the emperor and aid as a fifth column.
They weren't involved in that. Yeah.
In history, see, we have bleeding heart liberals that'll say this nowadays, but what they won't do is they won't look back in history and see that both racial and ethnic kins, fifth columns throughout history, have led to the subversion and the destruction of nations during wartime.
Yeah.
Everything that our ancestors have done was for a fucking reason.
Yep.
Now we're wanting to, even the people who are supposed, this is why I don't want to work with people who say they're on my side. Just because we agree does not mean we're on the same side. If people will not see these facts and will demand that I throw this knowledge out the window, they're not on my side. I don't hate any mixed person or any black person or anything, right? If we have the same beliefs and your ass is on the same line as mine, we're allies. But if you're sitting here and telling me I have to throw a millennia of fucking ancestral knowledge, and I'm not even talking esoteric shit like genetic knowledge, I'm talking about fucking recorded history. Then you're not on my side. Like you're telling me to just disregard the fucking knowledge.
Well, no, and my thing is, I was going to tell you, I was like, you had good counterpoints. Like I'm not. I think this is a good back and forth, and you've added some context that honestly, like I didn't know about the Japanese part of that.
Well, see,
that what happened on the island.
People don't.
I honestly didn't. So I learned something today, and I'm like, oh, well, context to that, like, if you're like you said, you're fighting the biggest war in history, and you got like they're trying to annex part of the island. You're like, okay, we might need to make some drastic precautions, and we'll give you some money on the back end. Sorry, like
that happened. I think that went on for like 2 weeks, where they held the owners prisoner of the island. And they I think it finally ended when the owner was able to escape. They wound up killing the owner. I think it was the owner's wife. Like my facts aren't 100%, but this happened the way I'm describing it.
Yeah.
Right. And you can look it up for yourself. Hell, I'll look it up for you if you want.
We'll absolutely have to.
But
I don't. Well, my thought process on that is I'm like, okay, so I can get that piece of it. My deal is this. I was like, I'm not understanding why people call you fascist then. Like it's kind of like now I'm just really confused. I'm just like, do people just like throwing out buzzwords? That's what it is.
That's exactly because it shuts down the conversation. The moment you say, okay, that guy's he's a pedophile, you're not gonna have a conversation. If you say, oh, that guy's a communist, you're not gonna have it's a dirty word. It's the same shit.
Well, what's worse than a rapist, a pedophile, and a murder? A racist. Nazi.
Right, but I'm not the one that said that. You said that.
Okay.
No. I mean, like, said that you were.
That's why I asked the question. I said, so then what is wrong with fascism?
Wait, no. Mayo said we were fascist, and I embraced the term.
And you embraced it. So, I mean, that's like the same as you saying, okay, or are you embracing it to further the conversation, or is that because what you actually believe? Because I'm going to be honest with you. Like I said, hearing Andre speak, it sounded like he thinks the things I think because I am a traditional federalist.
No.
So
listen, okay, maybe, but
I'm not going to embrace.
I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to. No.
Andre is mine.
If you know, listen. If you knew exactly, I'm not going to give any open, takes. I'm representing Frontier. I'm not going to sit here and say that openly because I'm showing my face.
We was king,
but yeah, like no, we don't. We probably would not.
We was king.
I don't think Andre really agrees with much of anybody.
Can we all just whisper "We was kings" to Andre?
I said I'm getting the feeling that you don't agree with much of anybody, sir.
Well,
you have your own mindset.
Okay, so let me ask this then, because I believe personally in the least amount of quote unquote governmental control with the most amount of individual liberty. Are you anywhere near that, or are you on the opposite side?
Listen, I believe you need a strong state and you need a strong people. That's what I believe in. A strong state and a strong people. You cannot have one or the other. You cannot have one or the other. It does not work. You have a strong state and a weak people, that's tyranny.
If you have a strong state,
if you have a strong people and a weak state, then you have mob rule. You cannot have one of them. You have to have a strong state and a strong people go hand in hand and work within that framework. If you don't, you're going to feel what we have today. Right now, we have both a weak state and a weak people. we pretty much do. You have, strength when it comes to, corporate power, media, all these different institutions. They have power, they have control, but that's only when they want to. When they feel like they need to come out and they know they need to have some control, they'll do that. But your government has no control. Your politicians have no control. It's those who fund them. It's those who run them. It's those who back them. That's it. The people have no say in it. This illusion of freedom and choice. I can go vote and I can pick you can't. I can go up to Capitol Hill and speak. No, you fucking don't. You don't. If you think that, fine. Cool. You may have it at the local level. Cool. You can vote Sally Sue in. She's going to be the new secretary. Well, great. But when it comes to the presidency, when it comes to your senators, it's already decided at the level. I don't want to say
even locally, it's rigged, dude.
It's rigged. I'll give credit at the local level a little bit, but it's the entire thing.
It's corrupt. It's corrupt and authoritarian from top to bottom now at this point.
I mean, my experience with that, like I realized that I had an ex-girlfriend who was a C-suite exec over at Koch brothers, and me, if you're gonna date white girls, you date trophy. I do Xbox ones. I want the best ones. So she was the first female that had worked her way up to C-suite for Koch brothers, and she started in the lobbying department. And she broke down to me how a bill is passed. And I was like, so voting on anything is basically pointless. And she was like, almost. Because when we vote bills in, like specifically at that company, they had a bill where they were putting out some sort of like dust that was going across the river and dusting a community. And the community was like, hey, you're sending your soot over onto our community. Like we're breathing this stuff in and like we can see it building up on vehicles and houses. Like we want you to stop. So they voted for them to stop. The bill passed. And then Koch brothers lobbyists grabbed the bill, took it into a back office and rewrote it in such a way that they could keep shooting their dust over onto this community. But get this, no one else could do it.
Are you surprised?
That's how bills work as far as lobbying is concerned. Like they just rewrite it so they're like, what can we do to continue doing what we're doing? But we'll just make it so that no one else can do this to you with us. And after I learned that, I was just like, so we're literally gonna have to burn this shit down.
That's where Andre comes in with the strong state and the strong people. Because if you got a strong people, freedom will follow.
Right.
Pull up B-Rad's comment.
B-Rad's got a good question. He does.
Yeah. Which one? The one that where he said we was all pussies?
No, he said, when do you consider a certain people, or when do you consider a certain group of ancestors your people?
Where you come from, man? Go find where you come from.
All of your ancestors are your people.
Exactly.
Like, the fuck you mean?
Where do you come
from? Well, shit, then, Muslim guy, you're partially my people too, bro. I love you.
Yeah, I mean, Ray, you being mixed,
see, like I don't deny.
This is getting too homoerotic for me.
I don't deny genetics. I don't deny, but see, the thing is, I understand genetics. Right?
Yeah,
the average person and the average white nationalist especially doesn't.
Yeah. I understand genetics enough to know I don't understand genetics.
Well, see, the thing is, like the ancestral argument that I'm not saying B-Rad's trying to make, but white nationalists try to make, or any ethno-nationalist tries to make, it's a credence only because these races and even ethnicities under the races exist because of isolation, and selective breeding, and eugenics. Right? Wanting to preserve that is completely okay. But when you don't understand what that is, it leads to a bunch of stupidity.
It does, yeah.
Well, I mean, I my only argument against on that is I was like, when you talk from that perspective, and if you run your genetics, then you go, okay, well, I'm this, and this, and you can see you're a hodgepodge, but like out of that hodgepodge, those people don't fuck with each other. So like if you're Irish, they're like, I'm Irish. I don't fuck with British people. I don't fuck with Scottish people. I don't fuck with Polish people.
That's because of history. That's not because of genetics or culture.
Yeah, right.
Like, but the cultures.
Hold on. B-Rad says, I think you all missed my point. If we have multiple ethnicities, then how much percentage do we say this is my ancestors?
I can explain that.
And he says, I'm a anti-color and ethnicity guy because I think it's stupid in my opinion.
I think it's stupid, so I'm not for it.
Here's the thing, right? Every living fucking being is related. You are related to a banana. You're related to an orangutan.
I refuse to agree
I
with
identify
that.
as a tree.
I'm a banana tang.
No, every living thing on this planet.
I refuse to accept that I am related to a banana, sir. I'm not doing it.
Well, you share a shit ton of your fucking DNA with a banana.
I don't give a shit how much DNA I share with that motherfucker.
That's not a white people joke.
I refuse to accept that I am related to a banana or an apple or an orange or any of that shit. You can take that shit and shove it right up your
that's why
hole.
That's when I talk to people who go about who believe in aliens. So like humans are not really from this planet. Like it's like, bro, we're related to the fucking vegetation that exists here. Like we evolved and exist on this planet.
Exist either.
The simple fact is, getting to B-Rad's question, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you have isolated groups of humans, right? All humans stem from the same common ancestors, so people are going to be related, right? But via that isolation, right? You form a I forget the exact sign, ethnosis or some shit, where you become distinct and you share certain similarities. And then your evolution branches off from the tree, right? It's literally fucking the same thing.
No. But what I'm saying is when I talk on that, I'm really big into eugenics. I like those conversations.
Yeah, you need
100%.
If you don't have
eugenics
eugenics,
is necessary.
If you don't have
eugenics is life.
But what I'm saying is, like, if you're going through the European nations, they can identify each other by looking at each other. We here in America have a dumbed down version of like what people are, in the sense that we create a whiteness and blackness. Like you can look at somebody who is of a distinct people group, and those genetic phenotypes, like they have distinctions. You don't go there and go white person,
I can do that in America. White people in America do that all the time.
Yeah.
The only difference is there's a bunch of propaganda. We people propaganda polluting the minds of people in America.
But when you go back there, because you can, under certain conditions, like I can spot an Italian person, a Sicilian person. Like I grew up around Italians and specifically Sicilians. I can identify them, right? Because they're proud of their culture. Like they're like, oh yeah, whatever. But they're having the same conversation. They're like, I'm not white. I'm Sicilian. I'm proud of this heritage that I have.
Well, that comes from the European misunderstanding of race and ethnicity.
But the whole concept of whiteness, there was never a white landia. Like there's no white landia.
Yeah, because in history, right? Especially in Europe, you had tribes who were isolated.
Right.
Who then conquered each other and fought each other because they were really close for space.
Right.
And they go, ooga booga, blonde girl, pretty, me want blonde girl, kind of like some people today. But anyway, they're like, ooga booga, me have.
Bro, you taking shots at me on my fucking show?
He sure is.
I actually didn't mean for you specifically. I mean,
I knew what you meant. I know exactly what you meant.
Jungle love here in a minute.
Said, no, dude, just follow up. Be a man about it. Just be like, if the shoe fits, motherfucker.
Well, if the shoe fits, for sure. But I mean,
I'm getting a shirt that says Ooga Booga specifically for your ass.
Well, no, I did mean it in general, but if the shoe fucking
no,
fits,
I was messing with you.
But like, it was like blonde girl pretty or red-haired girl pretty, me one. Yeah. Because even blonde hair, blue eyes, or red hair and green eyes, those were unique amongst even Europeans. Now they're widely spread because of tribal warfare and conflict, right? And you have you have this shit, and you have this genetic mixing as technology and access to easy travel happens, right? But unlike the modern era, it happened slowly, and it happened through conflict, right? Very rarely through peace. So it was happening smaller and smaller, and you would still get that isolation and that continued evolution. The problem with modern day is, for one, you have the shadow of Hitler and all the propaganda against him and race. And in America, you have you also have compile that with American segregation, America's history with race, and you have people afraid to understand what they naturally know. Me, I can see ethnic if it's European, because I don't know black phenotypes. Not my people. It's not my job to know.
Right.
And I can tell people what they are. Like I love that every white woman is a Cherokee princess. Like, no, you're not. You're fucking French.
That's just hilarious, ain't it?
It's a Cherokee princess.
I've had white girls come to me crying because they took a 23andMe and like they were like, yeah, how did you know I was French? And I could tell by your bone structure. High cheekbones comes from Germany and Alsace, France. There's a little bit in Ireland as well. Also in Scandinavia. Like, I can tell what you are because I know, right? And a lot of people know. Like, white people talk about it, black people talk about it, but they never talk about it around each other because we're different phenotypes. Those are something we don't have in common. And so there's no reason to really talk about it around each other.
That's fair. Well, I mean, now you got daywalkers like me that got all your strengths and none of your weaknesses on both sides.
Oh, that's not true. You can't receive bone marrow from either parent.
Well, I mean, I'm healthy enough that I don't fucking need it. What are you talking about?
The need for a bone marrow transplant can happen because of a bone break. It has nothing to do with your health.
That's fair.
Like, you can like the thing is, man, like, I ain't trying to shit on you. This is legitimately me talking to you. Like, I'm not trying to shit on you. But there are legitimate health concerns for being mixed race.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
Medicine affects.
Have you ever met a healthy mutt? No, I haven't.
Yes, you're looking at the healthiest.
Fine. No shots.
But you can be physically healthy.
Yeah. No shots.
No. What I'm saying is, I could. Well, I'm like a universal donor, so like I could give everybody everything. So if y'all need parts, holla at your boy.
That's also not true.
Hey, I got you.
What's your blood type?
I think I'm O negative. It's whatever the one that they always want because it goes into everybody. That's my mother's like that. And
that's O negative. Yeah. No. So you could donate organs, right, to anybody because you're O negative.
And blood.
But when it comes to bone marrow, you would need another mixed person of similar racial makeup. Right?
Okay.
So are you half white, half black?
Not 50-50. It's like 30. Like, I think 32, and then all the rest of it's like...
Well, you would be fucked if you need bone marrow. Well, because it would have to be similar racial makeup. And the thing is, like, also, depending on your genetics, right, medicine affects you differently.
100%. I don't take medicine at all. I also don't get sick. So...
Well, I don't
do with that what you will.
I don't typically.
Yeah, I was like, I've gotten sick once a year, and since COVID, since I got COVID, I've only gotten sick one other time.
Oh, I thought you had all my strengths. So I go many years without getting sick. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, Jesus. You know what? Listen, I don't get skin cancer. You leave me alone.
Muslim guy.
You can take that melanin card and shove it where the sun
You took shots, he's taking some back. See?
No.
Hey, look, all I'm saying is I can get stopped by the police and go home.
Bruh.
You ignorant for that.
That's
why. He get 30 minutes. That's what he get. 30 minutes.
Damn. That's right. I get random. I get a stern talking to. Actually, you know what? I mean, every traffic stop I've ever been in, except for two. I've had every traffic stop I've ever been except for two. It's been a good experience. Except for those
I get treated like shit from cops. So I'll tell them to go fuck themselves. I'm rude.
Oh, that sucks, bro. You gotta see what you gotta do is you gotta stop ascribing to that poor white trash thing. That's why. Like, you just gotta let them know you're out of their pay grade.
No, that ain't what it is.
The only thing that'll make a cop.
Cops don't like when you make them do their job properly. That's the problem.
Cops also hate when you when they realize you make more than them.
True,
dude. I lead with that. I'm like I don't know where you're trying to go with this, but like you need to kill me, like because if you let me live, I'm gonna get that bag. I'm gonna have your house. Also, with my background, I'm gonna find out where the fuck you live.
But do all your kids know who their daddy is?
Yeah. I don't have kids.
Are you my real daddy?
I'm the fucking prototype, bruh. Like you better watch yourself now.
I couldn't help myself.
I'm out here living my values, bro. I don't have a bunch of kids out here.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Ray? And this is from what I get, because like I have like a couple mixed friends that I talk to, and especially about the race shit.
I'm gonna head out, guys. Thank you for letting me on.
Hey, Andre, dude, it was really good talking to you. I need to rap with you at some point, bro. I like where your head's at, bro. You have a good conversation. All of you guys do, so I'm gonna have to come over there and kick it some more.
Yeah, I'm actually going to come over there here soon and hop up on one of you guys' panels, man, because I actually enjoy the discussion myself too. You guys are all welcome over on the Snowman channel as well.
Yeah.
Hey, don't jump off yet. Muslim guy was just about to talk about you.
No. I'm still talking to Muslim guy. I was just saying.
I was talking to Andre.
How was he about to talk about me? Casey, look at divide and conquer.
It's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work.
No, he's talking about his mixed friends.
We bonded too much.
Andre's not mixed. Andre's 100% Afro-American.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
The bona fide, the real.
Oh my god!
You can tell how light his skin is.
He said he'd a bona fide Negro.
Of the screen. But anyway, I gotta head out. It's been
later, Andre. You have a good night, brother.
All right, you as well.
I'm
about ready to bounce out too, man. It's getting late.
Yeah,
okay, my other brother, Snowman, you can leave too. Me and Muslim guy and Casey will have a conversation then for a little bit.
Rad says, read my last comment. He said, my point right there, genetic mix in America. Why can't we just go by nationality? My grandma was white and French, but my family now just go by black, and they now have only African in them.
Because magic dirt doesn't exist, and I guarantee you that's not how your genetics line up. Unless you can prove it, please don't say that, because that's just functionally wrong.
What do you hold on, what do you mean? What part of it was functionally wrong?
Well, if his grandmother was French, that means he's at least 1/4 French.
Gotcha. Right. Okay. I got you. I see what you're saying.
So whatever, 100% African.
Gotcha. Okay.
And nationality means magic dirt, and magic dirt is not a thing.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here, fellas. You guys continue on. It was been a great conversation.
Snowman, thank you so much.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
I just want to.
And all you guys, make sure you support this guy. Hit his Cash App. Hit Casey's Cash App. Support what he's doing. Support what all of us that have been working together are doing to try and actually bring the conversation together and actually move past some of these issues, man. So support your fellas.
All right, man. Be good.
Thank you.
Later.
So hold on. So back to your talk about the mixed friends, because I don't want you to lose that thought. I want to go ahead and.
Well, I've talked to a couple of my friends who were mixed, right? And typically, genetically speaking, most of my mixed friends are 50-50, right? So one thing that I have noticed is with mixed people when it comes to race, right? It's they don't really pick a side, right?
We don't have that privilege.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, and it causes a kind of an extra third conflict in America, right? And I kind of noticed it with Tim Pool, and I started talking to my friend about it. Whenever it comes to race, things that like inherently affect the nation, right, because of race, mixed people, no matter if they're like 50-50 or 10% this, 10% that, right? They're always like, it's not that they're on the fence; it's like it's an obfuscation. I was going to ask you, like, when it comes to things that are genuinely about race, do you care at all as a mixed person?
100%. I care every direction though. Like, I mean, so like my upbringing, like when I was in school, when my mom was serving on the police force, I didn't really have any black friends. Like it was the white people who took me in, and like, you know, like we got down together and that was what it was. And the black kids were viciously mean to me. Like, I mean, technically speaking, the way that I got down in high school, we basically functioned as a hate group, except for I was in charge. Like, because we was
hate group.
We was rolling. No, for real, because like since the only thing that I got in trouble for when I was coming up, because this was before you could go to jail for getting into fights at school, was if I got suspended. Now, if I got suspended, that came with an ass beating at home.
Yeah.
But if I didn't, so I was like, once I figured out, like, hey, if I get into a fight here, then I'm getting suspended, and then I'm going to get beat up at home. And I want that. So what we did was we would roll, and like if anyone picked on me or any of the group that I was with, which was basically the poor trash white kids, I was like, I would stop the fights. And they were like, why aren't we doing? And I was like, dude, chill. We're walking home today. And we would just walk, and we'd catch these motherfuckers at their house in front of their mom. And like, we would work them like bad regularly. And like, we would do it in front of their parents, and like their mom be at the door, like, stop hitting my baby. And we're like, bitch, you come out that door, you getting it too.
So
like,
you do this to the poor white trash kids, you said?
No, it was well, most of the people who fucked with us were like, so I went to a school that was like in a nice part of town, but it was the edge, so the school district encompassed a part of the hood. And so there was a bunch of kids who wanted to be little gangbangers, and like their older brothers were gangbangers and whatever. And so I just didn't get to hang out with any black people. For real. Like none of my peers, like they were just like, screw you, your mom's a cop, we don't like you. Like I had one black friend from middle school through the beginning of high school, basically. And the rest of the time, like we was boxing and we was beating up black people regularly.
you were part of a skinhead group. Just say that.
Basically, I mean, bro. Like it was a bunch of country boys and some white gangster dudes. Like,
be like, you see this? It means not welcome.
But, bro,
skinheads in Missouri are different than basically everywhere else, though.
But
the skinhead,
but like,
yeah, that's not.
Can I finish my statement, please?
Hell no.
So anyways, once I graduated from high school, like now my social group is like mostly black people. But my peer group for like as a business owner is mostly white people also. So like I've had to navigate both sides, but my mom told me straight up, like, I mean, the first white person I got into an actual fist fight with was this kid. He actually, if you look him up, he was like the best rollerblader in the United States for a long time. His name is Gromit. And he called me the N-word in front of my house, and I beat his ass. Like, but I didn't grow up the way that most black people grew up. My family never spoke to me about racism ever. Like my grandmother actually experienced racism. We had a color line. Her and my grandfather never got to go to certain places that she took me after they'd separated. And she never told me any of that shit. I found out about it as an adult, but like my mom told me straight up, she was like, the only thing she said was like, you're going to get it from both sides. No one's going to like you. So you're just going to have to deal with it. That was the only conversation. And she was like, I wanted you to build your own opinions and experience the world for yourself, and then figure it out from there. And then we can tell you and have a conversation about race and not indoctrinate you in to racism as though you need to fear these people. I was like, I'm telling you, bro, like if they tried to Rashid Carter me, bro, there would be a lot of dead white people. I'm not going to say that I'm going to beat up three truckloads of white boys, but if I think my life is on the line, 2 of y'all's coming with me. Like,
that's a fair statement, because that's how
at minimum, but that's how I was raised. My mom was just like, you don't take shit from anybody. And like the issue that you have when you talk to most black people is it's a concept that I call like the older black people who actually experienced racism, which I'm not saying that they didn't, because they did. They experienced some like really fucked up shit. But the thing that you got to keep in mind when you're talking to them is they experienced something where they were 100% victimized and they never did anything about it. So like me, when people say stuff, I don't get upset about words, because every person who's called me the N-word within arm's reach has gotten that word. Never had a problem.
I mean, as it should be. Like man should sit there and take an insult, no matter what.
100%. But you have generations of people, and this is where the race issue that I think you're alluding to is actually an issue. Is you have a bunch of people who are indoctrinated, and they grew up in households where they were like, "You don't talk back to them white people; they'll kill you. You don't talk back." Like I grew up in a household where my mom told me the one thing that we have as a principle in our house is anything that walks on 2 legs, you got a 50-50 shot. It's the shit that walks on 4 legs that you don't have a chance with. Bro, it's the truth.
It's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact. You get in a fight one-on-one, 50-50 odds.
100%. And she was like, the only thing that you don't have a chance with really is an animal, because an animal is going to do what it does regardless. Mm-hmm. But a human, she was like, humans pause. Humans think about things. Humans do not function like animals when it comes to violence because we're not used to it.
Some of us
do.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say some of
that's
us.
That's true. But as a human, we are frail. I got a buddy who's still in jail right now because he no-hit or quitted a dude that was talking shit to him. He hit his head on a curb and almost died. And like humans are easy to kill, bro. Like anything could happen. Anything could happen.
That's stupid.
Well, he caught it. He caught that attempted murder charge, man. Like you can't be knocking people into the curb in New York, apparently. But
so
listen,
Muslim guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to say.
But what I'm saying is, when you're dealing with people who had to have those things happen to them, and they just had to suck it down, and they did not get to have the actual man function of going, "Hey, I don't like what you said. Matter of fact, I'm going to do something about it." Those people are navigating the rest of their lives with that whatever that thing is that you pick up when you're a coward. They got that.
I don't.
And they raise
think
their
a lot
kids.
of black people have that.
I do. I do. The older they are, yes, they do.
You know why I feel qualified to speak on this?
Why?
Because I was raised by black people. I was adopted by blacks and lived in the black community.
Oh,
I was told by my adopted grandmother that my adopted brother shouldn't date a white woman because race mixing is wrong. I was told by my bus driver because we were discussing segregation in school, and I grew up in the deep South. I'm from Georgia.
Georgia.
So, and I was talking to my bus driver. He goes, I love all y'all children, but I'm going to say this right here, right now. Y'all need to stop talking about segregation because you don't know what in the goddamn hell you're talking about. What do you mean? What do you mean? And because I love talking to people. So I just asked him, what do you mean? And he explained it all of us. He told us segregation, the destruction of segregation hurt black people more than anything. It took the fathers out of the homes. Black people owned their own businesses, had their own communities, and black home ownership was the highest it had ever been under segregation. Black businesses thrived, and that was the last fucking point he said. It really sends it fucking home. It would be my brain would go fucking retarded at this point.
While you're thinking about it, how old are you?
I'm in my 20s.
Okay.
Got his whole life ahead of him, bro. Stay off his neck, Jay.
You know what the thing is, and it's funny you say that because I feel like he and Andre felt like I was coming from an adversarial point of view, and I really wasn't. Like I really do want to know because
you talk like a condescending prick. I'm gonna pause for a second.
I know, but I'm really not. So. Do you remember the Confederate flag conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wasn't being a dick. Like, I really do want to know because I don't know shit about being in the South. I live nowhere near the Mason-Dixon line. You know what I mean?
Well, you said you was from Missouri, and like I know a lot of people from like Missouri's considered part of the South.
Yeah, but it's not. You know, like I'm Kansas City, Missouri. So like that's hence the name.
Fucking Atlanta, Georgia is not technically part of the South culturally anymore.
Right.
No large city is part of any culture that is America because like it's so diverse, right? America was not really a melting pot. It's cities and ports that were melting pots.
Yeah.
And even then, they're not melting pots because the people self-segregated.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
I mean, we still do that now.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and I don't know, man. So I was going to ask you a question though. So what what is your? Have you ever done a 23andMe?
Oh, I have papers.
Okay,
I have
so
papers from both sides of the family that say I'm German. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
just German though?
No, I'm not a German Jew. Just
No, that's not what I said.
There's gold embroidering and eagles on some of them. Okay.
No, I figured that, but no, what I was saying is like, is it only German, or do you have anything else in you?
Well, I mean, I'm human, ain't I?
Yeah, that's not what I mean though. So, like, do you know how ridiculously rare that is?
Well, I mean, when you asking, are you asking percentages? Because even Uncle A's merry band of men understood percentages when it comes to ethnicity. Because
Sure.
even a German born in that time would not be 100% German. Because the reason I say I'm human is we share common ancestry. When you look at genetics, there's genetic markers for your ancestry.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, you said that you can like look at somebody and basically tell where they're from, right?
Are you asking me if I'm part Irish as well as German?
Sure, anything.
Well, you understand, based on the area that my family is from, it was literally northern France. Well, not northern France, but Alsace-Lorraine region, which is German and French, right?
Okay, well, see, I wouldn't know that because I didn't know that information until just now.
Well, the reason I'm specifically saying it about me, right, is the reason I even say it. I word it like that, right? Is you understand that each individual region of a nation is going to be different, and the genetics of that region are going to be slightly altered, right? So
For sure.
I would have more mixture of Irish or Celtic in me as well as Germanic, because I'm closer to Gallic or Celtic lands. But that doesn't mean that I'm not German, right? Because genetics work through a continuous progression. Once you add something, you never actually, quote unquote, purify it or get rid of it. Evolution takes its course and the dominant traits take over.
Right.
So if you're asking me, am I only German? Because even Nazis, what you gonna say? Even Nazis didn't go by that. They went by dominant genetic traits.
Right. So you're more than 50% German, is what you're saying.
I am 90% German.
90. Yeah,
Oof, I love it.
Even that.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
He's saying
incredibly
that's rare. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
In the United States.
Well, no, it's not as rare. It's not as rare as you think in the U.S. Actually, a lot of people, unless you're near a city, a lot of people don't race mix, and if they did, it happened within the last 2 generations.
See, you say that, but I'll bet you Andre's parents and grandparents are all black, but there's definitely white people in his genetics.
Well, that goes.
I can tell that by looking at him.
That's an outlying situation.
But it's not really. That's what I was going to ask, though. So, like, looking at my picture, you said you can tell people's basic background.
I haven't seen your picture.
It's up right there.
I would have to where.
Re-add the picture. It's a blank. It's blank right now.
It's blank. It's not blank on my end. Hold on.
Oh, it's not blank if I pull your thing up. I don't know. StreamYard's been weird. It does this on everybody's StreamYard panels.
It's just showing you're a white stick figure.
Oh, that's weird. Hold on.
You're from Sticklandia.
Stick figurelandia. Bro, quit stealing my shit, Muslim.
Here, how about
we're not friends yet. You got to earn that.
How about that? Can you see my face?
That's not a good enough picture. I'd have to see you in real life. I'd have
just
to
switch it back. Switch it back to the other one now, because like when you switched it, it brought it back up.
Well, here's the thing. Like you can't really do this via like pictures. You have to be able to interact with the person.
Georgia Swan just said there. That's a good one. Georgia Swan just said in the Boston area, a lot of people are all Italian or all Irish. I can co-sign that one. There's a lot of very high percentage Italian or high percentage Irish up there.
Yeah, B-Rad. I do think that my adopted black grandmother was correct. I do think she was, because it causes a lot of problems culturally and genetically.
Well, the issue is, and I don't.
But I don't hate anybody who does it or anybody who is.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, like I said, like I was like, I think you can, as long as you're not forcing other people to do that. Like, I don't think there's an issue with you saying, "Oh, well, this is how I feel." I can just be like, "Well, Daywalker syndrome here. I heal fast and don't break bones. Like I've literally never broken I broke my thumb one time. And
genetically speaking, pure breeds heal a lot faster. Well, depending on where they're from. If they're Danes or Scandinavians, they have a high healing factor. So do Germanics. Anglos and Celtics, a little bit higher than average, but not as high.
It's the quick blood clotting because y'all was shooting each other with arrows and shit.
We going ooga booga, give me that. How long that goes?
Looking like porcupines after the fight was over.
One thing I never understood, right, even when I was a white nationalist, right, was the sheer hatred of other races.
Well,
I never understood.
It's like when you say it from a cultural standpoint, where it's like I do find it interesting that there's other cultures and like there's other phenotypes. Like I like to look at people and be like, oh, like you're fucking different. Like tell me about yourself. Like I don't necessarily know that I want everybody to be. Remember the South Park where everybody was just beige and they all just like talked in cliques, and all they did was. When they came back and took everybody's jobs.
Yeah, well, if God wanted us to be all the same, He would have made us all the same. Evolution would have made us all the same.
My deal is I think we're still living through evolution.
Well,
so evolution doesn't exactly. So it doesn't stop. But like the deal is people are getting like I don't understand why there's a hatred because like no matter how much out group mixing there is, it's like barely above 15% ever. Which means most of the people are still making the same people. So I'm like, I don't understand why you would be mad or have vitriol unless it's a chick that you couldn't get.
Like that's usually a misnomer argument, but I could see why you would think that. The thing about it is I understand the anger and the animosity towards other races. What I don't understand is the blind hatred for someone like right, if I were to go, hey, this is my friend Andre in a white nationalist group, they're like, I kill. And it's like, bro, do y'all have any fucking chill? All right, calm down, feds. And they would get mad and they would want to target me. Oh, you N-word lives. Like, I've never been with a black chick. I will never be with a black chick. So why are you calling me an N-lover? Because I have someone who I agree with and I enjoy talking to. I've never understood that. Now, being mad about a racial injustice, like when you share a news headline on Telegram, I could understand that.
Yeah,
but I never understood the blatant hatred. I don't want to say ignorance because that's a tired.
Well, I think your perspective on that, which is weird, because you're like the worst white nationalist ever, in my opinion. But
I think I'm the best. I think
you're the worst as far as what they want to consider it is because people are isolated. And like one of the stories that I've shared on here before was the area that I grew up in when I first started working. Like I worked at this restaurant it was a family owned restaurant owned by Sicilians. Like my current business partner now is Sicilian. I fuck with Sicilians heavy. I like them. But when I worked there, I started there at 15. And at 15, I started, and there was, they had their regulars. They had this little bar downstairs, and the upstairs was like a big bar and a club. And then the rest of the downstairs was a restaurant. But they had these regulars that came in that had just been around, lived in the area for forever. And this is on the edge of this, like this is leaving the city into what used to be like a very rural area.
RCs.
And so, you know what I'm talking about. So, I was like, damn, dude, just completely doxed my life. You want to give my address out too?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. You know I'm built for it. but no. So I started working there, and there was this dude, Bobby, who worked there. That looking back, I'm like 80% sure this dude was in the Klan. Because like when I started, he dialed in on the fact that like he did not like me because of my skin tone, and he used to fuck with me all the time for about 2.5 years. And then it kind of became like he just accepted it because I was like, I'm not quitting. Like, thanks. And all the rest of the regulars liked me. So he was kind of like the last one to come around. And, you know, I'm bussing tables. So I'm just like, why are you taking the time out of your day to be extra mean to a bus kid? Like, I don't do anything that affects you. You just have to look at me. Like, but he did not like it. Well, but no, so check this out. And it's going to get to the answer. I'm sorry it's long-winded, but I feel like the story for context will kind of make the answer a little bit more understandable. Actually, you're smart. You're probably going to get it, but I like the story. So anyways, fast forward, like I've worked there. I'm working my way up and like I'm bartending in there. And so like when I bartend, he threw like a big fit because he was like, he doesn't have tits. and
to
so
be
like
fair, I do like a fat pair of titties to make my drink.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. But it was good though, because we had a good conversation. I was entertaining and I made sure to bring like all the bus girls and waitresses in. So like he got to see some tits. Like I was like, cool, Bobby, I got you. Like I'll get some girls in here. Like just chill. We became friends, right? And so one day, one of his other friends came in who did not know me. That was also a regular, but he's an infrequent regular, but he knew Bobby. And so like I think like he was also very racist. And he called me the N-word. And before I could get around the bar to address this man, Bobby was actively choking the life out of this guy that he knew, telling him not to say that to me. He was like, you don't fucking talk to him like that. Like, and was like, it wasn't like he was like, hey, he like ripped him out of the chair. He's on the ground and on top of him, choking him to death.
Because it's a respect issue.
No, it's because where they're from, they didn't have to interact with any black people. The only black people they saw was when they came into town, which we were on the edge of town. This restaurant was at the time. Like there's development out there now, but at the time, that was the edge of town. So that was coming into town for them. He didn't have to deal with black people. And then one became human to him.
Well, that's
now,
what I'm
he
saying.
Would still
You
say
earned his
fucked up
respect.
shit about, right. That he would still say fucked up shit about other black people, but he wouldn't say shit about me. And if you said something to me that was racist, he would literally kill you. If nobody pulls him off of you, he would kill you for that, because that's how his nature was.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's
but it's because the reason they have that hatred is because if you're not exposed to something, it's not real to you. And I've experienced this from police officers. I've experienced this from all sorts of people. When you're just looking at it as an inanimate object and this is an NPC and I can't put like a face or an emotion or the fact that like, hey, we got the same value set. Like we can get along, we can talk. We just don't agree on this, this, and this. And I'm navigating in my house this way. I don't care what you do, but this is what I'm doing over here. And we can keep it pushing.
I have to disagree with that.
What do you mean?
Because my anger and hatred for a while, right?
Yeah.
I said irrational hatred. I get what you're talking about. People that's never met black people, which I think in this day and age, at least my generation, is gone, right?
Yeah.
My anger came from proximity. Because while my adopted family treated me fairly and kindly, I was not treated fairly and kindly by me and my brothers would fight every day. Not fight each other, but fight other people.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
if you said said something about my birth mom or my adopted mom, I'm gonna fuck your face in.
Yeah.
And my brother's like, if you fuck with my brother, I'm gonna fuck your face in. And so my anger came from realizing, like, I realized not all black people, right? But there was a lot of motherfuckers that was fucking with me, and a lot of motherfuckers do fucked up shit.
Yep. I understand.
And it's like, well, fuck them all, because the only people that had my back was my family. Everybody else would say, why do you like that white boy? Why do you care about that white boy? Why do you bring him in the community? Why is he here? Why do you put him above us? And they would be like, because he's my fucking son. He's my adopted child.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't understand it, or they didn't care.
No. And that's I was about to say Jeremy's experience when he grew up, because he lived in the hood of where we're from. So, and his experience, when he recites his experience to me, it was the exact same thing. And my experience was literally the exact same thing, because I was still considered an other within the group. And like even the girls that all the dudes was trying to fuck on that were mixed, they still were mean to him. They were just like they gave him shitty nicknames like Yellow Girl, and like would constantly blast him about being light skinned while still wanting to fuck him. Like, so I 100%.
I'm a proponent of my dick white nationalism. I'm the great white shark. I eat what I want to. You gonna stop me?
Facts.
I literally had to tell that to a white nationalist I know in real life. I was hitting on this fucking Asian girl. He's like, bro, you shouldn't be doing that. You're a hypocrite. Like, you gonna fucking stop me?
Bro, for real though. But like, I totally understand the experience of people who are not perceived or included in the black group is not good. within said group because you were the only white person they could fuck with, even though you're right there with them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, my thing is like I feel like proximity to diversity causes conflict, but I also understand what you're saying about pure ignorance, and I feel like the irrational hatred in white nationalism, I feel like it's a culmination of just evil in America, people wanting to unleash on something because for my generation, and I would say my parents' generation, right? Not being around black people, not associating with black people is exceedingly rare. At least where we're from, or the deep south. So, I mean, but that's where I catch a lot of the hatred from. It's like, I understand it if you live next to people or you're around them. What I don't understand is when you're on the internet and you're talking to people and you have to. Most of the white nationals I know, at least me especially, most of them say the same fucking shit in public that we say online. So that's why I get like annoyed when people go, "Oh, you wouldn't say that in real life." My little brother was dumbfounded because I'm sitting here like just talking nonchalantly, throwing the N-word around. The only reason I'm saying on your stream is I don't want your stream to get taken down. I have no fear of saying that.
No,
I have no fear of saying the word, and I respect everybody. If I call somebody that, they deserve to be called it. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to talk to people about it. My brother's dumbfounded. I was like, how the hell is he not getting his ass beat? He's like, for one, it'd be a really bad mistake. Because if I can't beat your ass, I'm going to deal with you in another way. Come at me. And that's just a simple fact. And I don't care. Hate crime charges be damned. Do what I want. I'm going to be free. I'm going to be a man. And my brother's like dumbfounded because he's like, the more I talk to black people, it's like, oh, wow, you're able to talk to these people and believe like this. And they're not mad at you. Yeah, liberal white women hate me for it more than anybody else.
Well, I mean, the only reason that somebody would really not be able to have the conversation with you is if they were completely emotional and then shut down at the white nationalist part of the sentence. Because like nothing you've said has been like, and I'm going to do this. Because like the issue is when I think that it's like these dudes who got to take 3 trucks of white dudes to go kill one black guy. And I'm like, okay, so like you need 3 trucks to deal with one of us. Like that's not a good sign, but whatever. But,
that's a propaganda depiction too, by the way.
Right. We're conditioned to feel that way.
Right. But you're not going, oh, well, I think this. And
if I do it, it's going to be 4. God damn it. I believe in strength and numbers.
Right.
Hold on.
Well,
so I got
But it's that concept. 1 second. It's that concept of you're gonna impose, like we're gonna come force this. We're gonna come take our white girl back, and I'm like, please do. Like I got. Please try.
Well,
like,
we don't really want her back.
Right.
If you're gonna betray the tribe, like if I have 2 bullets and an enemy and a traitor, right? Who do I dispatch? Who do I shoot? I shoot the traitor twice. Because, like, that's why I don't understand. Like, I was talking to black guys about, look, we only want to do it to piss off the white men. 90% of the time, you're only going to get the scraps. 10% of the time, 10% of the time that you get the good, decent white girls, it's an outlier. You're an outlier.
Well, I mean, I am an outlier. That's fair. Because I only get the trophy ones. That.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's fine. Well, I mean, there's a stigma. There's a stigma for the dude that's bummy, that's dating the beluga whale, and I've seen it happen multiple times.
Well, it's the majority. It's the majority, and even if it's not the black guy with the big fat chick, it's the black guy with the meth headed girl or the crazy bitch.
True.
Like even if she is pretty.
Right. So I'm not digressing there. It's just I don't see that.
Well, you even see this with Asians, right? The most Asian chicks that sleep with white guys are crazy scumbags, poor, crazy. If you're a rich, let me put it this way: if you're a rich fucking man, you're decent looking, you're wealthy, you're a real fucking man. Yeah, you can get what the fuck you want because women. Especially women, they date up.
Right.
And that's the thing. Like, you can date up racially, you can date up financially or resource based. It doesn't matter. A woman is going to choose what is best for her situation.
Facts. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And that's the thing. Like, so a wealthy man of any race, any nationality, decently healthy, decently looking, will be able to pick and choose what he wants.
Yeah, that's fair. So you're correct. Those all would be outlier situations.
Yeah.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Some of it's fair, but did you say date up racially?
Yes, there is a natural racial hierarchy at play in America.
Tell me what it is.
And the world. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you expect me to say white people are on top, but it's Asians.
Okay.
I respect that answer so much. He knows. I like it. You're dialed in. I get it. Okay.
It goes black mostly, Hispanic, white, Asian. Native Americans are too small to actually occupy any racial spot. They just do their own shit for the most part.
Yeah.
And black chicks, they will typically date Hispanic, white, or Asian to date up racially. Hispanics typically date white or Asians. Whites will either date Asians. Asians are the ones who are dating down, typically. And that's a fact.
So your hierarchy is socioeconomic.
Bro, hold on. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this Muslim guy. You want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm.
I had a Vietnamese family that was a made Vietnamese family
Mm-hmm.
try to get me to marry one of the daughters. That's how much of an outlier I am. They wanted these genes in that pool.
I don't know if it was the genes. I think it may have been that money.
No, I was broke then. That was when
really?
I was broke. I've always carried myself well, though. I've always carried myself
They probably
well.
thought you were wealthy because you carried yourself.
No, they knew I wasn't. John knew, like her brother, and so like this was the thing, because like my buddy who's white married into that family, and they didn't like him. Everyone loved me. They were like, so like I got to go to another wedding from his wedding because he had a traditional Vietnamese wedding, which is awesome. If you ever get a chance to go, recommend doing it. Great culture, fun weddings.
That's probably why they didn't like him though.
Why?
If he's a white guy and he cucked to them,
no, he did both. He did one for her family. But the issue is like the traditional Vietnamese wedding is actually kind of important because it's like your way of being introduced to the family. And so like they have a higher, like it was in my 20s and when I really learned about how hierarchies actually work.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like that type of wedding, it was interesting because like they have their tables and it's set up hierarchically. Like there's a table where all the important people in the family sit, and like you don't get to go sit there. You don't get to go over to that table to talk to them unless you're invited. Even though it's not any of their weddings, they're just like, yeah, the groom can't come sit over here. And so I got invited to that. And then like I went to another wedding that was one of the made men in that family. And his mom, who didn't speak any English, just kept asking me to marry his sister. And I thought she was joking.
Well, a lot of people, a lot of traditional societies respect charisma and the way you carry yourself.
Yeah.
Because if they see you carrying yourself well, they see you having a future, and you will be a wealthy person, or you will do something good.
Yeah. I have not disappointed them.
No, I mean, like there are outliers and everything, and the outliers.
Well, I mean, I think there would be less outliers if men specifically carried themselves with some sort of pride. And like, I respect the pride that you have in your heritage, and this is the reason why, because I am a firm believer that I have a genetic debt that is owed to my genetic line. Now, me personally, when I did my 23andMe, I also did my ancestry, but I'm a genetic descendant of Ramses III. That's a lot of weight. Like I actually have somebody who is actually important to this planet in my bloodline that I'm a descendant of. Like it's not like conjecture. I'm like, this motherfucker, this genetic material is only passed from father to son. So even though my biological dad is a coward, he did make me. So
no, like, I firmly believe in genetic debt to your ancestors. Like
yeah, and so
they spawned from. This is a fucking continuous line since the beginning of time that has led to you. And the fact that you just make the choice to not have kids is fucking pathetic, male or female.
Well, I mean, I think it's that you so your ancestor was anti-Semitic. He's not the one that kicked the Jews out. It was after him. Thank you very much.
Well, no,
actually, specifically, Ramses the Third. Ramses the Third was specifically. It's quoted when I looked him up. He was the last great ruler of Egypt. He was like, the shit went downhill after him. So I don't know what the rest of them dudes was doing, but like, I ain't claiming those ancestors. My genetic material goes back to a specific one, and that's the one that I'm claiming. But no, I think it's important. I think it's important to carry yourself like that. I think it's important to be prideful in where you came from. I think it's important. I mean, even if you look, even if we just had the slavery talk, like people was doing free labor and getting beat and then still decided to procreate for me to be here. How am I going to sit here with Cheeto dust in my fucking belly talking about what I'm not going to do?
Yeah. Well, like the simple fact that people are like, well, people like the fact that it's propagandized to you, that people are telling you they don't want you to breed. And you're like, okay, well, you gave me good reasons why I shouldn't breed. So I won't. It's like, these people are literally telling you they want you and your descendants dead.
Yep.
You and your ancestors dead.
They'll be like, oh, sorry, you beat scurvy and reproduced while working in a peasant field in Europe, trying to figure out irrigation. Yeah, sorry that I made your decision to continue struggling through that and reproducing to get to me. I'm done. Like, I'm tapping out.
Yeah, well, and honestly, as much as it pains me to say, I'm glad those people do it because that's a form of eugenics.
Yeah,
to be honest, I'm gonna be real with you. Like this is what gets me hate in like white national circles because it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna try to save these people. I've tried. No. You can't save these motherfuckers. They don't want to be saved.
Well, the original thing that I was gonna say, because be brave and think that idiot. When I was talking to him, he was talking about how everything's great, and I'm like, so you're poor, you live in a trailer. I am not poor. I pay more in taxes than you do. I'm in a different tax bracket than you are. I don't live in a trailer. I'm contributing to society, and you're telling me that everyone who looks like me is a criminal. And I'm not a criminal. I'm more concerned about you because you would want to take my stuff. But then I doubled back on him because he was just like, oh, well, okay, like maybe there's some, I don't know. Jeremy does the impression best, but he backtracked a little bit. But I was like, my thing is this, and this is the deal. And this is what I'm experiencing because the circles that I run in, like I actually spend my time around people with actual money. Like Jeremy down there, he making actual money too. I'm the broke person in my group. Jeremy makes way more money than I do. But but the thing that I was going to say was it's a question that I posed to him. I was like, if this is a race deal, then why are all these white millionaires pouring into me specifically when they live in an area around a bunch of broke motherfuckers just like Be Brave?
To maintain power
over the broke people that are like literally around them, or is it because I work hard, I carry myself well, and I'm able to?
It's to maintain power and demoralize them. If you don't have a specialized skill, and it's purely because you're brown, not trying to be a dick, it's to demoralize and destroy those around.
So you're telling me that millionaires, literal millionaires, and a billionaire.
Well,
literally,
what is your skill?
Home automation.
Well, then you have a skill, right? Do they specifically choose you over a equally?
This was no. So the network that I have, these are people who were clients of mine, who are clients of the company that I'm now a partner in. I've worked at this place for 10 years. I just became a partner in the company, probably 2 years ago now.
Is there an equally qualified white candidate to do the job?
It was a white-owned company until 100. It's predominantly a white-owned company. They're just doing business with another white dude.
That doesn't matter. I'm asking you: was there a white candidate that was chosen over you, or that you were chosen over?
Well, they're not choosing me specifically. They're choosing the company. I'm not the only person that works there. We got employees and shit.
Okay, well then the race thing doesn't matter because as far as they
but this is the thing. You're talking about it as though they're choosing me to work for them. I'm talking about these people are putting me in rooms with politicians. These people are pouring into me. They're helping me navigate with my real estate and stuff.
Meritocratically speaking, you're good at your job and you've earned that position.
Okay. But that's the extra stuff beyond the job is what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is if somebody wanted to put you on game, like I got a guy who's a multimillionaire, and like I can't reference the streams, but there was like one day where I was answering questions live, and I'm in his garage with his Porsches and his 2 Lamborghinis and his Ferrari. Like, this dude has a lot of money. He lives in an area where right down the street we do my business does clothing drives and coat drives for the school down there, because when they asked me, they were like, do you want to do something for the inner city's kids? I'm like, no, I want to help these kids that are around the corner that need help, that are right here. Like, I want to go help these white kids, like I because they're around the corner from where we are. Like, this is where we're located.
Can I say something about people like Be Brave?
Yeah.
In white nationalism, the reason that I left white nationalism, right, is because
so you're just saying this to get me riled up, bro.
No, politically speaking, I am a white nationalist. I still hold the belief,
bro. Will you guys please stop doing the shock value shit?
Well, no, it's not shock value. I do hold white nationalist belief.
Why can't you? Okay, so my question is this: if you expounded what you believe without saying that, do you think that you would be able to have more fruitful conversations with some people that might shut down after the white nationalist part?
No, because I'd be lying to them, and I'm not going to lie to them.
What? That's like, bro, you sound just like every gay person I've ever met. You sound like gay people and vegans. Okay. And CrossFit bros.
Well, I'm not
like you have to tell me, like that's the beginning of the sentence. Like you can't tell me what you think. You have to be like, by the way, as a white nationalist, let me tell you what I think. Like you can't just tell me what you think.
I didn't tell you what I thought. I didn't start the conversation was started weeks ago, and I didn't tell you as a white nationalist until recently.
That's okay. That's fair. That's fair. I'll give you that.
So I left white nationalism as an organization because of the exact problem you're talking about with Be Brave. I noticed fucking morbidly obese fucking whales. Like, I'm better than I'm better than this buff, strong black guy because I'm white. No?
Did they at least say that we were beautiful?
No.
Be Brave does.
Be Brave does. Like, Be Brave got some like latent Oedipus weirdness going on with black folks.
It annoys me because it's like, yeah, your genes may be great, they may be superior, whatever the fuck you want to believe, right? But if you don't fucking use those genes to the fullest extent, it doesn't fucking matter. You're a dysgenic piece of shit. And they would get mad and they want to argue. And it's like, no, shut up. You're fat. Doesn't matter.
The most complicated joke there is.
What the fuck? Sorry.
Hey, Bumpkin.
What's up, Bumpkin?
Are you young also?
Yeah, I'm 23 years old.
Okay.
Dude, that's what I was saying. I was like, you got to give them some grace. They got a whole life ahead of them, bro. So much experience.
I got you. And I actually am trying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not coming at you guys adversarially. It might seem that way, but I do apologize because I know that I can come off like I'm being an ass, and I don't mean to be. I really do want to know what you guys think because I honestly still don't actually know what you think.
Yeah, I'm a right-wing authoritarian that was a dictatorship. No.
See, I say that shit. You laugh, but then that's what I mean. Come on now.
I started Googling shit. He threw out so many buzzwords. Just
I knew exactly what he was saying.
So, did you see Mayo Monkey's comment? He said, "Be brave wants black dick."
I don't even want to touch. I wouldn't touch that conversation with a 10-foot pole, man.
Oh my goodness.
No, what I believe is I am separate from Nick Fuentes and the new America First policies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys familiar historically with the old America First? Like the original, like 1960s America First with like Charles Lindbergh and stuff like that. They were, you are Casey Mo, right? So I'm a isolationist, like an isolationist, socially conservative,
with you,
sort of quasi-controlled economy. That's sort of where I dwell from. Well, see, here's the problem, right? See, here's the problem, and this is where we're always going to fundamentally agree with a lot of libertarian types. Is, you know, I say I'm socially conservative, right? I believe in socially conservative values, and as soon as I get to the economy part, where I'm saying, you know, we need to stop international capitalism and all of that from corroding the actual greater society and corroding it socially. You say no, that's bad. Now here's the thing. If you do not put certain stop breaks into action for them, they will corrode your society, because them being a separate entity makes it so they can jump ship, because they only care about the profit, right? When profit is the only goal, they will jump ship. They will corrode your society down into the last pebbles, and then they will jump ship when shit hits the fan, and they'll do it to the next country.
Now, if you're talking about NAFTA and GATT, like
I'm talking about international companies, period. I'm talking about, and now listen, and I know Casey Mo, like I am a small business capitalist. I love like the thought process of owning your own,
Mayo.
Of owning your own business, all of that. I love the idea of that.
Can I interject something real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
This is why my philosophy towards debating exists, right? People like Mayo, I don't debate, I speak. Whether you listen, that's your choice. Like that, and that's why I'm abrasive. That's why I talk over people, and I don't mean to be that way, but it's because of people like Mayo.
Listen, someone like Mayo will never hear our points out, because someone like Mayo has no idea what even the history behind that word actually means. He has no idea about the policies they actually implemented or anything. The only thing he knows is my government program that won that war tells me that they were bad, so therefore I'm not going to do any greater research on that.
Most government programs are fascist in implementation.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily what he believes. But what I will say is that the leader that we had during that time was pretty fascistic in his views.
Who, FDR?
America and the West have been functioning fascist since the age of revolution. When
here we go. We're going romper room for the end of this. Mayo, welcome to the panel. Oh, Mayo's. Oh, there he goes. He's back. Stop pushing buttons. Jesus.
Is he trying to talk? Because I can't.
Oh, just listening to the new Reich.
Oh, Lord.
You're goddamn right.
Mayo.
It's beautiful.
Mayo. You cannot be on these young men's necks like this. They're trying.
Oh, so they're on their own.
They're trying.
They're on their own.
Our time is now, old man.
Okay.
Settle.
That's so this is the thing.
Have
Mayo,
fun with
and
that.
This is what I've said the whole time. So they're
will never remember you.
Bruh. Guys, hold on a second. So Mayo, this is my deal in defense of the youth. Okay.
Okay.
I understand
ignorance.
Your angle. But what I'm going to tell you is this: these are young men that are trying to do something. They don't have political power. They're not trying to take over anything. They're going to set up food banks. They're going to feed homeless people. They're going to help people that are American citizens. No one else is doing this. So if you don't implicitly agree with them, who's doing it? We're literally funding immigrants right now and giving them fucking houses and shit, dude.
So no one's funding food banks. There's no food banks in your city, Ray.
They can't set up their own. Why can't they add more? Are we saying that there's not there's enough food banks?
I'm just asking you, are there food banks now?
Yes.
Are there not ever increasing homeless and needy?
Thank you. Are we not until if our government's not going to do what they need to do right by the citizens of this country, then I'm totally fine with somebody that I don't implicitly agree with stepping in and starting to do something as they develop and watching them as they develop before I try to cut the feet out from underneath them when they're starting to walk.
Was Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1934.
Well, see, Ray. See,
am I wrong?
Mayo is exposing himself as the true fascist because he doesn't want to hear new ideas or talk to new people
they're
about
not
new
new.
things.
Your ideas are not new.
You haven't let them do anything yet.
Nothing. You haven't described a policy. Describe to me a policy that you'd use to fix the country.
Go ahead. Go off, King. I want to hear it, man.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Black Box is in the building too.
I don't want to fucking do this tonight, bro. All right, listen.
Oh, because you already said on previous broadcasts that you're closest to a fascist.
I didn't say I'm closest. I say, should I go mask off, Muslim guy? Should I? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? I am a fascist. Okay, in every single breath and every single thing I say. I've never not admitted that.
We've never not admitted it. We've danced around it because of people like you.
Because of people like you. Because as soon as you hear that word,
why do you hear that word?
Because as soon as you hear that fucking word, because as soon as you hear that fucking word, Mayo, your brain, your fucking lizard brain shuts down and you go into your decrepit fucking cave
sir.
Like a fucking truck.
Yes.
Fascism is like socialism. So you're saying that it just hasn't been done right yet. So it just hasn't been done right yet, like communism.
When people say capitalism is broken, but it's the best system we have, isn't that the same as saying that it's not been done right yet?
So true. Hey, I have a question.
Oh, silence! Oh, okay.
Have I said that, sir?
Mayo, I have a question.
I don't think so.
You've said that to me on the very first fucking stream I talked to you on.
Bullshit.
Mayo, I have a really, really specific question for you. Okay. A very, very, and I'm gonna turn my mic a little bit here because I'm not gonna be overtalked. I have a very, very specific question for you. Did fascism internally collapse, or did it take the entire world to attempt to kill it? Like communism, communism internally collapsed, right? That failed on a systematic level. Okay. Did fascism fail on a systematic level, or did it take capitalists and communists?
Fascism had to join Nazism to survive.
They're the same thing.
Oh my god!
No, they're not, sir.
So fucking ignorant. How can you be so fucking ignorant? That's the same tree of the same branch. Okay. All right. Fascism.
They are not the same, sir.
The fascist
National
ideology.
Socialism and fascism. They're not exactly the same because they're implemented for two different nations. Well, they're
like I said,
dude, communism changes depending on what fucking country you're in. Are you that fucking Are you stupid or are you playing stupid?
He has to be playing stupid.
No.
Are you obfuscating? Are you obfuscating to be like? Is this a debate tactic to piss people off and make them misspeak? Because
no, sir, I'm trying to get you to say what you are plainly.
I just did so.
Because you dance around it all the time.
Because of idiots like you.
Because of history.
You want to know why?
The history of the movement you believe in.
Yes. Okay. Let's go into that. If you really want to have this historical debate, because listen, I've been trying to move past this historical debate on who I would have supported in the past. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because our country is dying.
Mussolini, even
it doesn't matter because that was 80 fucking years ago. But no, yes, Mayo. Let's go into the history of it while our country dies, while there's trannies grooming our children to be gay.
I just want to know what he's gonna do.
The history of it, Mayo. Let's have this fucking conversation for the 1,000th time. Let's go into it, Mayo, because I love having this conversation with brain dead fucking idiots. Let's do it.
Conservatives can't even conserve their own fucking marriages.
Yes, fucking.
So tell me, please, Mayo, please inform me how you're going to beat the communists.
Go ahead. I want to hear it.
And then there was silence.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Oh,
like it's annoying as fuck. Say what you are. Nobody is afraid.
Oh wait. Hold on.
Shit, nobody is afraid. Nobody is afraid.
So
you guys were afraid earlier. I mentioned it in the chat and you laughed it off.
No, nobody was afraid. Nobody was afraid then. We say what we believe.
Your
and we
cool
leave it
black
to the
leader figurehead laughed it off.
What do you have against Andre?
Leader.
Bumpkin's the leader.
He's your cool black figurehead.
The leader.
Bumpkin's the leader. Even Andre even said that.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Bumpkin's the leader, and you left the white power movement. Why?
Are you saying because
is Pumpkin the white power movement now?
No, Muslim guy said earlier he left the Muslim movement, or he left the white power movement because of what?
He left white nationalism.
Sorry.
The fuck is the white power movement?
Okay, white nationalist movement. Because of why?
Because there was a bunch of fat, dysgenic people that were saying they were superior to buff black guys, and it was horrendous. Have I ever said that I'm superior in any capacity, Mayo? Do I spout any superiority?
You obviously think you're superior.
It wasn't just
because you are a leader. You are an authoritarian leader.
You want to address me, but then use me to attack Bumpkin. Hold on, let me put this. It wasn't just dysgenic fucking obese land whales that said they were superior
I just went by what you said.
I'll tell you why I left. It was the fact that if I didn't support a race mixing cop, I was automatically the bad guy. I don't support fucking Chauvin. I don't want to free Chauvin just because he's white. Right? I don't like Chauvin. Don't like cops in general. Obese fucking land whales saying, I'm superior to fucking black guys because my genes. Fucking broke ass motherfuckers. Like, I'm so much better and smarter than rich minorities because, my genes.
Okay, 90% German.
With that, though.
Okay, 90% German.
I didn't say I'm better than them. They asked me what my ethnic makeup was. Did I say that me being German makes me superior?
No, and specifically what I said was I was happy that he was proud of his heritage. Like that's all I said.
You're a fucking retard. I want you to understand this.
You know what? There was a time where I was like, there was a lot of times where me and Mayo would be up on a panel and we would rock out. It was crazy. But the moment you find out that I have a little bit of authoritarian tendencies when it comes to certain subjects, like, yes, absolutely, I would be an authoritarian when it comes to child molesters. Absolutely. The moment I gain power in this country, proven child molesters,
millstone around the neck into the ocean.
Death penalty. Absolutely.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Black.
Go ahead, Blacks.
What metric of success is being used to say that fascism works?
So
they were functioning countries.
Here's the thing that I wanted to bet you missed a lot of the earlier context.
Yes,
so
yes, I did.
First of all, the thing that I want to add the context here before you go in, and then I'm gonna let you rock. But first of all, they're establishing a grassroots political party. They have their own ideologies that they've come up with amongst themselves. These are young men in their 20s that want to be active within the community. They want to start with setting up food banks and finding out what the people need and serving where the services aren't currently adequate. They're looking for gaps in the system, and that's where they're targeting first. They're not running for office. They do not have political power. This is a grassroots setup, and they're talking about the things that they want to do and organizing and getting with people and having conversations with people like us who may or may not agree with them implicitly about that. But like the important thing that I've said here, and I've said it multiple times, is I feel like actually I don't feel what's happening here is this is a conflict when anything new, like I'm like, let them try. Like we're all citizens here. We all have a say. They're a group of people who are trying to start doing something. And the last I checked, not outside of Mike Rage and Snowman, nobody's in the streets. Nobody's on the ground. Nobody's helping people. Like, I mean, I've gone to Jurassic Park here in Kansas City. For those of you who know where that is, I've gone and given out stuff. I've gone and helped with groups of people because it's important to at least see what's going on. So that way, when somebody like Blumpkin and New Frontier wants to speak to this, there's some sort of context. But what I'm saying is they're trying to start doing something. And it seems like because of specific keywords that they're using, we want to cut the legs out from under this before it can start. And you're talking to a bunch of 20-year-olds that are still aging, still growing. But maybe if they start doing something as those opinions mature, they'll mold this. But like so far from what I've heard from everything that they said, they're not trying to go out and destroy, go out and recruit and or mutilate children. They want to set up food banks and help people who need help that are American citizens. They care about this country the same way you do. We just don't agree on these buzzwords, and you're driving them into a corner and they're acting their age, which is lashing out. Like, this is not an adult conversation. You are not speaking to them the way somebody who's pouring into the next generation that's going to be responsible for the mess that you motherfuckers made should be talked to. Like, pour into these men.
They're talking
be constructive.
Like they want war.
Well, they're talking like you guys got up here and said, hey, we're going to burn all this stuff down and we're throwing everybody in the river. I'm like, dude, if you want to throw the pedo bears in the river, bet I will help pitch.
What
like,
you're not wrong, but what they're doing is they're being aggressive, right? They're saying we have to stop this infection, this cancer, before it spreads. They're talking like they want total war, and I'm fine with that. I'll fight for my beliefs. And that's what happens when you get young men who are motivated. You wind up hardening their beliefs instead of letting them mature and grow.
Okay, so let me let Black Thoughts rock out. But yeah, I just wanted to give you the context of like what's going on here.
Okay, so I never attacked anyone.
Yeah,
I just came in and asked a question. I came in and asked a question of what metric of success are they using that says fascism works? Now, if they have a credible argument and they can sway me, then I'm all for it. That's why I asked the question, and I didn't come in attacking anyone.
Well, we're not talking about you. This is exclusively Mayo. I know I said they, but
well, I'm going to take a little exception to exclusively attacking Mayo. I'm just going to keep it real.
You can have any exception you want. Offense is taken, never given.
So
wait, let me handle this, Bumpy.
You want to handle the fascism question? Go
the
ahead.
metric of success for fascism is how beaten and broken Germany was. Right? How fucking divided Italy was. How they revitalized their economies. Began retaking captured territory that was taken from them in World War I. How it took an entire fucking planet and two competing ideologies to rise up against them to beat them. That is the metric of success that I'm going by. And the fact that communism and capitalism has rotted within and are the direct cause of the problems we are facing today. That is what I'm going off.
And so you're saying that what you perceived has yielded a successful outcome.
Yes.
At one time, yes. Obviously, they lost the war, so obviously they lost the war. I mean, there's nothing else to say about that.
Well, what about fascism in Portugal?
In Portugal?
Yes.
Do you mean Spain? Are you talking about?
Oh, fascism
Spain?
did exist in Spain also.
I mean, I would say more of a monarchy existed in Spain.
Just like Japan was imperialism.
No, Spain was fascist from 36 to 75.
Spain.
The single ruler.
Are you talking about Franco's Spain?
He is talking about Franco's Spain.
Okay, well, the thing about Franco's Spain is it was a very stable nation.
It was.
I mean, what more do you want me to say about it? It was a very stable nation. It prospered, and when Franco died or was close to dying, he returned power to the people. Established elections. So, what's your big beef?
For how long?
What about Portugal?
I wasn't aware that Portugal was fascist.
I'm looking it up right now. I've never heard of Portugal. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And so, okay, so Reckless said something, right? And yet, yes, Reckless, you are correct. I missed a lot. I'm just coming in. So, I'm just going to go based on, things that you have said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that that Mayo, not Mayo, that Bumpkin and the other gentlemen are presenting ideas to help other Americans.
Yes.
Where
like taking their businesses.
They said nothing about taking American businesses.
If they want to control the economy, if they want to
they said that there should, specifically what he said tonight, based on the conversations that we've had tonight, is that there should be control for international businesses because they deplete countries and they have the ability to leave, which literally has merit. I mean, it's called the Cantillon effect. It's where, like, when a civilization's collapsing, the rich people, whoever's closest to the money printer, they get out. Everyone else is left to deal with the melee, and then they come back after it's over. I've literally said that that's exactly what I'm doing. Like, so they're not wrong. But from a business perspective, you can look at it as something that is extracting resources from a country. We literally can look at what's gone down in South America when they said, hey, we don't want you drilling. We don't need that oil. We don't want you drilling off our coast. And then all of a sudden, coincidentally, the continent collapses into anarchy. And the oil resumes. The oil drilling resumes. Like, because the thing is, you guys don't disagree outside of a few key things. And, like, in all honesty, we get to vote. So, like, I would rather have New Frontier than the Democratic Party that we have now, because they would at least ask for money for things that would help Americans. And then we could vote on it and be like, yeah, we vote for that. We don't vote for that. They're not going, we have to get every single thing that we want. They're saying we need to posit some new ideas into this system. There needs to be a new level of representation. There can't just be two parties doing the same shit and us sitting online complaining about it.
I agree, Ray. There is only one argument that I have against what you're saying, right? Is you can't, if you implement the policies of the things that we're talking about, right, and you don't implement everything, they will eventually fall apart. Well, they're going to fall apart anyway, but they'll fall apart a hell of a lot sooner, right?
Well, my question is
if you don't implement everything, it's half-assing it. And the problem with the Republicans is the problem with the Republican America is they want to do they say they want to do shit, but then they half-ass it. They don't put the whole ass behind it. That was the problem with Trump.
Right. Well, what I was going to say was, I was like, since as a voting nation, like, you're not going to get 100. Like, it's just not how that works. So, like, then we're not voting anymore.
Yeah. But
what I'm saying is
that's kind of what I was going to allude to on you saying the Republicans half-ass it. The thing is that in America, at this moment, there is no place where one party gets to influence and just inject everything that they want.
Democrats have gotten everything they wanted since even Trump was in office. They are
you know what?
winning.
I disagree with that, simply because if that's the case, then they would still be aborting babies right out the womb.
They are. They are.
And I respect how you feel.
That's not how I feel. That's a fact. California is still doing it. New York is still doing it. California is making it legal and paying for people from out of state to come and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Texas, the Republican stronghold,
that's a state thing.
It's a state thing. That's not
right. Didn't they send?
Okay, Mayo, hold on. Time out, Black. I'm not having the state debate with you, Mayo. I BTFO'd you last time.
Why?
You got asked me.
Why?
Because I told you that fucking individual states were supposed to be functioning as individual nations within our federation. And you told me I'm wrong.
No, sir, I didn't.
Each state should be its own separate nation state.
Yes.
That is literally how we were built.
You told me that I was wrong, Mayo.
No, sir, I did not.
You did on Jay Rillo's show. You told me I was wrong.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, whatever. What the fuck? Pick and choose your battles, folks.
So Black Thoughts, back onto your train of thought that you were having there.
Yeah, so the question I want to ask is this, right? So for the people who say fascism is the way to go, lay out a plan to me where and how, well, just how fascism would work for the American people.
Oh,
Bumpkin, I told you we needed to work on that.
What do you mean? We don't need to work on that specifically. How fascism would work? Okay.
The explanation, the road.
Oh, like the explanation of how you
with the
get
Constitution staying intact.
Well, see, first and foremost, I'm gonna be honest with you. Second Amendment, highest priority, because the difference between a citizen and a fucking peasant is a citizen's armed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So a fascist American state would, and here we go. We're getting in this conversation. Playing Hearts of Iron, talking about Hearts of Iron, guys.
We needed the fucking Venn diagrams and all.
You wanted the Venn diagram?
I told you we needed it. I told you.
A fascist American state, for one, it would be definitely religious. In the sense of not a specific Christian religion like Catholicism or Protestantism, but it would definitely have the Christian morality, which is the hyper glue that keeps America together still to this day, which as that's deteriorated away, you see the deterioration of American society.
So can I interject real quick, Bumpkin?
Fuck, okay.
Just real quick, right?
Yeah.
You're saying that we need a religion, right? The left will tell you that their religion now is LGBTQism, and that's their religion. Right, because
that's awesome.
Because that
is their religion,
right?
What
that and I was going to say a plethora of things, right?
That's awesome, but that's not the majority of the United States.
But
that's true.
Okay, I can agree with you, but what I'm saying
in the United States is Christian, of one denomination or the other.
Again, I can agree with you, but the left is saying our religion now is LGBTQism, is climate change, is all this equity, diversity, and inclusion bullshit, and they're saying that's their religion now. Okay. So when you say we need one religion, well, that's what the left is trying to push.
Okay, so
one religion of LGBTQism, climatism, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all those moronic things.
So what you're getting at, and I'm not trying to be rude here, it's a whole bunch of nothing, because these people are not going to fucking let you win. They're not just going to lay down and say, well, your ideas are superior to mine. I obviously don't want to kill you and rape your children anymore. You have to fight them. So what they believe is fucking irrelevant. Okay?
But no religion does that. That's the thing.
Every religion fights for supremacy over the other. Every belief system fights for supremacy over the other.
We literally had the Crusades.
Yeah,
and the Spanish Inquisition. They asked some questions to death.
Right, but that's why I'm saying. So when Bumpkin says, well, we need one religion, it's like, well, you have people already fighting for that, and we just disagree with them.
Why?
Why do we disagree with them?
Because we don't believe what they believe.
No, because of what it's specifically because those movements are evil by definition.
Yeah, they're inherently evil.
They seek to destroy society. They seek to destroy. They're not trying to integrate. They're not trying to go, hey, we've got a new idea and we want to implement this to help everyone. They're going, we want to destroy the nuclear family. We want to destroy men. We want to have everyone separated. We want total anarchy. We want people mutilating themselves.
But Reckless, you realize that they see the Christian religion as the same thing that you're calling them?
The Muslim religion literally wants to take over the world.
Yeah, every ideology wants to take over the world. What the fuck is your point?
But you know what their
belief system.
So freedom of religion is out in the Constitution.
No, but you have to bring back that. Okay, do you not believe that America has, from the fundamental standpoint of its creation, a Christian nation, Mayo.
Yes, our entire law system is built off the 10 Commandments.
Okay, then.
Okay.
So what's your fucking
then.
opposition to what he just said?
What is the opposition to it? I'm not saying that we're going to start hanging non-Christians in the street. I'm just saying that we have to
not yet.
bring the morality
Never, motherfucker. Don't you put that on us.
Yeah, don't put that.
Don't put the fucking shit you want to do on us.
Hold on. No, you can't say never because your ideologies have not been implemented in a broad spectrum. So you can say never now.
Let me put it this way. As long as
hold on. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Sir,
it will not fucking happen.
Sir, please let me finish. You can say that now, but once you get the ideologues to agree with you, they are going to advocate for hanging the folks that do not agree with you.
And my Christian morality, because I am a Christian, I'm not going to do that, Black Thoughts.
So their Crusades weren't Christians?
Okay, you dense motherfucker. Let's go over the Crusades real fucking quick. Do you know what started them? No, do you know what started them? Fucking Barbary pirates and Muslim pirates raiding all the way from Anatolia all the way to fucking Iceland for 200 years. Eventually, Christians got tired of being pushed around and being made slaves, so they went into the fucking Holy Land and said, "This mine now," and they fucking killed the people who were raiding them, raping and torturing them.
Yes. So what about the Spanish Inquisition, sir?
Hold on.
Man, the Spanish Inquisition happened for almost the same reasons. The Reconquista, hidden Muslims.
I don't really want to mute everybody. So Bumpkin, I can't hear you. So is there a way for you to bump up your volume?
Yeah, I can do that, buddy.
Fine.
Can you? Because he's really low for me.
Are you sure you didn't catch a grenade or something that like knocked out the bumpkin tones?
No, I think I'm good.
You
Hold
were
on.
in the military.
So,
I'm at 70% now. There we go. Is that good?
Yeah, it's a little better. The reason I cut you off is, and I didn't mean it like that, but the reason I stepped in is so you're saying that this would be something completely separate from anything we know as fascism, because in traditional fascism, the state is the religion. So
okay,
this
here
is
we
different.
Go. So when we are talking about, I'm going to explain this ideology. Okay. So what we are referring to is third positionism. We've been talking about it being fascism, but that's not entirely true.
Why are you guys doing this to me?
I'm sorry, Casey, but I just didn't want to get into it. It's a conversation I constantly have. You get to my grift, so it just gets boring. But I'll have this conversation again.
Well, time out. Why don't we do this? Because I probably am going to want more than you're willing to offer right now.
No, I'll give it all right now.
Well, it's going to take.
Well, we've got 20 minutes.
Yeah. So why don't?
But the thing is this, and like I don't want you guys to like Bumpkins, like all of you guys from New Frontier, you're not rushed here. Like we can have this conversation whenever. This show is kind of just about money and politics and stuff along those lines. So there's always space for us to have these conversations over here.
Right.
Give me some info.
So like, don't feel like you got to get all the shots off now. Like Jay Rillo said he wanted you and Mayo debating on his show. So I'm happy you guys stopped arguing because you can do it there.
For sure. But
like,
throw me some info in the back because I'd like to actually have a conversation with you to find out where you're actually at, and I actually have a lot of questions.
Well, that's why I asked about policies earlier.
But
and it was laughed off.
Well, Bumpkin, you also can't take a position, be strong on the position, and then when challenged, say, "Well, I don't want to have this conversation," because I've heard you say that
just
several
for
times.
It's just for time's sake. Okay, fine.
You
Let's
absolutely can, though. You don't have to.
You
don't
absolutely
have to talk
can.
to people.
But I will. All right.
So then you're becoming authoritarian.
Can I sum it up in a quick way? Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna run through it. Okay. So, third positionism is the umbrella term for National Socialism, fascism, the Iron Guard Legionary, all of these different groups around the world, right? Around the same time period, or sometimes even after the same time period or before the same time period. But the same sort of ideas. It's the rejection of communism. It's the rejection of of laissez-faire capitalism. It's rejection of it's the rejection of laissez-faire capitalism, and it's a rejection of monarchy. It's the overarching, umbrella term for third positionists. So the thing with third positionists are it always takes root in a country's ethos or in a country's way of thinking, or they always share very similar not necessarily goals, but very similar ways of thinking, right? Like the anti-communism, anti laissez-faire capitalism, or international capitalism, to be more specific, and anti-monarchy and stuff like that. So that, to sum it up, that is the overarching term, right? So when we're talking about fascism, I don't want an American fascist state because fascism is Italian, or I don't want a national socialist American state because that's German. That those are foreign elements to America, right? For third positionism to come to America, it would have to be rooted in our own ethos and develop with our own culture and with our own morality.
Now, my question would be, is that even possible with a lack of hegemony in the United States?
Absolutely.
We have a hegemony. It's just being attacked, and that's what breeds third positionism.
Yes. Third positionism is it's not a reactionary ideology, but it is a reaction to certain environments. Like you see, it is a reaction to a lot of like neoliberal democracies. It is a reaction to that, and a reaction.
So certain
to
conditions have to exist for it to come into play.
Yes, like the conditions in the United States, just like the conditions in the Weimar Republic or Weimar Germany, the conditions in Spain. I mean, it all lands up. It almost seems like, and this is why I always say like third positionism is inevitable or complete collapse, right?
That's what I was about to say. I was going to say that this is basically the last step of a dying civilization to say
it's the last option. It's the immunity response.
But here's the thing, right? It's not absolute death, right? Because here's the thing. And here's why I do what I do, okay? Because every other time this has popped up, right, around the world throughout history, America has always been the big bad dog that always killed it, okay? And I love the United States of America. I'm an American citizen, right? But you have to accept where they were wrong, okay? But when it is unchallenged, right? Because I am fully aware that the very, very first product of third positionism, and some people might call me crazy, is this: it was Caesar in Rome. Okay. It was Caesar in Rome. Rome was on the brink of collapse, and Caesar being in power for only a year, look how far it went. I'm just saying, look how far it went after that. After he crossed the Rubicon and said, all right, we're having emperors now. We're going to start having emperors, and we're going to start having dictators, and this is how this republic's going to have to go. He crossed that Rubicon, and he said it so Rome could last thousands of more years. So what I was getting at is there is no one that can check the United States of America. There is no one that can check the United States of America. There is no foreign country that can check the United States of America. It wouldn't be a Germany situation again, or an Axis situation, because there's no big bad dog on the block. We are the big bad dog. No one's gonna check us. Okay, we could steamroll the entire planet if we wanted to. I disagree with that. I don't advocate that, but we could. But absolutely, we could. If every single country was invading us.
I disagree.
There's been several war strategies.
We've already steamrolled the planet twice.
Yes, there's been several.
But that's the reason why
studies. There's been
If we steamrolled everyone twice, then why are we letting innocent folks die somewhere in a proxy? Because we clearly can't steamroll everyone.
Because liberalism doesn't let you conquer land and control it.
Liberalism is the root of evil. Liberalism does not let you conquer. Liberalism does not let you do anything. So, yeah.
But you guys just said we steamrolled everyone twice.
We're responsible for the victory of World War I and World War II.
Whoa. No. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. You can't say that we steamrolled everyone twice and then say, but liberalism doesn't let you conquer. We are literally fighting a proxy war.
We have fought so many fucking wars because we don't conquer land.
Because we do not want to get into a war with a certain country.
Yeah, okay.
That's not
and we
steamrolling
still
everyone.
Steamrolled the world twice. Just because we didn't take land doesn't mean we don't steamroll them. Just because we have proxy wars to avoid a third world war does not mean we didn't steamroll them. Like, this is asinine. Like, it's fucking stupid. Just because you have a proxy war, so you don't have literal fucking nuclear annihilation, does not mean that you did not steamroll the planet twice.
So how did the United States become the big dogs on the block?
By investing in the industry and destroying and fucking using that to steamroll their enemies.
Well, and all the wars in which we steamrolled were not fought on American soil, so we were not being taxed for resources, while the countries that were having the physical locale of the war that we went to go steamroll were suffering the consequences of the resource toll, the death toll being physically on their lands. Like, let's call it what it is from a business perspective. Like, if you're fighting the war where you're at, it costs more.
Well, America can hold out. America can hold out almost indefinitely. We have enough population.
We're not feeling that now in a proxy.
What's happening with the proxy war is that's the reason. Like, whenever people bring up the greenhouse gas agenda and how they're forcing everyone to switch over to electric, they already knew this was coming. I think that our government knew this was coming, and so they needed a reason that wasn't, hey, we're about to get cut off from oil, and we can't force these companies that are in America that are pumping oil here and sending it across the sea to sell it more for more money, that we're about to get cut off and they're still going to continue to send our oil away. I think that's what's getting ready to happen. When BRICS is up and running, that's what's going to happen. They're going to go, we're not selling you oil anymore, or we're selling you oil at an outlandish rate, and we're not going to be able to take those companies back because that would violate our constitution. To go, we're going to use our oil here because we have oil here.
We have constitutional ways of seizing those companies.
But hold on, I mean, we have more oil here than anywhere else.
But you're not understanding what I said from a business perspective. The oil that we drill here does not stay in this country. Our oil, that gets turned into fuel, it gets sent over to Europe and then back. We do not do that refinement here. That's so that they can charge more there, and they can charge more here. That's the way these companies have this set up.
But we did for 2 years, and then Biden fucking basically made it to where they couldn't anymore because they shut down the refineries with regulation. So
that's one of the issues.
But what I'm saying is this talks back to the international companies and how they figure out ways to maximize the amount of money that they're making because they're profit driven. There's no reason for us to not refine the oil here. Our gas would be an order of magnitude cheaper. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if we look at this from a business perspective, like that whole green push is because we're about to get cut off from oil, and they knew that we were getting ready to get cut off from oil.
Reckless.
The thing that, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
But they knew we were getting ready to get cut off from oil, so they strummed up this whole global warming thing. And the cleanest planet on the planet needs to get a little bit more cleaner because it's more effective to squeeze more a water drop out of a rock than it is to squeeze water out of a sponge. Apparently,
to be fair, hydrogen power. If we could switch over to that, our hydrogen fuel cells.
100%.
It would be fucking beast mode.
100%. But it's just they're coming up with stupid stuff to get people on board with to keep us distracted, because they can't go, hey, we're about to get cut off from oil and stuff's going to be bad if we don't shift all this stuff over.
Just so that we're clear, though, it would take less than 2 years to get the refineries back up and running, and we could literally shut down bricks. Period.
Yeah, but our leaders do not. Our leaders, because they are not fascists, do not have the political will to do it.
Well, we say that there's not. I mean, well, the issue is it's not a matter of shutting down bricks. We're not going to shut down bricks because nobody wants to use our. The only reason that the dollar has been dominant. It's not the dollar domination of this planet as a monetary store of value was supposed to have been over 50 years ago. Mathematically, like that's the cycle. It's what it is. We've done this multiple times. We just didn't want to go, hey, we're gonna take a back seat. We want to be the big dog forever as far as the finance and the army. Like it's a level of ego that is just stupid. But we would be able to sustain ourselves with our oil was what I was getting at. It's not a matter of us fighting back against bricks. Those companies don't want to do business with us. Like they don't like us. Like it's what it is. It's like you can't force someone to come to your store if you do have bad business practice. Our foreign policy is dog shit.
Yeah,
we are the bullies of this planet. Like,
hold on though. There's a part you're not really understanding.
Actual dollars don't trade hands.
Right. So
understood.
Here's the thing. They're just in shale alone. So we're talking the shale that's in Colorado, Wyoming, and I believe New Mexico. That alone is equal to over 150 years worth of production from the Middle East. So what I'm telling you is we have enough oil to where we could literally sell the shit at half of what OPEC does and fuck their whole shit up.
Even if we were to convert coal into oil, we would be self-sufficient.
Exactly. Not just self-sufficient, but supplying the rest of the world.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, okay, America has enough natural resources and abundance in natural resources to be self-sustaining.
And the issue is America doesn't sell the oil, the companies do. Companies want profits, so they're not going to sell it at half the price.
This is why we say nationalize an international corporation.
That's what I was saying. I was like, that's a non-starter argument because it's a company that drills that. It's not America that drills it. America doesn't sell oil. The companies in America that are international companies sell oil. Like
hey,
we
Ray,
don't. Yes, sir.
One question. Since we're talking about this issue, right? That'll be a future issue for America. And everybody wanted to say everything. This is why me and Bumpkin believe what we believe in. Because these corporations are directly responsible for selling out our nation and endangering national security.
And it's happened throughout history over and over and over and over again, man.
Yes, and so is the failure of that system.
Huh?
The failure of the Venezuelan oil.
Yeah.
Venezuelans' oil failure, they didn't have a failure. They got an alternative fuel source that they bought from us and said, we don't want you drilling here. And then their economy magically collapsed after we got involved down there. That's what happened in Venezuela. They didn't want us drilling.
The government took over.
You mean another color revolution?
Their production facilities. And ran them into the ground.
Do you seriously buy that Venezuela
did not want oil drilling down there? They were not utilizing oil. Their cars do not run on oil. They have an alternative fuel that they use for their nation specifically. It's some sort of synthetic fuel that they bought from us, and it's like not made from oil. It's like I think it's not ethanol because it's something that we don't use here, but they got a separate fuel source. And then they were like, now that we've got our stuff sorted after they integrated it into the country, they said, we don't want you drilling off our coast and messing up our natural resources.
Then why did they nationalize?
To keep us from drilling on their to keep us from drilling down there and fucking up their national resources. So they could shut international companies down that are harming the future of their nation. Do you honestly
then we went down there and suddenly they magically had a revolution and now we're drilling oil off their coast again.
The problem that libertarians and capitalists try to say that Venezuela had was they were pumping their oil economy was only based on oil. That's not true. They diversified their economy. Agriculture and natural resources and aquaculture were very huge in Venezuela. They had a color revolution that crashed their economy. It was not an overabundance on oil.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, but most people do.
But the thing that we're skipping over is like that country should get to decide whether they want their coastline drilled on and want to suffer the consequences of oil spills that affect their ecosystem. That's their decision. We are interjecting ourselves into other countries' decisions that those people made.
Sure.
They said we don't want you drilling oil here.
As a country is drilling oil off the coast of Venezuela?
No, the companies are, but like we definitely used our resources to go down there and destabilize that country and facilitate what happened. I mean, the president of Venezuela literally got on during the protest and said those aren't our people. Now we fast forward and we can all agree that the train station protesters are not legitimate protesters because we saw that actress that got set up. We see these people showing up to these BLM walks to incentivize and start these things up. We can see it here, but we don't want to believe the president of a country when he gets on, he's like, these people are not our people. They're getting paid to be out here. This is not our citizenry. Something's going on. Oh, now he's dead. Well, the people didn't like him and they made that choice too. Well, the first choice they made was don't drill oil out here in our fucking ocean.
Yeah, look at what happened to Gaddafi.
Oh,
facts.
Gaddafi's people loved him.
So this is the thing that I keep wanting to bring back to you guys. We see the stuff that our government's doing to us, but you're gonna sit here and act like they wouldn't do way worse shit to people that aren't us.
Well, see, I was having the China.
Well, I want to know what this magic fuel in Venezuela.
It's not a magic fuel. It's either some type of ethanol, some type of synthetic fuel. Like other nations who do have other belief systems or values. Let me put it this way, right? And it's really fun talking to Americans about this. Most people in the world outside of America understand that not everything is profitable, but it still should be preserved, or it should still be done. Right? Only in America do we measure success by profitability, right? And see, I'm going to use healthcare for instance, right? America says they have the best healthcare in the world, that they can do this and that with their healthcare, but yet people don't have access to it. People are dying from lack of access. But yet, a big bad evil Fidel Castro can, his government can provide for cancer treatments and help their people have basic health care and medication, even with the U.S. sanctions. Even North Korea can, to an extent. So,
North Korea can't feed its people, sir.
Well, that's due to U.S. sanctions. That's due to U.S. sanctions.
Why? Oh my god, I hate these arguments. Why can't they feed their people?
Like, I hate communism, right? But let's put the blame where it's due, right? American sanctions and via power through the UN is why North Korea is sucking, because they were doing better than South Korea for a very long time. And when the U.S. started sanctions, that's the thing, right? The U.S. uses soft power, as Jay Rillo was talking, and economic power, cultural power. And while that is a very powerful tool, it leads to very shitty outcomes for everybody involved. Right? The people that we're using it on get subverted, their nations get destroyed, and they live in chaos. We become more decadent and greedy and go spiral down culturally ourselves till we're falling into chaos. And then then people who want to fix the problem, like me and Bumpkin, have to sit here and rehash old ass arguments for 4 hours with people that can't figure out solutions to fix it in their generation. So they want to stop the next generation from fixing it, because that would be fascism. That would be bad, because my daddy fought against it, or my granddaddy fought against it, because it wasn't the fact that a soldier just wanted to take care of his family and serve his nation out of a sense of duty or anything, because modern Americans don't understand that.
So who is sanctioning food imports to North Korea?
America, the United States.
America, Britain, France, Russia, China, everybody on the UN Security Council. Let's see, Japan, South Korea, Djibouti, Ethiopia. Saudi Arabia. Oh, literally fucking everyone.
But you're wrong.
Really?
You can pull up the list of sanctions from each international body and country.
Ray, I'm sorry. Excuse me, nigga. What? There's only one fucking trade. There's only one fucking trade port in North Korea, and it's not even a trade port. It's a fucking rail line that goes from China to Korea. That's how they get goods. That's how they get That's how they import all their fucking goods from China. There's several ports where they send out fishing trawlers and like they'll send goods to other nations because they can still sell goods, but they cannot import goods.
But we have given them food. The international body has given them food.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. But what you've done, what we have done, is we've kept them from being able to be sufficient. Okay.
So
there's a difference between giving just enough aid to where they're still weakened and still having a fucking famine, right?
So
when someone's already having a famine.
Hold on. I'm about to hold on. I hate to do this to you, Mayo, but I'm about to blow you out of the water. All right. This was published in May 11th, 2022, and it says since 2003, these countries have been sanctioning North Korea. You have the UN and the United States, as well as the European Union, Japan, South Korea, and Australia have sanctioned North Korea over the past 16 years. And you have UN sanctions, Resolution 1718, Resolution 1874, Resolution 2087, Resolution 2094, Resolution 2270, Resolution 2321. It goes on, okay? U.S. sanctions, EO 13466.
What is sanctioned?
June 26,
but
2008.
What is sanctioned specifically?
Under the authority of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, EIPA, and the National Emergency Act, NEA, declared a national emergency in response to the threat posed by fissile material proliferation in North Korea. Continue the sanctions measures imposed under the Trading with the Enemy Act, TWEA, issued in concurrence with Proclamation 8271, which terminated TWEA's authority with regards to North Korea. Boom,
yes, but
bada
what
beam.
is sanctioned?
Every fucking thing.
Everything.
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
Oh my fucking god. These motherfuckers can't even buy medicine for their children.
And it's not like there's wheat fields in fucking North Korea, bro. It's a rock. It's a giant rock. They live on a rock.
They are very wealthy in natural resources and industry. Right? They can build. They have the abundance to be able to build just about anything. They do not have the farmland or the aquaculture capable of sustaining a population. They grow as much as they can. Oh, they're also cut off from fertilizer and chemicals that would aid.
Here, hold on. This is from the European Union. They're embargoing arms and related materials, banning exports of aviation rockets, rocket fuel to North Korea, banning the trade of gold, precious metals, diamonds with the North Korean government, which means that they can have no reserve, which means that they are put in a state to where they can't buy much or anything. Banning the import of minerals from North Korea with some exemptions for coal and iron ore. Banning the export of luxury goods to North Korea. Restricting the financial support for trade with North Korea. Restricting investment and financial activities. Inspecting and monitoring cargoes imported to and exported from North Korea, prohibiting certain North Korean individuals from entering the EU. So, I mean,
do you see food in there?
I fucking hate you.
Bro, we're gonna make your banks not be able to trade with us. But do you see food in there?
We're gonna make it so you can't buy food from other countries because we take your money away. But yes, do you see food on there? I just told you they can barely grow food. They can barely produce food.
Hold on, August 27th. And well, wait a second, because they keep ratcheting this up. So like they They hold on. This is the U.S.
There's more.
But wait, there's more. They in 2016 they capped North Korea's coal exports and banned exports of copper, nickel, zinc, silver. February 2017, the UN panel stated implemented sanctions through China. So though China. Okay, hold on. 2017, they banned all exports of coal, iron, lead, and seafood. they like added seafood on in 2017. Like they can't even get shrimps, bro. Like
no, that was export.
That was export, not import, sir.
But
because they have an abundance of seafood.
How do you expect a nation to be able to engage in trade if you ban all of its exports?
So how do they? Because what I'm saying is, if they have an abundance of seafood, supposedly. Allegedly. So I don't want North Korea coming after me for misquoting what they got. But if you can't trade the abundance of seafood you got, you telling me that these people who live on a rock and all they got is crustaceans is just going to live off crustaceans? No vegetables, no vitamins, apparently no fuel. Like
Kim Jong-il lives pretty well.
Well, guess what? He's the communist dictator. Like they're not known for being very uncorrupted people.
Yeah.
Like we're not defending communism, man. We're just saying that they would probably be eating pretty decent. I mean, they would still be a communist hellhole, but they would be a communist hellhole with food if America and the rest of the world didn't fucking sanction them in their rock. I'm just saying. And also, they probably wouldn't want to fucking bomb everyone if the rest of the liberal world didn't fucking sanction them to hell. That's all we're saying.
That's also another.
Food isn't sanctioned.
My deal is this: whenever we have this conversation,
listed in the sanctions.
So where does the food come from if you don't have money? Like if you don't have money, so Mayo, wait a second. So if I came to your house right now and I said, Mayo,
so
you can no longer go to work.
Mercedes has a factory in North Korea.
They do.
Kim Jong-il's got a couple of them.
Mayo, did you not hear me when I said they have one rail line going from China where they smuggle all of Kim Jong-un and his family's like goods in? Like
at a premium, I'm sure.
Yeah, like my guy,
So you're talking about the person who we're literally sanctioning, and we're talking about the people of that country, and us talking about what does and doesn't work. So you're expecting that if I sanction your house and there was a back door where you could sneak in the goods that you needed.
Kim Jong-il controls his people through starvation.
That's not.
We control that country through starvation. We restrict. Okay, so Mayo, just hypothetical. Do you think Kim Jong has enough food in his palace for him and his people where they're eating good to feed everybody? That is insane.
To feed everybody,
that is actually insane.
That is
So my question. So Mayo, this is
who gets fed?
No. Check it. I'm with you. I understand what you're getting at, but what I'm saying is he would be. So I agree with you. He does have to control his people through starvation, and the reason being is because there's not enough food in that country for everyone to be fed. So like, if you had people in a situation here where the food stopped coming in and we knew Joe Biden had food and we hadn't been completely starved out yet, he would be up out of here, bro. We gonna go get that food. In order for him to even survive, because he's at the top, if things collapse, they're going to come get him. He can't leave now. He's trapped there. They've isolated him to his country. He can't escape. Anywhere he went, we would get him. He can't leave that place for real.
Like China.
Bro, China.
His hit squad's
once he's not used.
Yeah, but
China
his hit squads go all sorts of places, but he don't. That's the point. He's restricted. So he's stuck there with a starving populace. The only option you have at that point, if you're at the top, is to go, well, I need them starving now. I need them too hungry to come kill me. That's the only way that works, because there's not enough food for everyone.
And then you feed
as the leader
and your loyalty.
They're gonna off you first. like, you know what I'm saying?
And it's America's fault the people are having this problem. See, America uses the UN to basically be like, hey, do what we say or fuck you. It's a mob. Yeah. That's the liberal world order. You replaced violence with starvation. Congratulations.
Well, and it's not just that, because that's the most effective way to use a populace to get rid of a leader you don't want, is to starve them and then be like, hey, before these guys get too weak, they're going to take this guy out, and then we'll just...
Then why do we give them food aid? Why haven't we sanctioned food importation?
Have you ever been on welfare?
No, sir.
No, never? Okay, have you ever known anybody on welfare?
Yes.
Okay, do they get enough to take care of their basic needs, or do they get a small portion?
It's called SNAP, sir. It's called the Supplemental Nutrition.
Well, I mean, technically, in Oregon, it's called Oregon Trail, and in California, it's called Cali Fresh. That's irrelevant bullshit.
But it's called SNAP. No matter what it's the federal SNAP program.
Okay. So fucking what, my guy? Do they get enough to carry their needs, or do they get a paltry amount to supplement?
It's called the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Okay, then guess what?
It's what it's designed to do.
Okay, so when you supplement nothing, like when you give food aid to North Korea, when you supplement nothing, you're still not gonna get it. You're still gonna have fucking starvation. You're still gonna have a famine. If we can't take care of our own citizens, do you think that we're going to actually give any decent amount to take care of the needs of nations that receive aid? No, the aid they get is going to go to the military or to the people in power.
Oh, yeah, that was what I was about to say. I was like, you can reference this when we give African countries food. Like, it goes to the people at the top, and then it doesn't really get to people. It gets to the essential people at the top, because we're not airdropping into the communities. And even if we were, they still wouldn't get it then, because they would probably be like taken out if they touched it.
Now, let me ask you this. Isn't that really the case in any authoritarian system?
I mean, the people
China
disseminating it. Okay, so hold on. Jay Rillo said China does not want North Korea to collapse, because if North Korea collapses, China would become destabilized. Millions of starving North Korean citizens would head north into China's southern border, which is mostly unguarded. Facts.
That's actually a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, Kim Jong-un has a sort of cult of the personality.
Yep.
So therefore, they also don't want North Korea.
I can respect a man that don't have a butthole because he uses all the energy that he consumes. You know.
Shut up.
Oh my god.
But so they don't want North Korea to get too large, right? So where they're at right now, China actually likes that. You know, a little bit of food, you know, but don't grow too much, because because North Korea is a weird ideology, guys. It is not just communism. They throw in a few in there, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. They throw in it's like a communist monarchy with some racialist views as well. It's kind of wacky. It's a wacky ideology.
It's their version of the third position, man.
Oh fuck, is it? It's like, because they have a monarchy.
But okay. So I'm gonna have to wind this down. But I'm dropping my email in the back, and I want all of you guys to have it. But specifically, Bumpkin, touch base with me. I really like these conversations, and I think that we could do something with specific to the High Value Network channel and the New Frontier channel, to where we could facilitate some of these conversations and go deeper, and actually have the bandwidth to just focus on just that.
Yeah. Okay. And Casey, and that was because of fuel shortages, not.
Oh yeah, the link he dropped was the post fuel.
That was because.
There's another one. I'm trying to find what fuel it was, but I thought that they'd bought a patent from us and converted their vehicles over.
No, sir.
And they kicked us out.
Their company nationalized the oil system, and it collapsed because it failed.
Why did
you
it
ever
fail?
hear Tim Pool talk about when he went to Venezuela?
No, I actually Tim has kind of grown on me a little bit. I can stomach him now.
Listen to the way that you have with Tim Pool. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you. Listen to the way you have to buy a cell phone in Venezuela. It's ridiculous.
Oh no!
It is ridiculous.
All I'm saying is, right, that's luxuries. Like, why not provide for the basic need of your people, not the luxuries? They can buy their own luxuries. Oh no, I just got back to the conversation. I'm sorry, I had to go piss.
Oh no problem.
Why don't everybody do some final words?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll start. Actually, I'm gonna let Bumpkin go last. We'll start off with Muslim guy. Final thoughts.
Fascism is the way to go. Can't stop me. Can't stop, won't stop. I am what you made me. Love you guys. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate everybody except for Mayo. Fuck you. You're retarded. Right, deuces.
That's my fucking secretary. Shit. That's my
God damn it, dude. Okay, so Mayo, final thoughts.
And that's why you will fail.
Is that your final thoughts?
Damn, he left it. He mic dropped it. Okay, Casey Mo, what you got, man?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love hearing people's perspectives. I love hearing just really, I just want to know where people's minds are. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of things from a lot of different people. I've done a lot more research than I even want to admit about a lot of shit. So anytime somebody has something, any idea that's different from mine, I welcome the information. And for anybody who's listening, I know I sound like an asshole. I'm not really pretentious. I really do just want to know things. So other than that, man, everybody be safe and do what works for you.
Word. Okay, Bumpkin. New Frontier.
All right.
Bring it out.
New Frontier. This is our old logo right here. New Frontier, we really just want to help American citizens. That's really all we want to do. And yeah, we eventually want to take the reins of power in the United States of America, but someone has to, man, because these two parties are not doing good by the people. They're not doing good by any group of people whatsoever. They want you to stay where you are as a wage slave and to continue paying taxes so they can slowly kill you. It's a horrendous hellscape that we live in. So yeah, and there has to be someone that comes along and takes their power away. And some people say you're fruitless. You shouldn't do it. You should just cower down and quiver. But I can't do that. I'll just jump off. I'd rather jump off a bridge. I have to try. So that's what we're doing. We're giving it a solid try. And I hope that I don't commit suicide via rooftop sniper. You know what I mean?
That was very specific.
I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh man. Oh Lord. Okay. I'm gonna bring it in. I just want, first of all, I wanted to thank the chat. I wanted to thank everybody, Dr. Nakumbe, Angry Snowman, obviously Georgia Swan, everybody who made donations tonight. Hold on, I want to make sure that I definitely hit everybody who got me in the Cash App. Wait a second. So Georgia Swan, Reese from Philly hit me this week. Yeah, so those are my peoples, and I want to thank you guys so much. I want to thank everybody who participated in the panel. I especially want to send a special thank you to the guys from New Frontier for coming over and having the conversation. Mayo came up, Reese was here, Casey Mo was here, Blumpkin came over, Muslim guy, Andre. Like, this was a great conversation. I think we need to have more conversations like this because you guys were consistently getting ideas out and having the conversation and giving the context. And I think that's what's important, because like when I see you guys out on other panels, it's almost like you don't get a chance to have the full conversation. And I specifically wanted to have a platform such as this where I get to talk about stuff that I want to and that I find interesting, and then give people the ability to give the context for their thoughts. And I really respect the fact that you guys came over. You speak of the devil and he'll pull up. You guys pulled up, and it was fun. It was a good conversation. I have a lot of respect for your opinions, and I have the utmost respect for the effort that you're putting in, the boots on the ground. I really respect that. And I just want to reiterate and speak this life into you guys. You guys are young. You have the drive, you have the energy, and it is so commendable that you're wanting to take responsibility for the mess that's been left to you. And I think that a lot of people, regardless of whether they like what you're saying, I'm like, you're doing something. Most people just sit and complain on the internet. And you guys are trying to actually create some forward momentum, some sort of motion. And we're at a point now it's just like what you said, that third position is basically right before a civilization collapses. And I mean, I think we're there. Like, we're going to have to start trying all sorts of shit at this point, because the space that we've allowed ourselves to go into, because I'm so adamant about just wanting to let people do what they want in their house. And my perspective on that has always been like, hey, you're not hurting anybody. You can do that over there. Like, that's fine. It's gotten to a point where it's not fine, because like now they want to come into your house and force you to do it with them and participate. And they want your kids to participate. And they like, at a certain point, we have to start saying no. We have to start saying that, like, hey, this isn't acceptable. Hey, we don't want to destroy the civilization that we're currently living in. That's not a good idea. That's not going to work for the majority of people. Like, I'm not a dick when I'm like, I'm going to be on a fucking beach while this shit goes down, but I guarantee you I'm stomping some blue hairs out on the way to the fucking airport. Like, it's going to happen. But it shouldn't have to be like that. And we do need to start exploring maybe some other options, because the two-party system that we have is not serving. It's not even representative at this point. So people who are posing options, I think we need to have a little bit of discernment. And I think especially when they're younger men that are stepping into the role of manhood, we have to afford them that ability, because I'll sit on here all the time and talk about how weak men have become. And we have some men that are willing to stand. And I have to, I would be a hypocrite if I did not support that, because they are taking up the mantle. They are taking up the reins. They are the next in line. This is their birthright. This is what they're supposed to do. Now, we might not like it. We might not understand it fully, but we should have the conversation and come to these men from a point of support and pouring into them as older men who have experience. We've got to stop this attitude of we're just going to shut everything down because we don't get it, or we don't understand it, or it doesn't make sense, or they used a word that I don't like. We need to support these men in what they're doing, because if we don't, they're not going to develop into men. Like, not men that we would look at as honorable. And like, there's so few of men of this caliber. Even when I argue with Blumkin, even when I'm arguing with Muslim guy, even when I'm shooting shots at Andre, it's in fun. Because I honestly want them to succeed at their endeavor. Because the more good men that we have that are willing to stand up, the more ideas we'll have. The stronger the population base will be. I want every man in New Frontier, I want you to develop, and I hope that you develop a very strong household. I hope that you live your values the way that you are living them now. And as they grow and evolve, I hope you continue to grow and evolve, and you continue to be that example, and you live what you speak, and you carry yourself as such. And I'm gonna go ahead and land it there, but I think that they're definitely a part of the future, and it's actually makes me a little bit less pessimistic that young men like that exist. So I just want to say thank you to the chat. You know, oh yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I always say Blumpkin instead of Bumpkin. That's because I'm a dickhead. So you know, there we go. I ruined my whole spiel, and I got called out on it, and that's going to be it. So I'm going to tap in with you guys next week. We will be back at it again, Guns and Butter. We're going to have the conversation. Hopefully some of the new Frontier guys, if you guys aren't doing anything, feel free to stop through, chat if you want. I'm going to try and get better about posting these earlier so that way you guys can set reminders and know what the topic is. But anytime you guys want to come through, always like having a conversation with you guys. You have a good one.